Welcome back to another Moist Criticals compilation to fall asleep to relax. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
According to the first result when I googled average male and female body, this is what I was given. Not the model, I'm using a body visualizer, but the numbers. I plugged the numbers I was given into this body visualizer. So this is what your average American female looks like without clothes on. She wouldn't necessarily be blue and she'd probably have nipples and hair. The man would probably have a penis and whatnot. But this is the body composition of your average American male and female. Now let me ask you, do you find these bodies beautiful? If you were trapped in a cave with these bodies, would you rub up against them for heat? Most of you would probably say no, they're average bodies. So what do you find to be beautiful? Is this your ideal male body? Another wienerless man, but it does represent a muscular man. He's in good shape. Is this the ideal male body? Is this beautiful? Is this what people want? What about the female body? Is this the ideal female body? Sorry, the picture's a little big, so I gotta scroll up and down to show it. But is this the ideal female body? I don't think so. I think there's more to the human body and beauty than what society has told us is beautiful. Let me show you something here. Is this alien-looking physique not appealing to you? Is this not beautiful? If you saw this thing on the streets, would you stop and say, oh my goodness, one of the Greys from Area 51 escaped? Or would you stop and say, sir, you look very cute today? I would say he looks cute. Now let's adjust a little bit. Let's really push the boundaries of beauty. Let's see if we can make this... Oh shit, it's female. I completely forgot. Nevertheless, male, female, does it really matter? Why does this person have to conform to society's gender roles? This is a beautiful woman. Look at those legs. You see how they're corkscrewing around each other? Look at those tits. Those are huge tits. Who doesn't like huge tits? But focus on the legs. The legs are important. Do you notice how the patella is the only thing left there? Beautiful. If a woman wants to look like this, she should have every right to look like this without fear of ridicule and being deemed not good looking. I think any woman should be able to look like this right here. No strings attached, no judgment. Look at those legs though, they are really wrapping around themselves. And now she looks like a rotisserie chicken. Who doesn't like rotisserie chicken? This is a gorgeous woman. But I bet the majority of you don't think she's as stunning as I do because of what you were taught growing up. Well, let me tell you. She is flawless. She's healthy at least, if nothing else. Whereas those supermodels starve themselves to look good. This woman didn't do that. She put all of her weight strategically targeting her legs. Now she can probably run faster than most automobiles. This is really fucking cool, watch this. When I deflate the titties, the mouth closes. When I inflate them, it opens it up again. It turns this completely normal looking woman into the Green Goblin. I've created a new member of the Ginyu Force. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. This looks like Siddhartha. Oh, shit. Shrugging his shoulders now, getting some trap work. I've now moved his asshole up to the middle of his back, too. I'm still using the female. I keep calling it he. This is a female. Alright, folks? Get it through your thick skulls. This is a female. Got a tongue sticking out from underneath her tits, too. Belly button got moved up about 12 inches. Absolute beauty. Let's fiddle with the average male. Kinda pudgy, right? Not your ideal body type. But what's it fucking matter, alright? This is a good-looking man. He exercises 0 hours a week. Not everyone has to try that hard to look good. Like this guy, this is a good-looking human being. Got a little shark fin sticking out from his gonads. Parasite about to bust out of his gut. Asshole has folded into itself. The ass cheeks have collapsed into some type of vortex. Scrotum's formed a propeller. This gentleman's got the body of a Greek god. Now I'm getting a little sidetracked here, showing you all these good-looking things, but the point I'm trying to make is there's more things that are beautiful than just what you see in magazines and on TV. For instance, what I'm showing you here. And if I had the option, I'd be putting hair on all of these models. I'd have this bitch right here covered in hair. I'd have his eyeballs with hair all over them. He'd be the hairiest thing you've ever seen. Oh, let's make him belly dance. Oh, you like that? Do you like this belly dancing? Do you like that? Perfect. Another great looking human being. His head is held up by that toothpick in between his shoulders. His body resembles Play-Doh that's been stepped on. He's got a piece of skin floating behind him because it has nowhere else to go, I guess. Perhaps this man is a bit too skinny. Behold, the old Bowflex salesperson. You too could look like this if you exclusively do the bench press and eat cottage cheese. I believe I've pushed the boundaries of beauty a bit too far. This thing is wearing football pads. It looks like a freshly opened oyster. Look at that, like, puddle of mucus in front of its face. It's got like a seagull's beak underneath him too. All things considered though, this is still a good looking man. Now the point I'm trying to make is society should not mold your definition of beauty. It should not give you glasses that tell you what's beautiful and what's not. You should break those glasses, shove them in your asshole, and shit them back out just to break them again. Beauty is a lot more than you think it is.
This is a video that is long overdue. I am so tardy to this party. I've been sitting on this topic for so long it's got squatters' rights. This is like when they made Zoolander 2 15 years after Zoolander 1 and nobody cared about it. But I still just feel the need to finally mention the Illuminati situation. For most of 2023, Illuminati has been this constant source of agony. There was an unreal amount of information that has come out and continues to come out about Illuminati, all of which is very bad. And as a result, her career as a YouTuber has reached a screeching halt. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have kept up with it, at least to some capacity, because it's been a huge story for so long now, but I'll give you like the most basic rundown. Illuminati was a YouTube channel, well, is a YouTube channel. She continues to post even through this, this apocalyptic career destruction. Her channel is dedicated to making video essays, mainly on like a variety of topics. She was known for how quickly she gets out the video essays, and also them being pretty high quality still. She grew pretty quickly and got very big. I think at her peak she had around 1.7 million subscribers, and things were smooth sailing. She was popping off, constantly recommended in the algorithm to people. And then in April of this year, her ego got the best of her, a victim of her own hubris. She made a call-out tweet against Legal Eagle, a very well-respected YouTuber and a fucking lawyer too, by the way, claiming that Legal Eagle's team had stolen her editing style. So, not Legal Eagle editors broaching my editors to take my video style when they didn't give up the info, they literally copied it, and by the way, I have the messages from my editors and found an email from them too. Just changed the color from purple to blue, huh? Interesting. So this is her trying to accuse Legal Eagle of stealing her editing techniques, which is an outrageous claim to make. And she didn't realize she brought piss to a poop fight. Legal Eagle was easily able to dismiss this shit and dunk on it, which really ruffled her feathers and forced her into a panic. So she tried desperately to backpedal, making an apology statement, claiming she should have reached out to hash it out privately, but it was too late. This set in motion what would be her YouTube career demise, because after this, the holes in the ship started to show, and it began to sink. She was then faced with numerous other allegations, ranging from abusive behavior, mistreating employees, just being an absolute menace to work with. Multiple victims of her came forward to showcase what Illuminati was like behind the scenes and some of the things she was doing in real life to make them miserable. Like, so much, I don't even know where to start. You could fill an entire fucking library section with just textbooks on this Illuminati lore. It has been so much, and it's constantly being added on to. Like, there's constant, like, patch notes here where there's, like, new updates to this story with new victims coming forward with their own accounts of Illuminati and what she's done to them. It's just a never-ending flood of information about how awful of a person Illuminati is. If you just search Illuminati's name on YouTube, you will get hundreds, if not thousands of videos going over and chronicling all of the allegations, all of the evidence to support the claims, and all of the terrible things that have come to light from this, as well as a lot of video essays on her downfall, because it is such a rare phenomenon to see someone as popular as her sink their career in this way. It doesn't happen often. The only other example I can think of is Boogie, and that happened slowly and gradually over the course of many years. Hers happened over the course of a few months, because that's how much came out and how disgusting a lot of it was. It is wild. So I talked about it on stream a little bit, as well as gave my prediction on what I think she's going to do in the future, because as of right now, she is still just trying to bury her head in the sand and keep posting videos to try and squeeze as much as she can out of the channel while it still's around, while there's still some people watching. She's trying to get the most juice from the squeeze here, trying to suckle the last bit of milk from this titty. And I wanted to share that prediction I had because I do think it's a pretty strong one. It's not backed by any scientific evidence or anything, just my own game theories I've cooked up here in my head. But I think it's a pretty likely course that she'll take once she realizes that she can no longer suck her audience dry like a vampire, once they all stop watching, which she is rapidly getting close to that point. I never caught up with the full depth of the Illuminati situation. All I know is that I've never seen a channel go from as popular as she is to where she is now. So she must have done some really deplorable stuff. I know it started when she accused Legal Eagle of plagiarizing her editing style, got biblically fucking clowned on for it, and then from there a ton of people came forward revealing how toxic and mean she is behind the scenes. And then she recently had a whole special segment in H-Bomber's video on plagiarism. And then she also got an entire video from H-Bomber specifically on her plagiarism, because all the shit she does is basically lifted from articles or documentaries. But other than that, I haven't dove into the 5 or 6 hours worth of cumulative trash she has done. It's a lot. But what's very interesting is she still continues posting as if nothing happened.
So I wanted to...
All she did was turn off comments, and she just puts her head down and grinds, ignoring all of it. What if it's another AI YouTuber? That, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like if anyone's gonna try and replace themselves with AI, it'll be Illuminati at this point, because her name is mud. She is ruined. Nobody supports her. So she would definitely stand to benefit from buying Quebblecop's AI Keys to the Kingdom and make herself an AI tuber. It's Sunny V2 with a voice changer. Yeah. Yeah, I'll make you a prediction. Here's what I think. I think Illuminati will continue this trajectory for maybe 6 more months tops. After that, she's going to start another channel using an AI voice model in order to keep doing these same kind of videos but start fresh and hope people don't connect her to it. That's my guess. Because before all of this came to light, she was getting 100 to 300k views per video. Then everyone learned that she's an absolute insufferable person that's done horrible things, apparently. And now no one watches her. But if she did the same shtick with an AI voice on a fresh channel, she'd probably get away with it. Like I just said, it is so much to cover. I never even took the full plunge. It's just, she's this reoccurring villain. Every 3 weeks or so, there's new information about something fucked up she's done or is doing. It's this constant snowball that never runs out of snow, gathering steam. Better for her to just call Saul. Nah, she's gonna need to get herself a Hoover. She's gotta relocate and disappear. Like I said, my prediction, I really do stand by it. I think she will probably in 6 months' time make a new channel, AI voice, make the exact same content, and just start fresh. So go ahead and clip it. Make sure you remember my prediction, because I stand by it. I really think she's going to be one of the first YouTubers other than Quebblecop who is going to try to go entirely AI video based. That is the direction I think she is going. So let it be known, if that happens, I called it. I'll hit you with an I told you so. That's really about it. See ya. A couple days ago we had the solar eclipse, which, to sane people, is just a fun spectacle to ooh and awe at. It's a very rare event. It's like a special occasion in an MMO. And people just got together, checked it out, and went on with their lives. Nothing crazy happened, but leading up to it, there was a lot of hoopla, a lot of hootin' and hollerin' about all kinds of doomsday prophecies, all kinds of crazy conspiracies. But when it actually came down to the brass tacks here and the eclipse unfolded, nothing happened. I think the worst that would happen to someone is they decide to look at the eclipse raw dog. No eyewear on, so they look up and they blind themselves. Now all of a sudden their vision's all foggy, and anytime they try to look at titties, it's blurry. But that's about the extent of the danger of the eclipse. However, those crazy conspiracies I mentioned, well, they actually led to an astrology influencer killing her partner, her 8-month-old, and herself. A very popular astrology influencer, whom had a massive Twitter audience, started melting down, blowing a gasket over this eclipse about how it's the apocalypse and how people need to wake up. And now she will never be able to wake up because on the day of the eclipse, she went on a killing spree, which included herself. She believed that the eclipse was the epitome of spiritual warfare. Does that sound familiar to any of you? Well, actually, it's only going to sound familiar to the people that are fucking online 24/7, which is goobers like me. That spiritual warfare line is something that was spit up and regurgitated by thousands of Twitter drones that are trying to fearmonger on every possible aspect. Even the most trivial nothing burgers. Do you guys remember 6 months ago when they tested the emergency broadcast text? And people on Twitter were losing their goddamn minds about it. Make sure your phones are locked in 5 layers of aluminum foil and put it in your microwave, and then lock yourself in a dark room and turn the bathtub on. Because if that text message reaches you, it's going to activate the 5G in your brain, and the microchips are going to fucking flip on, and you're going to be a sheep under their control. This is how you got to break out. Every single time there's anything going on in the world, this line about spiritual warfare or why this is the apocalypse or the start of the doomsday is always being preached about by mentally unwell individuals online. But because everyone is online, people have so much access to it. So people like Danielle Johnson, who's the astrology influencer that went on this killing spree, sees all of it, buys into it, and is living their life fearful and delusioned. And then when something like the eclipse happens, after being told so many times how bad it is and how this is the apocalypse, she goes and does something crazy, something evil. Because there are so many mentally unwell people online that are constantly feeding other mentally unwell people, and it ends with a fucking tragedy like this. You hear about the influencer who killed her family because of the eclipse? Happened in LA. Mom accused of murder-suicide leaving kids on 405 freeway was an astrology influencer fearful of the eclipse. Mentally unwell people have become. Well, I guess I can't say have become. I guess because it's more so we just have access to seeing them. Since everyone is seen online now, everyone has a digital footprint, we just see all of them now. But to be this afraid of a fucking eclipse? The death of an infant and the injury of a young girl, both found on the 405 freeway earlier this week, was tied to a murder-suicide investigation involving the children's mother, Danielle Johnson. It spanned 3 neighborhoods and resulted in the death of 3 people, including her partner, her 8-month-old, and herself. In the days leading up to the murders, Johnson took to social media where she posted a slew of misinformation, anti-Semitic, and conspiratorial rhetoric under the handle Ayoka. Johnson retweeted posts about theories regarding the origins of COVID-19, video about Jews promoting pedophilia in the entertainment industry, and apocalyptic speech concerning the recent solar eclipse to her over 100,000 social media followers. How are more people not talking about this then? If she had 100k followers on Twitter, and she was one of these conspiracy lunatics that ended up killing herself, her partner, and her child, how are more people not aware of this? Wake up, the apocalypse is here. Everyone who has ears, listen. Your time to choose what you believe is now. If you believe a new world is possible for the people, retweet now. There's power in choice. Repost to make the choice for the collective. On Monday morning, the day of the recent total solar eclipse, Johnson's 2 children were found on the northbound side of the 405 freeway. According to officers, the 9-year-old held their infant sister in her lap, sitting in the passenger seat of Johnson's car while they drove down the freeway. Johnson allegedly slowed down in the middle of the road and pushed 2 girls out of the car. As the 9-year-old fell into the middle of the freeway, she injured herself and dropped the infant. And then, in a race to get out of the freeway and not get hit by the traffic, the 9-year-old managed to get to the shoulder successfully, but the infant was struck by traffic and succumbed to her injuries in the middle of the freeway. Holy fuck, this is absolutely horrific. The infant's death was connected to a murder in Woodland Hills and a fatal car crash in Redondo Beach. A woman in her mid-30s fatally stabbed and killed her partner around 3:30 a.m. The stabbing victim was 29-year-old Jalen Allen Cheney, Johnson's partner and father of one of the girls. After stabbing Cheney and leaving the 2 girls in the middle of 405,
Police said Johnson drove down to Redondo Beach. Her car crashed into a tree around 5 a.m. near a church. Authorities say Johnson died at the scene and her death is being treated as suicide. She was driving at speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. She did all of that, and ironically, she's now going to hell. Yep. And I bet she heard all of this from a bunch of those absolute fucking degenerate Twitter users saying the most outlandish shit ever, and she just bought into it hook, line, and sinker. Ends up killing herself, her partner, her 8-month-old. All over a total solar eclipse that lasted fucking minutes. But the moon is in retro phase, Charlie. Astrology has a major impact. Right you are, I suppose. How have I not heard about this? This feels like it'd be everywhere. She had 100,000 people in her audience. That's not a small number. I mean, her engagement isn't like super low. Like, I don't think this is all bots or anything. Like, her posts get like 600K, a mil. And just reading through these, clearly mentally unwell. That's the wildest part about Twitter. You can just literally take a peek into actual, like, psychosis. It's scary. And then they're constantly, like, enabling others. And then it escalates to something like this. It's extraordinarily sad because I don't believe everyone that preaches these things is someone that believes them. I believe they're doing it because it fosters a community that will buy into it. And then they have this loyal following, this loyal audience that they can sell things to and make money off of. So I think a lot of the people that are always saying things about how the eclipse is about to end the world because it's waging spiritual war on us, so it's time to pick a side, the righteous or the devil, that kind of thing. I think a lot of the people that start propagating that are some of those people that have recognized they can make a lot of money from doing so. And they are directly responsible for situations like this because they feed into it. They make people believe it, and they make people afraid, and they make people do crazy things, people that are already not mentally sound. It's sickening. They just try and take every controversial approach to everything they can about how anything is a huge problem that you need to be afraid of. You need to wake up to. You see that verbiage all the time on Twitter and on TikTok. CERN's opening a portal, letting demons through on the day of the solar eclipse. Take cover. Buy my book that's going to enlighten you on how to avoid all of the demons in your life, because now CERN's working behind the scenes, pulling the strings, the puppet masters that are releasing all this demons into our world. And for a lot of the people that watch these things or read about these and start believing them, once you believe in one of these theories, you start believing in all of them, because then you start convincing yourself of every single one of them, no matter how nonsensical or illogical, no matter how little evidence or proof there is. Once you buy into it even slightly, you convince yourself that it's all true. So you don't just believe in one conspiracy anymore, you start believing in all of them. Look at Danielle Johnson, for example. All of her tweets are every possible conspiracy you can find. Every conspiracy you can think of, she believed in. And I'm sure it started with just one that she saw from someone on Twitter that is once again just fanning those flames, trying to make people afraid, and trying to get them to buy into whatever they're trying to sell you. Now, that's not every case here. There is a lot of instances where extremely mentally unwell people gather a huge audience and they themselves truly believe the awful things they're spitting out. But I think a lot of it is from people that have recognized that you can make a lot of money from capitalizing off of that community. Because when people are afraid, they'll do anything to get rid of that fear, including buying shit they don't need or whatever. And then in some cases like this, all that fear that you keep serving up leads to a horrible situation where someone that was the recipient of all of these awful ideas that have legitimately no basis and no logic to them does something unforgivable. What Danielle Johnson did is heinous, inexcusable, and disgusting. And I really do believe that all of those TikTok and Twitter conspiracy accounts that keep just fucking firing from the hip with the most ridiculous theories ever did play a real role in her getting to this point. It's no coincidence that all of the things that she was speaking about on her Twitter are the same things you see on other accounts all saying similar things. It's a network that's feeding these dangerous ideas that lead to a breaking point in some people. It is fucking atrocious. And I am confident that none of those accounts will ever acknowledge the role they play in a case like Danielle Johnson.
they're going to throw her some kind of like fringe case, like, oh, I can't believe someone would do something like that. We're just trying to give you guys the truth, give you guys the tools to, snap out of it and wake up from the mind control. What Danielle Johnson did, we have no idea how it got to that point. Even though, if you read these posts or watch these videos from these accounts, they're like legitimately pushing people to be like Danielle Johnson, push them down that path of just extreme mental illness. It's fucking horrifying. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to talk about this a little bit because it made me really upset. Obviously, I think it would make anybody upset reading a story like this. That's really about it. See ya. It really takes a lot to surprise me with stupidity in this day and age, because we have easy, unlimited access to the loony bin called Twitter 24 hours a day. It's like a zoo, like a little SCP containment facility for all of the dumbest and weirdest creatures that evolution and inbreeding has ever produced. And yet today, I watched a video that left me stunned by an evil imbecile. I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this because it went viral earlier this week, so I'm definitely tardy to the party, but I'm just seeing it now. It's a drunk driver from Illinois. She killed 2 people and couldn't stop giggling about it and couldn't register that she wasn't going to be able to go to school the following day or get her car back. So there's body cam footage that has now just come out, even though this incident took place last year. She received 14 years for this, which I think is just not enough. I've been very vocal about my disdain for drunk drivers. I hate drunk drivers more than Garfield hates Mondays. It is a purely unforgivable act. It is selfish, dangerous, and there's no excuse for it ever. Especially in today's society where there's Uber, Lyft, a taxi, calling a friend, you can easily find transportation to get home that doesn't involve putting everyone's life at risk on the road. And this lady killed 2 people while drunk driving. Just normal, innocent people that did nothing wrong, and not only did she kill them, she couldn't stop laughing about it, just having a giggle fit like she was in a tickle fight. The body cam footage released, and it is disgusting.
Okay. Head straight. I told you it's hard. I'd rather do the walking.
Okay, go up. Keep your head straight. Just look up with your eyes.
She's reacting to a fatal accident like a child reacts to a clown at a birthday party. And she was informed that 2 people involved here died. And she truly just couldn't give less of a fuck about any of that.
Oh, hey, you never answered me about my car. I have school tomorrow, so how do I get my car here tomorrow?
Well, your car is totaled.
It's what?
Your car is totaled.
Totaled?
Totaled, wrecked.
So they conducted field sobriety tests, all of which she failed because obviously she is completely hammered. They then get to this point in the video where the officer and her are in the room, and she doesn't like the silence, so she says that she's going to start singing. So she starts flexing the golden pipes with some of the worst fucking singing you'll ever hear. It's not really singing, it's more like some kind of Gregorian chant if it was being farted out of a walkie-talkie, and she starts dancing like she's in some kind of trance. But regardless, she starts boogieing down and singing. She's treating this whole situation like she's at fucking Mardi Gras. Like it's like she's celebrating that she had just killed 2 people as if it was some kind of fucking sacrifice, and she's happy about the whole situation. It's not even that she's not registering it. She actively doesn't care, which is completely different. Yes, she is beyond drunk, clearly, but she is aware of what has happened. He has told her multiple times. She understands why she's there and just actually doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, so how do I get it here?
You don't.
So, I don't go to school tomorrow, is what you're telling me?
You brain dead fucking worm. Obviously you're not going to school tomorrow. You just killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident. This isn't GTA where you can just reset and undo what happened here. You took 2 people's lives away because you're a fucking ridiculously stupid idiot. Like, holy shit. And the only thing that she can even process is that this might be an inconvenience to her because she has school tomorrow and she doesn't want to miss class.
No, ma'am. You want me to be honest with you? You're going to jail. You don't have a bond. You killed 2 people tonight. I don't think you understand that. You do not have a bond. You are not getting out of jail. Your car is property of East Peoria Police Department because it's a crime scene. It killed 2 people tonight. You are clueless with that, clearly. I've already explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to school tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of impound.
Can I get a Tuesday leave for my night class?
How this officer didn't just stand up and flip a chair over out of frustration is beyond me. Just watching this had me want to flip a table like I had just lost a game of chess and got upset about it. He just laid down all of the brass tacks here, explained the situation for the fucking 50th time already, and once again, she still only cares about her standing, about being able to go to class. So then she says, well, what about Tuesday? You know, like, as if she thought she'd only spend like 24 hours in jail or something after killing 2 people. Like, okay, you know, I'll do the time for the crime. Oh, okay, I get it. Punishment is necessary. So 24 hours, right? Tuesday I can get my car? We can just go ahead and magically put my car back together even after it's been totaled after my drunk driving accident that took away 2 people's lives? Do we have a Magneto on board who can fix my car up so that way I can get the class on Tuesday?
Did you just hear what I just told you?
You said I'm not going tomorrow. I'm talking about Tuesday.
Did you hear when I said
You
that
said I'm going to jail tomorrow.
You're going to jail when we're done here?
Yes.
Did you understand what I told that you killed 2 people tonight?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering when I can go to school.
Okay, we're done.
Once again, she is hearing him loud and clear. She is acknowledging that she is hearing that she is responsible for the death of 2 people. She just doesn't care. They could have brought the corpses in, and she probably would have let out a hearty belly laugh like Santa Claus. She doesn't fucking care. She didn't know them personally, thus their life is meaningless to her. The only thing that matters is now it might be somewhat of an inconvenience because she thinks she might not be able to go to school tomorrow or even on Tuesday now. So now she's starting to get a little panicked because, oh, she's going to miss her fucking Tuesday night class. Not because she just killed 2 people, it's just she's going to miss her Tuesday night class.
You're all on body camera being completely careless about killing 2 people tonight. You could care less. That's sad and pathetic and horrible all at the same time.
Can you say that as a cop?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, so can I ask when I can go back to school?
I'm not the officer on the scene here, but I can answer the question for you. 14 years, and you can go back to school. And hopefully, if you do go back to school in 14 years, everyone bullies the shit out of you and never lets you forget this moment, and never lets you forget what you did. I don't think you should be able to go back to school in 14 years. I think that is way too lenient of a punishment for what you've done. I think the sentence should have been much longer here, for sure. But I wasn't the judge on the case, so it's clearly not up to me here. I think she is irredeemably stupid, and I do think stupidity can reach a level where it is dangerous, like in a case like this, where you become a danger to everyone around you because you are such an absolute bumbling fucking moron. Now, she was singing a bit of a different tune here, talking about how remorseful she was, saying she's sorry for everything and she'd never commit anything like that again, hasn't drank since that day and doesn't plan on drinking ever again. However, the judge was implored to just impose the maximum 28-year penalty, which I do completely agree with, but unfortunately, she only received 14 years. I also find it very hard to believe that now she's starting to feel remorseful, only now that she realizes she's not only going to miss school for those couple of days, she's going to miss school for 14 years. I still don't believe she has any level of remorse for the victims here. I truly don't. I understand she was drunk, but I used to get drunk a lot, and if you told me I so much as pushed somebody and hurt them, I would have been inconsolably upset that I was responsible for something like that, even while fucking inebriated. Like, it's not like when you're drunk, all of a sudden you become a callous statue that can't process emotion or process any level of information. Because she acknowledged multiple times that she understood 2 people died from what happened. She just still didn't care. She kept singing and dancing and just talking about school and how it might be an inconvenience to her. So I really do think that even while sober, she just doesn't fucking value anyone's life that she doesn't personally know. I know this is me getting very like armchair psychologist about all of it, but it's just the impression I get from the body cam footage as well as reading the rest of the story. I think she is irredeemably stupid and evil and dangerous. So just wanted to talk about this story a little bit. That's about it. So yeah, let's check out Let's Tape It. What's up, Wings of Redemption? I'm invested, I'll leave it a like. Oh shit. Yeah, baby, he's got more than one balloon, come on. Yes. How the fuck is he doing it? A technique. God, he's gonna cover the whole surface area. It's never been done.
God, there's still 3 minutes of it. Oh. By the time it's done, it's gonna be like a fucking bowling ball. Alright, I gotta take a piss. Or come. There's no telling right now. I'll be right back. He's getting faster at it. He's getting some good technique in there. He's got like the karate master stance and whatever, but what do you mean? He's doing it with his eyes closed. He's like an anime character sensing the chakra. He's fucking mummifying that hairdryer. God, this fucking slut. Oh, this dirty whore. Just letting him taper like this. Ooh. Woo. That's a like. Oh, he's no amateur. He's been taping professionally for 8 years? 9 years? Almost a full decade? Let's see the humble beginnings. I said I was going to do more tape, but we gotta see. The humble beginnings of a master. This looks like a pretty easy tape job for him nowadays, but you can see he's very labored movements on the tape. He's not confident in his stretches. Yeah, this is definitely his infancy. This was before he really got the power and the technique down. Yeah, this is very weak. Comparing this to his modern day skills, this is just sad. But it's almost inspiring that a man like this was able to go from such poor taping technique to the guru we've seen. And it only took 9 years of training. Oh, and he doesn't even fully cake it? One layer. If only this old version of him could see him now. One layer. My parents' house. But if anyone can tape a house, it's this guy. A humble abode. Soon to... Whoa. Man, what a piece of shit this would be to take off. Look at that tool! Oh, he's thought of everything! He's like the Elon Musk of tape! I tell ya, I just can't believe it. I'm seeing it, but I don't believe my eyes. He's done what science said was impossible. He's taped his entire parents' house. It's like some high schoolers got mad at him and TP'd it, but all I had was tape. My man, he's probably filling his pants right now too, like, son, this is the best birthday gift I could have ever asked for. Good work. My boy, I've taught you well. You go inside and his house is taped already because he's a tape addict as well. He tapes the inside of the house. That seems to be like his only big project though. Everything else is like taping ladders and George Foreman grills. Not to say that it's not impressive, of course, because it certainly is. Not everyone can tape those kind of utensils, but when you tape a full house, I mean, there's nowhere to go but down. Appreciate it, Passion. I already listened to Viper the Rapper. Viper the Rapper has over 5,000 albums, not songs, full albums. That man is a monster. Viper has recycled songs, though. You fucking swine. Viper doesn't recycle his songs, he remixes them subtly. A simple fucking Philistine like you could never pick up on the intricate variations that he puts on his work, his craft. For example, Y'all Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack has, I think, 50 different versions. And to the untrained ear of some lowly plebeian like you, it might all sound the same as a re-upload, but it's not. There's very, very obvious differences. Oh, hey, it's Kirill, the Russian synthol saint. And then almost Barack Obama with synthol. This has got to be an old documentary because that arm right there, that one exploded recently. Kirill. Yeah, November 19th. The arm, the synthol built up too much, it exploded, and he had to get emergency surgery. Oh, baby! Why don't you guys ever draw me like this? Did none of you know how to use Windows, Outlook? I don't know. How the fuck do you make something that looks this shitty? No doubt he made that himself. See, like, if you're gonna synthol, at least do it like how these guys do it, like fucking Bubble Buddy. Just, you know, have like fucking water balloon sacks of muscles. I think that looks far cooler. Is he wearing a wig or is that his real hair? Just, yeah, I'd say just get in there and tell me what you think of the burger.
So yeah,
Holy
so it came
shit.
up to $9 and something cents for the triple.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some? Thank you.
What the fuck is
I
going
don't
on in
know
this
who the
car?
Papa is Big Papa talking.
Can I have a little soda?
What the fuck is going on with the guy over here?
Is basically
He's ruining the
the meat
review.
and potatoes right here.
What, is it good?
Meat and potatoes. You understand? You know what? That's it. I'm not coming to the hood anymore, man. Yo, I'm sorry you're gonna have to
What a fucking wild review this is.
a lot of weirdos around here.
I know.
Yeah, they're the weirdos. Everyone outside of this car.
Almost
Not inside. That's not where the weirdos are.
Give me some
This
of that
video is
burger.
turning into the haunted video.
Give me some of that burger.
This is the worst
I hope you're
fucking
not
review of anything I've ever seen in my life.
If she kill you, I'll kill her.
Give me some of that burger.
Let's keep it.
Now.
I'm trying to eat my burger.
Now.
I'm trying to eat my burger.
What is going
Get out now. Get out now.
Who the hell is calling me right now?
Unless you give me
Is that a phone call or did they just ignite a taser in there?
unless you give me a burger.
In peace, and you know, call the cops. Shoot.
I know your carjacking ain't gonna work now. Cause I'm trying to enjoy my Wendy's burger.
Is it so?
I'm not gonna put my hair.
So what's the review looking like?
It doesn't mean I'm not.
To come in.
Come on, guys. Now I gotta edit this damn video, which I wasn't planning to do.
Yeah, you did a great job of editing it.
Extra work on my butt now.
Yeah, real shame.
I'm only halfway through this damn burger.
Yeah, Review Bra's got some real competition here.
Hold on a second, lady.
No,
Can you
it's
please
nothing
excuse
I'm
me?
saying. Can you listen? Can you give me a burger for me?
No,
Oh, we
man,
have a
I can't
guest
do that.
reviewer coming in.
Papa, please,
I can't do that.
please, Papa, please.
Hello, whoever's out there, get his eyes over here.
Please get this lady out of here. No, I can't.
Oh, give her a bite of the bacon burger so we can get her input, please.
Take the wrapper.
An unbiased third-party judge has come in here and let's take the blessing. What does she think?
So what do you want me to do? I'm sorry for that, lady. Excuse me. Excuse me.
No!
No, get out of my face, Martin.
Close
No, I say no, I can't.
Close the window. Close the window.
I can't. The car is off. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, I've been carjacked.
Yeah,
Mad hit.
that was intense.
Old lady tried to carjack my car just now.
Is that what she tried to do? I think she just wanted a bite of that
Burger.
delectable pretzel bacon
I
burger.
got it messed up. I'm not gonna stop me. I'm doing what's right.
Agreed. Justice. You're a hero. Finish that
Eat my
burger.
damn burger. All right.
He's taking
Never seen that.
tiny baby pussy ass bites on it. I like it. Savoring it.
Right. Yeah, I got a lot of editing out in this damn video.
Yeah, your editing is second to none. Let me tell you what. This is the longest 13 minutes of my life.
It needs some.
Does it ever come
Fries,
back?
bro? No, thank you. Okay. That's because he got his own fries. You got your own fries
Does he?
inside the box?
What happened? Okay, I have to see more. That was a beautiful disaster. That was like a historic disaster of food review.
Yo, just get it off right. All right, guys.
He's
I'll make it
embarrassed by
guys.
he's embarrassed
I'm
by
in
this
the-
video.
I'm in the. Jamaica
This one must be
Avenue hood,
exceptional.
right? So I'm not far away from the avenue, and I decided to make a video. Oh shit! Look at all that prime rib action. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
So why is he
I want a
embarrassed
spicy.
by this?
That'd be not pricey. But pricey. Ooh, mama. Look at that, mama.
I'm glad he turned on the light in broad daylight.
All that meat. Look at all that meat. That delicious meat.
He gave himself a spontaneous haircut. Stopped by a GTA 5
don't-
barber.
Don't leave me now, baby. The people be looking at me back and forth.
Why?
I
They,
don't care. I gotta eat my food, right?
well, yeah. Why are they looking at you? You're just eating. Why is that weird?
You gotta eat out the sandwich, man. You don't eat all out.
What are these flashbacks? Or fast forwards, I guess. I don't know. It could be anything.
So, all right. Alright, so
It was him from the future calling to warn him to stop
I
food
know
reviews.
fries left.
It's a slippery slope.
I was driving to the
Next thing you know, you're eating Arby's prime rib cheesesteaks out of the dumpster and bringing it to the car.
I ordered a spicy one. Apparently, it's not the spicy one. This is the unspicy one.
Oh, what a shame. They scammed you. Go throw that shit on the floor in there.
I need more meat. So here in New York, where everything is more expensive,
I'm happy.
especially the meat and food.
At this point, I'm half expecting him to get, like, in a car accident here. Like, somebody just swerves and takes him out. Anything can happen
Right
here.
here to the side. What I think about this meatless sandwich.
Yo, give me your verdict. What do you think? Hey, can you send me you from the past post haircut
sure.
too? What he thinks?
2.
That's not terrible.
Because mostly bread. See, look at it.
Well, you also have like a refined
got
palate
mostly
though,
bread.
like a celestial palate of the gods. Like maybe it'd be a 2 for you, but a 5 for me. You have to cater your scale to mortals and their taste buds. I have to see more. This is probably the best food reviewer I've ever seen. This is on another level. Eating eggplant taco from Tony's Taco? What the fuck is Tony's Taco? And then I like how his title is Eggplant plus Cow.
Area, right? So I went to a place called
Just for anyone that happens to be searching for eggplant and cow. Making sure he gets in the algorithm.
Tony's Taco. $5 right there as a change. You know,
Looks good.
New York.
He just starts eating the plastic and the foil.
Just close this damn window. Lower the exposure as well. Now you can hear me better. Alright, so, yeah, my eggplant
It doesn't help when the passenger side window's open though, bro. You have to close both windows. I can hear your friend has his window down. And the sunroof is open. The sunroof is also open. He closed one window out of 5.
It's a little hard.
This man is an actual disaster artist.
Some Italian season on top to put some
I love it.
cilantro.
Damn, he's really mean mugging hard right now.
Eat it. See, look, I'm just gonna eat this stuffed crust pizza. Wow. Thumbnail. Okay. Yo, I gotta eat this pizza out.
He's the most enthusiastic food reviewer of all time. This is what food reviews are all about. Passion.
Yeah, look at that pizza.
It looks like the pizza's holding him hostage, forcing him to consume.
I haven't had pizza in a while,
He doesn't look happy about this at all.
but
Let's see, what's his second most viewed? Eating 7-Eleven. He's the king of pizza, the patriot of pizza. All right, so this is his wheelhouse then.
I dog out all this pizza right now.
What was that noise? Does he have someone trapped in his trunk, or was that like a celebratory pizza noise? Bob's car is like a Bob's car is like a traveling psych ward. That is like exactly what it is. It's like as if One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest did food reviews. There has to be more. I mean, every food review kind of bangs, if I'm being honest. Like, I haven't seen a terrible video from Bob yet. Like, this man only makes bangers. But he's chasing his own glory with the Wendy's pretzel bacon pub burger, if I'm being honest.
I was looking forward to take this, man. Take it. Knock yourself out. I was gonna look for the Diet Sprite, but they ain't got Diet Sprite, so.
I think his best videos
I'm
are when he
not
has
gonna
other
do that
people
sugary drink.
trapped in the car with him.
Okay.
I feel like he just opens the car door and whoever happens to sit in the passenger seat, he lets be part of his food
That's
review.
fine, man. That's all the game.
It seems like they have no idea who each other are in every single, like, collaboration video he makes.
Oh, man.
This one? Never mind, it's pretty fucking cool. How does a mistake like this even happen?
And it's like super hot too.
This guy's gonna pull his fucking face out of there and he's gonna look like Red Skull from the Avengers. Come on! We can fucking do this!
A ver,
Is there just a fireman on the other side of that wall shooting a hose through and hitting him with it? That should help. Is that the end? Oh god! How is this happening? Oh lord, it's coming in again! Like a fucking submarine malfunction. You can do this! It's like when you hit a fire hydrant in GTA. Just turn the water off. Is this even a plumber? Is this just like your neighbor who said he can fix it? Even I know how to handle this. Come on! Here we are, we're back in the helm. Grandma's got the old wet vac out. That ought to fix it. Alright, it looks like we finally got her under control, I think. But you can never be... It's steaming. The water is so hot, it is fucking steaming. That guy is not getting out without third-degree burns. And even worse, it's being filmed. So he's getting burned and losing his job soon. Fucking rough. He is actually just getting reduced to ash in there. He's being cremated by this sink. Looks like we finally got it, though. Alright, now that we've boiled half the bathroom, looks like we're finally good. Nope. Spoke too soon? Every step she takes makes like a puddle of water blast out from her footsteps. Jesus Christ. It's like a Naruto running across. Oh god! Get out of there quick! You're in the danger zone! No! The rivers of hell have been unleashed again! Damn you! Quick! Grandma, get in there with the vacuum! Christ! We got a code red! Holy shit! Oh no!
They need to cut the water off.
Let's get another vacuum in here. Two's better than one. And maybe another plumber. Because a real plumber is better than whoever this guy is. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like a ride at Universal. Oh god. Oh, the apartment's already lost. Just collect your things and leave. It's over. It belongs to the sink now. Oh, here we go. He's got a big bucket. That'll fix it. Let's go. The reinforcements have arrived. The special tools are here. If we can catch all of the water, we'll win. It's a war of attrition. We'll just catch more water than it puts out. It's easy.
Are you calling the police or something?
What do you mean, what are the police supposed to do? I'd call the police in this situation too, like help. A fucking plumber is assaulting me with my own sink. Yeah, I can still hear it spraying.
It's still going.
This guy's gonna fucking drown. He's gonna literally dry drown pretty soon. Oh my fucking god. It's not even connected to the water supply of the apartment building. This is coming straight from the ocean floor. That guy is getting cooked. By the time he finally leaves the bathroom, he's actually just gonna look like Larry the Lobster from SpongeBob. Oh, Jesus Christ. How is that even happening? Did we beat it? Is the boss battle over? Man. Water levels are always the worst, am I right? Jesus Christ. What a disaster. Oh, good idea. Reroute the water into the toilet. Now, maybe if we're lucky, we can overflow the septic tank and have it shooting shit water throughout the apartment, too. Yes. Oh, fuck! Oh, God, Jesus! Lord! We're back for more!
fucking bedroom is fucking ruined.
Yeah, I'd say so. It is definitely ruined. You pissed off Aquaman, and he's not taking it easy here today.
Fucking shit.
Oh, it's the calm before the storm. I have a feeling it's coming back.
Fucking stairs.
When you turn it on and you turn it off, they charge $150.
Fucking, what the hell is this shit? This is worth fucking thousands.
Yeah, that was a really dumb argument. I'm not turning the water off because it's $100. Meanwhile, the whole apartment is ruined. Oh god, it's... It's even more aggressive now. You pissed it off in phase 6 of the fight. Jesus Christ.
Entire room.
That man is getting pressure washed right in his goddamn mouth. I at least respect that he hasn't just given up. If it was me, I would have just left. I would have just walked out and been like, I fucking retire, I'm done, good luck. I would have just fucking busted the sink and leave. Oh man, that is a disaster in there. Looks like I think we finally beaten it. Hey, at least we've stopped it before it caused any major damage. We got ahead of this one. It could have been a lot worse. Good work, team. Fuck yeah. Textbook. I'm thinking maybe like a 3-star review on the plumber's services, maybe? No, the plumber, I don't think it was the plumber's fault. It must have just been something with the pipes. The plumber did everything he needed to. Everything by the book. The apartment complex requires a $150 fee to be paid every 30 minutes the water is turned off. Holy shit. So it's entirely the landlord's fault and obviously the plumber. Wilmer, confident in his abilities and armed with his trusty 5-gallon bucket, knows that he will always get her return business if he pulls this off. He gets underneath the sink and unleashes a 90 psi torrent of steaming hot water. Hey, if anyone can handle 90 psi's of boiling water, it's fucking Wilmer. Wilmer ain't got no problem with that. His skin is made out of steel, goddammit. For all the morons who complain that I should have put down the camera and helped this waterlogged jackass, I chose not to help for liability's sake and instead document the incident. Absolutely the right call. I know for a fact, and it's probably not like this now, but I guarantee a lot of people are like, why the fuck didn't you help? Like as if he's supposed to do something. What he's supposed to do? Start doing like water bending techniques to put it back in the wall? Like there's not a whole lot of wiggle room for two people to be handling the same glory hole down there under the sink. So him filming is absolutely the best call. Plus, then if he helped and it still did this, he would then be liable for some of the damage, I imagine. No doubt. He made the right call for sure. Pink sauce is just the gift that keeps on giving, and I don't mean in the way of foodborne illness. I mean this story just doesn't end. I think the story of pink sauce and the pink sauce lady, her name is Chef P, I think this will be taught in classrooms across the world for years to come as a how to start a business out of a biological weapon and then also how to ruin your business. Chef P has legitimately done everything wrong when it comes to being an entrepreneur. Every mistake you could make, she made, and then some. She invented new mistakes that the world didn't even know were possible, such as her initial food labels on the pink sauce having absolute gobbledygook on it, nonsense, just a catastrophe really. And now we have a very sad update in this story. Real quick, just to give you the lore breakdown in case anyone's forgotten, because I know it's been like 8 months, and on the internet that is prehistoric, so maybe a lot of people don't remember this. But pink sauce was started on TikTok by a creator named Chef P. She made it in her kitchen and posted videos with it. It was just this vibrant pink Pepto-Bismol looking sauce that she started selling, and people went crazy for it. Everyone was buying it, and she was shipping it from her house. And since she was shipping it from her house, she didn't take any real safety precautions with the food, and the ingredients on her sauce contained things like raw honey and milk. And she was transporting it over state lines in hot temperatures, meaning when it got to customers, it was vile, revolting, radioactive sludge
And people started posting videos of opening their pink sauce in excitement, and what they got was shit that looked like this, looking like a bloated corpse out of a sarcophagus, looking like some kind of festering scab. Chef P was basically Oppenheimer, and this was her bomb. It was waging war on the gut, the tummies of everyone who bought this, because it wasn't safe to consume. It really wasn't. So she faced a lot of backlash. The internet started clowning on her. She even had a very famous speech that she gave on TikTok Live, where she said, "What do you mean FDA approved? I don't sell medical supplies." And it only got worse from there. She eventually went on a talk show from a host named Karamo, and she confronted one of her critics, and it was a very sweet lady who made a TikTok a little concerned with the pink sauce because she found like glitter in it and all the things she was seeing. So she sent the pink sauce to a lab to be tested, and on the talk show, the two of them got together, and Chef P made herself look like the biggest possible asshole. She was unbelievably rude and disrespectful to that lady who was just testing the pink sauce to make sure it was safe, and that lady was extremely polite, extremely nice. And Chef P was just ruthless and mean and nasty, and it turned everyone even further against Chef P. But then, out of nowhere, with one of the most unexpected, shocking plot twists the world has ever seen since the Darth Vader, Luke, I am your father moment, it was revealed with a big statement that pink sauce had just been acquired by Dave's Gourmet, which is apparently a very reputable, big brand that was taking pink sauce even amidst this massive disaster. Like, it was legitimately a danger to consume. Dave's Gourmet came in and said, "We want it." So, Dave's Gourmet acquires pink sauce with, I imagine, a very hefty payday to Chef P, and they start producing pink sauce themselves in like an FDA-approved facility, and they start selling pink sauce in 4,000 something Walmarts across the country. And based on everything Chef P was saying, sales were great. People were super excited. But it doesn't seem like everything was all sunshine and rainbows and daisies, because apparently that deal soured, and Chef P has recently come forward with a GoFundMe alleging that Dave's Gourmet never actually paid her the royalty she was owed, and it was actually a terrible deal. They were an awful, evil group. She never actually explicitly names Dave's Gourmet here, but that is the brand that acquired her sauce, so most people, myself included, believe that she's referring to them here. And it's become a very wild situation, because she's saying that she is completely broke now. I went over most of this story on stream, so I'll show you those clips, but real quick, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone that's been coming into the streams. I've been doing them on YouTube recently, and it's been amazing. I've been absolutely fucking loving the YouTube streams, so I just want to say huge thanks, because it's been really hype. It's been so much fun. So I'm going to keep doing YouTube streams, and here's some clips from it, and then I want to go back in and talk about it a little bit more because I've read more into it now since the stream. Did you see the pink sauce lady made a GoFundMe? Matt just sent me that. I was going to read about that. The pink sauce lady is claiming that she is broke. I don't know how that's possible, considering she got a big payout from Dave's Gourmet or whatever it's called. Bill's sauces, I forgot. I think it's Dave's Gourmet. I think I got it right the first time. So I don't know how she could possibly be broke now. She's claiming it's a faulty deal, I guess. I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food. Veronica, Chef P, was all over social media last summer thanks to her viral pink sauce condiment. It was bottled botulism. And it did pop off. That much is true. The bubblegum-hued condiment was a concoction that Shaw devised in her kitchen while working as a private chef in Miami, often finished her TikTok videos by slathering whatever she cooked in the mystery pink sauce. Although Shaw never revealed the sauce's ingredients, her followers demanded it, so she began selling the sauce for $20 a bottle, which quickly sold out. As orders quickly came in, the backlash followed. Customer complaints about inadequate food packaging and alleged contamination began to damper the hype around the viral sauce. What an understatement. She was shipping biological weapons. All of the ingredients that were listed on there, minus the chemical X of her secret formula, were all highly insufficient for long-distance transportation in hot temperatures. It was a disaster. Truly. Which I think helped propel it into the mainstream even more. The most significant blow was when Shaw went live to address followers, questioning if her sauce was FDA approved. She responded, "What do you mean FDA approved? I don't sell medical products."
In January 2023, Delish announced that Shaw had partnered with Dave's Gourmet. The condiment company added pink sauce to its portfolio, selling it on Walmart.com and in 4,000 locations nationwide until July. Which was a shocking development. Because again, this got so big because it was basically shipping poison. It'd be great for assassinations, but as for actual sauce, probably not wonderful. We actually did buy a bottle of it in order to see how yucky it would be. Not to taste it, but to like put it to the test, like take a Geiger counter to it, see how radioactive it is. See if it could be used to take the paint off of one of our cars due to like really high acidity or something. See if it could replace acetone. But we never ended up doing it. On August 17th, Shaw took to her Instagram announcing the launch of her GoFundMe page and asking for financial assistance. She alleged that a partnership left her in financial ruin. As a young entrepreneur with big dreams, I followed my intuition and went forth toward my dreams to create something new. I made a few mistakes on the way, which led me to trust a company that is trying to take everything away from me. They lied to me. They are not paying me and are not being transparent about records. I have tried on multiple occasions to try and come to one accord with them, but they refuse to reimburse me for marketing expenses that I spent my own funds towards. I don't know enough about Dave's Gourmet, but there are tons of shady companies that'll take advantage of young people selling shit, give them the worst deals ever. She then claims that she was silenced and sabotaged. She does not name said company in the video or social media, and she wrote that it has been difficult for her to care for and feed her children. I don't know how that's possible, though. Even if she did get the worst deal of all time from Dave's Gourmet, and I'm assuming that's the company she's talking about because that's the one that bought her pink sauce concoction, that alchemy, I don't know how she would lose all of her money on it, considering Dave's Gourmet picked up all of the production costs. And it's not like it takes a lot of money to go live on TikTok and say, hey, my sauce is in Walmart. So how the fuck did she lose all of her money? I don't see where it goes here. Unless there's like some clause in the deal she signed with Dave's where he has access to her bank account or something. I work at Walmart and they advertised that her sauce was in the store. Yeah, no, it had a big marketing push when it made it to Walmart. Which is why I'm saying, again, like, it's not like she paid for that. That would have absolutely been on Dave's Gourmet. So I don't know how the fuck she lost all of her money in this bad deal. I need legal help. They are refusing to pay me the royalty that is owed to me. I don't know what else to do. I can't give up. I need help. But I just don't know what marketing expenses she endured. Again, it's completely free to go live on TikTok or post Instagram videos about your sauce. Cost no money. I've been silenced and financially sabotaged. I'm a single mom and do everything for my kids. Right now, I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food on my own. My mom is on disability and has been giving us $20 just to get by on a daily basis. School is a few days away. I haven't been able to get my kids clothes or anything. I'm currently facing an eviction that has gone into default. The sheriffs can come to my door any day now. I need legal help. They're refusing to pay me the royalty that's owed to me. I don't know what else to do. I can't give up. I need help. Horrible story to hear. Assuming it's all true, that's awful. Sorry to hear that, Chef P. She got a big payday in order to just sign with Dave's Gourmet. How the fuck did it all fizzle up? Whoa, she wants 100K. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Wait, what? 921 raised of 100K goal. Holy shit. So after doing a little more super sleuthing in my intense investigation and research on this topic, I have come to the enlightening conclusion that this shit is not adding up. I still cannot figure out where all of the money went. I don't know how she ended up completely broke, allegedly. Like, I don't know how that happened, because from everything I've read here, she was no longer footing the bill for the production of pink sauce. It was now completely off of her plate, so that financial burden was eased thanks to the Dave Gourmet acquisition. And all of the marketing she was doing was Instagram posts and TikToks. That's free. That costs no money. So I don't know how she lost all of her money in this Dave's Gourmet deal. Now, I do have no doubt that there is a chance it was a very predatory, very shady, disgusting contract, because that does happen in the industry, across every industry. There's tons of evil corporations that are going to swoop in and try and take advantage of people that don't have a team behind them that'll advise them on, looking over the contract and all of that. And it seems like she didn't have anyone look over the contract. So maybe she did really get taken advantage of here and exploited by Dave's Gourmet.
but all of that would be off of the sauce itself, like off of its profits. I don't think that would come from her bank. Like, I don't see how Dave's Gourmet contract could somehow take money away from her. It would only just not be paying her what she's owed, which is something she does explicitly say, that Dave's Gourmet hasn't paid her what she's owed in the form of, like, the royalties from the profits of Pink Sauce. But I don't see how this could have, like, drained all of her finances and left her in such a desperate, sad position. Like, this is awful to read about. I just don't know how the contract could have done that, unless the contract is on, like, some next level evil shit where Chef P agreed to pay for everything involving Pink Sauce and Dave's Gourmet just put it in Walmart or something. But that'd be the worst contract of all time, and I don't think anyone would have ever signed that. So I don't think that's the case. It is important to note that Chef P does have a history of lying. She lied about everything in regards to Pink Sauce from the very beginning. She was lying out of her ass on the talk show, so a lot of people aren't really even believing a lot of what she's claiming here because of her history of lying about everything. So the whole situation is just horrible. And another thing worth consideration as a possibility is maybe Chef P is just a little off on how well Pink Sauce is performing. It has been a long time since anyone has given a shit about Pink Sauce. No one's fucking uttered a peep about Pink Sauce in like 8 months. And it was a product that was entirely hype-driven. People were curious and wanted to try it, and then they tried it. Maybe they got violently ill, perhaps, or just extremely scared to consume it. So obviously they're not going to try it again. So it being in Walmart doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to do well by default. It was always ever just a wacky product that people would try as a meme or just out of pure morbid curiosity. So I think there's a very good chance that Pink Sauce is just actually not selling at all, and Chef P thinks that it is and thinks that she's owed money that this Pink Sauce is just actually not making. So maybe Dave's Gourmet has no profits to even share with Chef P as part of their contract because everyone's lost interest in it. I don't know. This whole situation is very odd and peculiar, and I just wanted to go over it. So yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, but I've recently been on this quest to discover the worst dance moves the human body is capable of producing. And I've been doing a combination of researching already established horrible maneuvers and also cooking up my own. Now, the reason I look up some moves is to draw inspiration from them, so things like the classic Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, hot dog type dance, things like that. But those aren't really the moves that I'm proud of. The moves that I find great joy in are the moves that I myself create. I want to find the ultimate move that is so bad it's like the brown note, where you hear it and you shit. My move is you'd see it and you'd puke. It needs to be something that's so incomprehensibly fucking atrocious that it's like an SCP, where a single glance at me busting out this technique is enough to induce illness. So I've been making great strides in this department, at least I like to feel as though I have. I'll take you in the workshop real quick to show you a prototype that I've been crafting. So it's a combination move. So it starts with something I call the Babadook, and then it transitions into that move Taylor Swift does in the Delicate music video. So you get a wide stance hitting with this. You can even start to gallop with it if you want. And I think that one goes kind of hard. I've only used that once in public. I thought it was pretty solid, but the point of this video isn't just to showcase some bad moves I've been working on. It's to already admit defeat, because I think JoJo Siwa has created the worst possible moves so far, and I'm going to have to work extremely hard to somehow beat what she came up with. So I'm actually pretty upset, unironically pretty upset, that JoJo Siwa's Karma's a Bitch move, or whatever, is so bad. I was talking about it and kind of ranting on stream, so I'll just play the clip so you can see the dance. JoJo Siwa is a bad girl now. That's a really weird way of saying that, but yeah, JoJo Siwa was rebranded into, like, edgy, and you just reminded me. I saw a clip of her that someone made, which is a montage of her signature dance move for Karma's a Bitch, and it made me so jealous that I didn't think of this dance move first. It is one of the most revolting dance moves I've ever seen. I need to show you guys this. As you all know, I've been on a quest to find the ultimate worst dance moves the human body is capable of producing, but unfortunately, I think JoJo Siwa beat me. I don't know if I'll be able to make something as bad as this. And I'm actually pretty upset. Like, unironically, it makes me pretty upset, because I can't just take this from her. I don't want to get DMCA'd, so I can't turn on the music. But it like looks like an emote that you'd spam in RuneScape or something at, you know, fucking like Falador. It's so awful. And I didn't think of it. Hey man, she's a professional dancer. Well, I know, and that's how she was able to come up with this, no doubt. She took everything she learned about dancing and threw it out the window. Like, this is actual caveman glitching. Like, I've got some good ones, don't get me wrong, but I don't think any of my bad dance moves compete with this. Like, I used this at a club. Someone's probably calling the paramedics thinking I'm seizing. Please do the dance. I'm not gonna do the fucking dance. I didn't make it, so I'm not gonna do it. And she'd probably copyright strike me anyway. You must master this technique. No, it's not mine. Why would I do that? All of my bad dance moves are homebrews. Also, I'd probably fucking hurt myself on this, to be fair. Like, the way she throws her head like that, there's no way that's good for her neck. Bro thinks he created shuffling. That's not a bad dance move. Wait, what are you guys saying? Shuffling is a good dance move that I've been mastering. My bad dance move, like the where's my hug at? These, every time I do that, my knee pops. These are Charles White originals. When it comes to bad dance moves, I don't try and emulate. I innovate. So I'm not going to try and learn this. It's worthless. I think she just dances very aggressively. Well, yeah, she dances like she's fighting. I don't know. Like, I need to try and channel some energy like that and find something equally as bad, but I don't think I'll be able to. She's parrying. True. If you want an amazing dance, there's Elaine's dance from Seinfeld. What was Elaine's dance? I don't remember that one. No. This one's too self-aware bad. I need dance moves that are just shitty enough that it's convincing to people that think I'm trying to dance. This one's too clear. Like, the closest I get with bad dance moves to being, like, self-aware bad is I do this one sometimes at the club. Which is kind of like the old man boogie. So I'll do this one sometimes. But I wouldn't do something that obvious. Yeah, it's kind of like a pseudo jitterbug that I'll break out. The life alert shuffle. yeah, that's the one. You do the club penguin dance? If not, you should practice it and show us one day. I don't do the club penguin dance, but I do the Habbo Hotel sometimes. I don't really remember the Club Penguin one that well, but I like the Habbo Hotel one if the BPM's high enough at the club. I will say, when I do, like, actually dance, though, and, like, I'll bust out the shuffling sometime, there's one guy at one of the clubs I go to, and he's there pretty often, and I remember one time I was shuffling, and he's like, no, that's not how you do it. This is how you do it. And just went fucking ballistic. And I was really jealous because it was so hideous that I was blown away. And I really wanted him to teach me. I just didn't have the balls. I was just like, hey, thanks for showing me, man. How old was he? He was like probably mid-40s, I think, ish. He's no spring chicken. No, I'm still trying to innovate on more dance moves. I still stay in the lab cooking. And this is, I mean, admittedly has inspired me more to find even more creative dance moves, so. It's kind of like, I just keep thinking of things to compare it to. It's kind of like in the old PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy games after you complete a battle and it starts playing the music and all the characters have their own, like, celebration, but the frame rate's super low and the polys are all fucked up so it looks really jittery. He really did hit gold with this fucking trash move. It's really upsetting. That's a really good idea, actually, Davey. One of the more dog shit ideas that we've had, well, Aaron had it, and I thought it was so good. Aaron pitched the idea like a year ago of us just going to a mall and doing a flash mob. Like, the cringiest shit ever back when flash mobs were popular, just doing it like 12 years too late. And just composed entirely of Aaron and I's bad dance moves. Because Aaron is also a connoisseur of bad moves. So he does some wacky gyrations. So he has this one, which he really likes. So his idea was go to the mall and just do the worst flash mob of all time. but no one else wants to do it. So like Matt, Danny, Chase, everyone else shits on it, but I think it's so good. Like so good. But we can't just do it with me and Aaron. That'd be so much worse. Please remove this dance. You guys just don't understand what the body's capable of. That's just expert control. And you're just not ready for it. That's what dancing's all about. Negative Skivey. If you want to see a stupid dance, look up the Camp Rock dance. Camp Rock. I don't know, this one's too, like, robotic, I guess. This isn't one I can see myself doing. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'd probably just go for, like, a ham boning approach over that. Ham boning's usually pretty good for revolting moves. Your knees would sound like bubble wrap doing that? What, the Camp Rock? Why would my knees sound like... What? Why would my knees sound bad doing this? It's like barely even using these. I can do that. That's what they're doing, right? Something like that? I don't know. No one does it like Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal is like the JoJo Siwa of action movies. The greatest bad dance I've ever seen was the happiness audition dance. Okay, this is pretty good. Wait, this is pretty good. I might actually use this one. Okay, wait, this is too much for me now. Wait, it's too much. This isn't bad at all. It's like a full-blown exorcism. Wait a fucking minute, though. This is inspiring ideas. I'm following the Diddy case very closely. I think this is a super serious one that's up there with like the same level of Epstein almost. And in following the case so closely, where I have peepers on it at all times, I'm also following his lawyer pretty closely. So I've watched every interview that his lawyer has done. Good old Mark. A real patriot. The majority of what Mark says is just boilerplate standard lawyer lie speak, just a bunch of babble where, when confronted with questions, just basically deflects it or reshapes it. So if he's confronted with a question about the case, he will do his best to steer it differently. So in one interview, someone asked him point blank what he thinks about the video that shows Diddy beating the shit out of a woman. And he says, yeah, that's bad. He basically just says, like, it's not good, you know, beating women, boo, I'm not a fan of that. But we have to remember, he's not being indicted for beating women. Wow, Mark, checkmate. Right you are, we do need to keep that in mind. Surely this video evidence of P. Diddy beating the shit out of Cassie has nothing to do with anything else. You've nailed it there, Phoenix Wright. You're a real shining star, Mark. And that's kind of what he does. He'll take things, be like, oh yeah, no, beating women, not good. But that is not what he's indicted for. In fact, they're coming after him for sex trafficking. Can you believe it? What nonsense. It's ridiculous, and we're gonna prove it in court. We'll give him the razzle-dazzle, a little bit of that slam jam, thank you ma'am, and prove that P. Diddy is an innocent man. It's a bunch of fucking nothing. A giant nothing burger with the way Mark talks about it. I know he knows that P. Diddy is guilty, but he's about to get a fat paycheck for it. So there's not a whole lot I want to talk about when it comes to Mark's interviews or statements, but there are two interviews I want to show you and really talk about because they are beautiful. So Mark's been getting asked a lot about the baby oil. Mark has to defend so many awful, fucking heinous, and downright weird things for his client, and he has to defend all of them, mind you, which includes the fucking baby oil, and the way that he tries to defend it is so silly. He is a fucking amazing clown. So if, like, this whole lawyer thing doesn't work out for him, or if he wants to retire and just, like, do something on the side, this dude absolutely needs to get into, like, honking his nose professionally, because this shit is great.
They call them freak-offs. But, you know, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
I don't know where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, you know.
There's already so much to unpack there. He is trying, with a straight face, to say that the freak-off parties are just threesomes. Brother, open your eyes. There are videos from some of the freak-offs, and it's a lot different than what you're trying to paint it as here. That is just so disingenuous and delusional. I get that it's his job, but man, don't insult the intelligence of every human being on the planet. It's just one Google search away. You can see. It's not just threesomes, and Goober here is trying to pull the wool over your eyes by trying to convince you that it's just threesomes. Back in my day, we used to call that a threesome. Now all of a sudden it's a freak off or some shit. Like, what are you talking about? It's so dumb. But anyway, to the baby oil. He immediately tries to downplay it like, oh, it wasn't 1,000. Where'd that made-up number come from? That's a fucking fake news fib right there. And the interviewer's like, no, that came from the attorney. Like, no, that's the official statement. He's like, no, they must be lying. Surely they're lying about that.
And I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant for an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home.
You can see the cogs in his brain turning in real time as he starts to come to the realization that there is no way to try and justify or explain away 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That quantity is absurd, unfathomable even. And he starts to like break it down, and he starts to go like and argue against his client, like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil? That just doesn't make any sense. Who would possibly need that amount of baby oil? Do you know how much mileage you can get out of a single bottle? The best he could come up with is saying that since his houses are close to Costco, he's probably just buying it in bulk. I decided to look it up, just out of curiosity, what the biggest bundle of baby oil you could even buy in bulk is, and the biggest pack that I could find was 5. A 5-pack of baby oil. He would need 200 packs of that. Just picture that for a moment. Imagine stacking 200 packs of baby oil, 5 packs. If you stack them on top of each other, from bottom to top, it'll probably be about as high as a small office building. Like, that is crazy. And you're going to sit there in front of God and anime and try and make the claim that the freak-offs are just threesomes and the 1,000 bottles of baby oil is unrelated somehow, or used for threesomes. Like, Mark, please, brother, oh my God.
I mean, have you sat in a parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was, let's just say it's a lot, okay?
No, that's not okay, Mark. Why don't we use the actual U.S. Attorney's report on how much baby oil they confiscated from his property? You can't just wipe your ass and throw that number away because it makes your client look like an even bigger psychopath. You can't do that, Mark.
I've been with him since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's about almost 3 o'clock now. He's just laser focused. He's engaged. He's helpful. He's confident. You know, we're going through our defense as we do every day, and his spirits are relatively good.
Hey, Mark, I just want to say that information does not make me happy. I don't want to hear that P. Diddy is in good spirits. He shouldn't be. That guy is an absolute fiend. He's a villain. He is evil. I don't want to hear that he's in good spirits or having a positive outlook on things. I want to hear that he's fucking miserable, because that's what he deserves for what he's done for the last few fucking decades that he has been terrorizing the entire music industry and ruining lives. So, Mark, your reporting right there actually put a frown on my face. You know that? I want you to know that.
How do you explain the baby oil and the lubricants? 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was a lot. I mean, there's a Costco right down the street. You know, I think Americans buy in bulk, as we know. And you know, this is consensual adults doing what consensual adults do. You know, we can't get so puritanical in this country to think that somehow sex is a bad thing, because if it was, there'd be no more people.
He's really sticking to the Costco theory here. Just sit outside of Costco and look what people come out with. It's crazy stuff. I'm sure he's not the only person to walk out of Costco with 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That's definitely the normal thing that happens. And then he tries to put a spin on it that it was consensual adults engaging in sexual activities. Mark, one of the big things about the freak-offs is the non-consensual nature of some of the shit that P. Diddy would force the guests to do. It's like a crucial component of this. And I understand, like, he can't go out there and say anything like that, but the evidence is overwhelming.
So I just don't, I hate hearing lawyers speak about a case in a situation like this where the client they're defending is clearly guilty, because then you can just see the lies spilling out of their mouth, and it's just an awful thing to even just look at. But he then does try and put like that last little bow on it by saying like, oh, we can't be like this. We can't be all yucky about hearing about sex. It's important. Imagine if there wasn't sex, there'd be no more people. Whoa. Galaxy brain, Mark. Wow. I see why they pay you the big bucks. But yeah, I just wanted to show you these two interviews here because I love seeing Mark squirm when it comes to the baby oil statement and the baby oil line of questioning. It's really just so good to watch Mark try and tackle it. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Today the world gets a little bit brighter because The Idol is finally over. And boy howdy, I tell ya, the season finale is something special. An unbelievable disaster. This series is only 5 episodes long, but it delivers cringe that will last a lifetime. 5 episodes, and it feels like you get about as much story as reading 5 seconds of a Tumblr erotic fanfic. There is nothing of substance here, no message to be delivered, and the final episode is downright insulting. I think this season is up there with Game of Thrones Season 8 in terms of how much of a fucking catastrophe it is. The final episode here is an actual speedrun to just end the show as quickly as possible, because I guess the director Sam Levinson had already busted his nut and was just kind of done with the property. I'll dive into the meatballs of this spaghetti in just a moment with the finale here, but I just want to say, I am convinced now that my theory is correct. I believed that this whole show only existed because Sam Levinson is a sexual degenerate who made this show for his own pleasure, and the finale kind of confirms my hypothesis. The finale basically just ends abruptly without bothering to finish any plot lines or have a sensical conclusion whatsoever. Again, I'll get into it in a moment, but I honestly can't think of any other reason for this show's existence other than Sam Levinson having something to play the skin flute to. Like, there's nothing of value here, and legitimately everything in this show is sexual. There is not a single scene that goes by where Lily Rose Depp's character, Jocelyn, doesn't have her titties out. Even something as simple as going to the store looking for clothes has her with her ass cheeks clapping in the wind and nipple boobies just fucking flopping around, and then eventually getting raw dogged in the dressing room moaning for the entire store to hear. There is not a moment that goes by in this show that isn't just softcore pornography. It's baffling. It doesn't have a message. And it's not just Jocelyn, but she's the main character, and Sam uses her like just a portal to the honkers dimension. Even though she is actually an interesting character that could have had a really interesting story told about her, instead Sam just decided to focus on making the whole show just a countdown till her melons pop out. That's it. It is very much a show that seems to be only about the sex and nothing else, and also making The Weeknd a clown. I have a conspiracy theory that I think Sam Levinson secretly hates The Weeknd and convinced him to take this role just so people would make fun of him for it. So they wrote the goofiest, most over-the-top, embarrassing character ever, and Sam convinced The Weeknd that it was a good idea. Because I don't understand how he even signed up for this role. It is genuinely embarrassing. The Idol is one of those rare circumstances where it doesn't have a single fan. Pretty much everything ever will at least have a couple of people pumping their fists defending it from people that didn't like it, but not The Idol. The only group of people I've seen defending The Idol are actual porn-addicted coomers and not much else. And them ejaculating over the show I wouldn't exactly call a great defense for the show being good. And that's really it. And I understand why, like, that's the only people stepping forward to go to bat for the show, because that's really all the show is. It really does kind of boil down to, well, looked like it was just softcore pornography after all, and there was no real story here. This is one of just the very exceptionally rare circumstances where pretty much everyone comes together to dislike the same thing equally. So I guess The Idol works in that regard. It's like a unifying moment for everyone on the planet to laugh at this fucking abomination. But now, let's get into the finale. So I've made a video going over pretty much everything up till this point, so I'm not just going to recap everything, but let's just look at the finale and all of the sins that it commits. It pretty much just changes everything,
and abandons every plot point that it's built up over the season. Not that there's very many of those to begin with. But they do like a 6 weeks into the future thing, and every single character is completely different now. Everything has changed, and they just kind of fill you in a little bit on what's happened, which I think is always such a lazy cop-out, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Between episodes 4 and 5, we saw that Jocelyn fucked her ex to get back at Tedros for manipulating her. That was her ultimate revenge, and Tedros was outside of her room drinking and crying, listening to her cheeks get clapped. So that's kind of where episode 4 wrapped up, and episode 5 picks up with him in like a coke-induced trance. He's basically just a fucking lobotomite wandering around, like short-circuiting because he's on so much coke and so goddamn loaded. But eventually he hatched a plan where Xander took a picture of Rob with one of Tedros's girls in the cult, and then posted a story that Rob had raped her. So episode 5 starts off with Jocelyn's best friend learning that Rob is being accused of rape because Xander framed Rob for Tedros. And Jocelyn figures this out and tries kicking Tedros out of the house. She's very mad. She keeps trying to get him out of the house because she's been manipulated and she's had a complete 180 on everything here. She's finally seeing the truth. So she wants him out. But she doesn't get mad at Xander, who legitimately did this. Like, while he was just a marionette on the strings for the puppet master Tedros to control, Xander still knew full well what the plan was. To get Rob, out of the picture here for Tedros, and accused him of rape, which cost him his entire career. And for some reason, Jocelyn doesn't care about Xander doing that. In fact, Jocelyn still makes Xander one of the headline opening acts for her, which is an interesting play from the chess master Jocelyn here. But episode 5 basically is a completely different person than the entire series has ever shown us, and it happens like that. Like, all of a sudden, they just wrote a totally different character and just put Jocelyn's name on it. Because now, all of a sudden, she's taken control, and she's kicking Tedros out, which is good. Like, it's about time. She's opened up to the scam and hates Tedros, getting Tedros out of there, but she's taking all of Tedros's extremely talented singers and putting them in her show. But then there's like this, half the episode is spent with all of those singers performing, and it goes on for way too fucking long. They're performing in front of all the music industry executives, and they're like, oh, this is mind-blowing. I've never heard someone sing notes like that. Oh my God, the Lord has come down and blessed us for this performance. You're all hired. We're doing it big, baby. And that's like half the episode, so it drags on for so long. But during these performances, there's a scene where the older lady is talking to Tedros, and she's like, I know Jocelyn didn't do this. This is you, Tedros, didn't you? And she's like fucking slapping him awake because he's fading into the shadow realm from being so high. And he's like, yeah, no, this was me. And she's like, okay, well, you and I need to work together because this is real talent. You found them. And then actually 3 minutes later, she just fucking hates Tedros. She's like, yeah, he's such a fucking weird loser. Tedros sucks. And then helps to ruin his entire life because he is a bad guy. Eventually, once Jocelyn gives them the okay, they run a big piece exposing Tedros as like a former pimp who went to jail for a lot of heinous shit. And that lady who actually 3 minutes ago wanted to help Tedros and work with Tedros and not Jocelyn apparently was integral to helping that come to play. Why and how? This is what I'm saying. They set up these things in the episode too, and then just forget that it ever happened and pretend that it never did. Like, it doesn't follow any plot lines to its conclusion. It just leaves them and forgets. Another one. Jocelyn's best friend has been hyped up across the entire series as the only person seeing through Tedros' scam, seeing him for the evil person that he is. And in this episode, she's happy to see Jocelyn finally learning that too, but she still kind of gets left in the dust by Jocelyn, who doesn't really like communicate super well with her. And she just leaves, and she's never heard from again. Like, they don't even like address what happened. She just vanishes, and like out of nowhere. She leaves a note on Jocelyn's bed, and unless I've been like neuralized by the Men in Black, they never even show what the note was or even hint at what it could be. She just is gone. Like, actually just left this corporeal dimension out of nowhere without doing anything. So her entire existence in the show was meaningless. She did nothing by the end. Nothing that she did contributed to anything. It's actually just shocking. Like, me explaining this episode sounds like the ravings of a mad lunatic. But this is actually how the episode plays out. It is nonsensical, convoluted, messy, stinky, repulsive. Like, it's awful. Everything that could go wrong with a single finale went wrong with this one. It's an absolute disaster by all definitions. It just really feels like Sam was in his refractory period. Post-nut clarity, he's like, damn, I really didn't make a good show here. Let's just end it. Because originally, this show was pitched as 6 episodes. But then they, like, cut it down to 5, I guess, and then are trying to pretend like, no, that never happened. That's the Mandela effect. It's always been 5 episodes. And it's like, no shot. I just watched the finale, and there's no way you meant for it to be 5 episodes. Because it feels like an entire episode is missing. There is so much development that must have happened off screen in between these, like, fucking fever dream cuts of an episode. Like, there had to be something that explained it. Something that developed the characters there at some point, and it's not here. So they, like, loosely cut together something that resembled a plot, but not really. It's fucking terrible. You remember how I mentioned in, like, episode 2, or, like, where the backup dancer for Jocelyn was stabbing her in the back? The music industry executives are like, Jocelyn's backup dancer can sing and dance really well. Let's give her Jocelyn songs since Jocelyn's going through such a weird period in her life. And they were hyping that up like it was going to be the biggest plot point. Like, oh my god, she's now getting betrayed by people that she thought she could trust. And it turns out that that lady's working with Tedros. What's going to come from this? Spoiler alert, fucking nothing. In this finale, they sit that girl down again and they say, hey, we changed our mind. You can't have Jocelyn's song anymore. And then they send her on her way. They just say, scram, get out of here. It's like actually a 1-minute scene, maybe 5 sentences, and that's it. They just wrote that entire thing out, and you never see that character again for the rest of the episode. It even had the gall to try and be deep for a moment, where Tedros gets pulled aside by Jocelyn's manager, and he's telling the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and they're doing like cuts to Jocelyn, like, she's Little Red Riding Hood. And he's like, do you know what happened to the big bad wolf? He got fucking gutted by the hunter, and I'm the hunter. And then he like tries to pay him off to get out of Jocelyn's life, which Tedros doesn't accept. So then they print the piece about how he's a pimp and a horrible person, which ruins his entire life, basically. And then Jocelyn goes to her tour 6 weeks later because they do a time jump, and she's wearing a red hood, thus going forward with the Little Red Riding Hood story that her manager told earlier. But it's so goofy and pretentious because that story had no bearing on anything. Like, it didn't actually make any sense in the context of the show. It tried so hard to be deep, and I can already just picture the think tank at the Idol HQ, the writing room, filled with cigar smoke and fucking soiled trousers from constantly ejaculating about the amount of sex that they're writing in the show. And they're like, we need something real profound, real deep. They hit another line. What about Little Red Riding Hood? Genius! Oh my god, Sam, genius! Print it, write it down, quick, quick! But it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense in the show at all. It falls so flat. It's like they really thought that this would be like a statement piece, like the Idol would be remembered for this Little Red Riding Hood moment. But all it was so laughably pathetic. So pathetic. But by far the biggest crime the finale commits is its last 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes have to be some of the worst in all of televised history. So basically, Tedros' career gets ruined, right? So everything gets shut down. They expose him for being a pimp and holding a woman hostage, going to prison for 6 years for awful crimes. And then Jocelyn's on tour. She's about to perform, and Tedros shows up at the ticket booth asking if he has any tickets, not really expecting much because Jocelyn, said, fuck you, get out of my life, I hate you, we're done. But he still decided just to try. And it turns out Jocelyn did leave him tickets. So Tedros takes the tickets, goes to see Jocelyn in the dressing room, and then she's, taken back control. Now she's the authority figure. And this is supposed to show the development how she's no longer like, a puppet or putty in the hands of Tedros. But it actually still feels like that's the same thing because she can't live without him, which she makes pretty clear. He is the love of her life. And she makes that very clear to him. So it seems like the power was still on Tedros' side, so they didn't even tell the story of Jocelyn getting out from a manipulative, abusive situation and getting out of a fucking cult. It had her going right back in the very end. And it even had a deplorable scene where Tedros picks up the hairbrush that Jocelyn talked about her mom abusing her with. There was a very, uncomfortable scene from like episode 3 where she opens up about how her mom used to abuse her in order to push her to make the best possible music. And Tedros is like, give me that hairbrush. And then he starts beating the shit out of her with the hairbrush to try and help her realize her potential. So Tedros is in the dressing room here in the finale. He sees that brush and he's like, this is the hairbrush your mom abused you with, right? And she says, yeah. And then he turns it over and he's like, but it's new. And then she just looks at him back in the mirror. I'm not even making that up. That's a real scene here. And then she goes on stage and all of the music execs are celebrating like Tedros is finally out of the picture. This awful person is finally gone. And Jocelyn goes on stage and says, Tedros, come out here. And then she just makes out with him in front of the entire stadium, who now knows that this guy is a pimp, like all kinds of horrible things about him, and calls him the love of her life and that he's hers forever, and then instructs him just to go watch backstage. I couldn't have envisioned a worse ending for this show. I mean that. It accomplishes nothing. It doesn't deliver any message at all. And in fact, the only semblance of a message that it does deliver is a very disgusting one. Jocelyn never breaks free from the mind control spell of Tedros. She is still under the complete control of the sexual shaman here, where she can't live without him. And he is still legitimately a horrible person who, from the very beginning, was manipulating her. And she still invites him openly back into her life to share the spotlight with her. It's just baffling. If they wanted to write it where it's like a complete flip, where Jocelyn's the one in control now, then they really missed the mark. Like, dreadfully. She did have a moment where, like, she is the authority figure and kicks Tedros out, but then they don't commit to it and just bring Tedros back. And he hasn't changed. There is no development for Tedros. From the very beginning, he hasn't fucking changed at all as a character. It's so weird. And I haven't even covered all of it. This is probably only half of like the plot points that don't make any sense or the plot lines that they just forgot about or abandoned. It's just truly awful. The Idol is, without a doubt, one of the worst shows they've ever really made. And I know that's like a big claim to make, but I'm talking on a big budget scale. Of course, there's like, really low budget shit that just gets, vomited out on like a direct to DVD, season, or on some TV channel like CW pumps out awful seasons of shit all the time. But as far as big budget and like big name shows go, I think this is the worst. 5 episodes of nothing worthwhile at all. Nothing even remotely coming close to even resembling something of value. It's horrible. The only audience that could ever really appreciate it is just people that are there to watch porn, basically. That's it. That's the whole show. It's so bad. But yeah, I mean, I finished it. The season's over, which is nice. Now we don't have any more of the Idol, which is a good thing. I don't think they're getting a season 2. That's for damn sure. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to kind of just, for my own sanity, just rant and vent about what I just watched here. That's really about it. So yeah. Disney Adult. If that didn't just jump scare you and send a shiver down your spine, then you've either never heard of a Disney Adult, never met one, or you're not human. Because you should be afraid. Very afraid. Now, of course, not all Disney adults are built the same. There's different levels of it. I'm talking about the most extreme level of completely obsessed to the point where it becomes their entire life and identity. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being a fan of Disney products as an adult. I like a lot of Disney things. But there's a big difference between greaseball, goofball, goblin man Charles and a Disney adult that's willing to uproot their entire life just to be closer to the theme parks in order to go every single day. You may think that this is some kind of crazy exaggeration that doesn't happen, but it does. More often than you think. There are a large number of seemingly totally normal people that for some reason have been completely brainwashed and perpetually spend a large chunk of their paycheck consuming Disney products or just going to Disney properties way more often than any reasonable person should. It's so weird. And Disney knows this, which is why they've now recently announced that they're building their own community, their own neighborhood, basically, for Disney adults to go live together and be part of the Disney family forever. Even just the marketing material give me the heebie-jeebies, saying that this is going to be the best chapter of your life, like forever. I don't know, that's eerie sounding. Visiting a Disney neighborhood sounds worse than visiting hell. At least the demons and devils in hell aren't pretending to be something they're not. Because Disney is an evil corporation. I don't care how you spin it, no matter how big of a fan you are of Disney properties. Disney as a corporation is one of the greediest, shadiest, and just downright deplorable companies there is in the world. For a company that's supposed to be all about magic and being the happiest place on earth, the only time Disney seems to be at its happiest is when they're magically face-fucking you with their insatiable gluttony to shake you down for all of your lunch money and keep you perpetually suckling on their teat, consuming only their milk. It is a scary company. I'm not here to really get into the weeds of all of the awful things Disney has done since its inception, but I do want to get into the weeds of the neighborhood here because I find this to just be like a dystopian idea where corporations like Disney are going to start building their own communities. In my opinion, it's just an alarming idea. But anyway, the first one from Disney here is being pitched as story living, and there's no information on pricing that I can find at the moment, but since it's Disney, you can bet your sweet bippy it's going to be overpriced. You'll be paying 7 figures for a 1-bed, 1-bath, 400 square foot crack shack without a driveway, because in the Disney neighborhood, you use magic to get around or some shit. Like, you're gonna overpay for your property in the Disney neighborhood, I imagine. But one thing that really stands out to me is in the pitch here, they have this legendary service notice where it says, at Cotino Community, which is the first part of Story Living, cast members will strive to deliver the same friendly Disney service you've come to expect. This was super odd to me. What do you mean cast members? It's a neighborhood, right? I've lived in neighborhood communities my entire life, and I've never seen NPCs wandering around checking in on me, making sure I'm abiding by rules and regulations, asking me questions. This sounds more like spies. And the whole idea of this neighborhood is actually bigger than I thought it was. It's not just a residential community. This is basically a place that they're building for people to go to die. In addition to having housing from Disney, the community is seemingly isolated from the rest of the world, just locked into this one fucking dimension over here, like where Squidward went to be all alone, but this time it's only for the most obsessed Disney fans. So you would have property in the community, and the community itself also has stores and restaurants and like activities and events all held within that neighborhood, as well as like a beach that you have to pay for access to as well, even as a community member. So it really feels like this is where people would go and then not leave. That's the design of it, because why would they? Everything they need is there, and it's all Disney approved, and you love Disney, so why not just go spend your entire life here and make sure you empty out your piggy bank the entire way before you shed the mortal coil? They have like a proposed 55 and older only community as well. So to me, it really just seems like they're trying to build the one-stop shop for Disney adults to go to die. Like, spend the rest of their life, spend all of their money on Disney and Disney only, so that way it doesn't go elsewhere, so that way they can have it all. And it's just so weird. I think it's such a fucking weird idea. So I went over it a little more on stream last night. I'll show you a couple clips of that before hopping back in for a bit more analysis. Have you heard about the city Disney is building called Story Living? Talking about the Disney neighborhood? That's got to be the worst place on earth. This place would be absolutely miserable to live. Imagine being in a Disney-only community. Have their own police force. The HOA would go crazy. Smiles mandatory. If not, you get executed in the town square. I wonder if you're allowed to have Netflix there. Oh, no chance. That'd be a crime punishable by death in Disney Story Living or whatever. The housing's too expensive. No one's going to buy these. You don't know Disney adults. Disney adults will actually trample each other just for the chance of living in a Disney neighborhood.
Touched the hearts and minds of people around the world for nearly 100 years.
Okay, and stop sucking your own dick. Just show me the neighborhood.
By our world-class Disney cast. As Imagineers, story is at the heart of
I still think it's so cute they call themselves Imagineers.
Places to life, to immerse you into
This exciting new venture will enhance, extend, and strengthen the Disney brand by allowing us to bring the magic of Disney to places you may never have expected.
Surveillance. We enhance the Disney brand by spying on you. We own you. You live in our neighborhoods and you are literally our property.
Community is something truly special.
We're exploring
Nightmarish
a variety of
is the word I'd
locations in
use.
the U.S. for our story living by Disney here in the community of Rancho Mirage. Just
Is this like
outside of Palm Springs,
WandaVision?
California.
Kind of.
And I'm excited to
But
announce that
worse.
our first Story Living by Disney community will be located in experienced home builders at each site who contribute their talents and expertise to each community.
But yeah, that's the gist of it. It's not really like Celebration. This is legitimately a Disney neighborhood. And I imagine those houses are going to come pre-built with some kind of surveillance or data harvesting program. Charles, I noticed at approximately 8:45 p.m. this evening you weren't smiling. Is something the matter? Do we need to have you re-educated? Be happy or else. It's not even so much about be happy. It's more consume forever. Consume or else. Do we need to send the Imagine police to have a talk with you? Oh, the police won't be imaginary. Those aren't Imagineers in uniform, I'll tell you what. Disney's absolutely going to have like a paramilitary force. They are going to lock this shit down. You can get in, but not out. No, you can get out too the second you can't afford to live there anymore. Or if you make the mistake of trying to download a competing streaming service. Contraband at the Disney neighborhoods is going to be like smuggling in a DVD of like Boss Baby or something. An animation that's not Disney. Disney wants to own human souls themselves. At least the Disney adults will all be in one place so we can avoid them. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of like a quarantine zone for like the most brainwashed Disney adults, I suppose. And actually, I do wonder if they'd even be allowed access to the rest of the internet. I really imagine this Disney neighborhood being complete lock and key. Like, your days are designed for you. You're restricted access to a bunch of different things. Yeah, it'd probably just be like an intranet for the neighborhood. Because, I mean, if they give you unrestricted access to the internet, you could be leaving a negative review about the housing situation. You could be saying less than favorable things, and they can't have that. You should go there when built. Man, fuck that. That'd be going to like a Scientology church. That's scary. Let's go ahead and play around a little bit here, because I don't exactly know how this neighborhood's going to go, but knowing Disney, I think this could end up being like one of the most outrageously strict places on the planet. I really feel there's a non-zero chance that they will outright forbid anything that's not Disney or Disney adjacent. Like, they won't have direct competition. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't even Amazon Prime packages into your Disney neighborhood house. Like, they probably would just turn them away at the door or something. You can only order through Disney pre-approved services. I really think that that's not out of the realm of possibility, because it seems like they're going to really own this neighborhood. Everything is going to be Disney related. Like I said, the cast members thing really throws me for a wild loop, because that just seems like actual simulation cult shit to a certain degree, where you will be monitored. Like, it seems like it's going to be constant surveillance from the cast members on their community. I also do think there's a non-zero chance that there will be some expectations on their residents as part of like an HOA agreement where they'll attend Disney events or Disney hosted celebrations within the community and shit like that in order to get them active in the community or something, and they'll probably spin it as like, you gotta really embrace the magic. You're living in the Disney neighborhood, damn it, so come to all of our events. Why are you here if you don't want to be? You know, get over here, come to the events, in order to try and get them on the hook to start spending more money on Disney-related shit and continue the brainwashing. If you're already living in the Disney neighborhood, if you paid to be there, you're already pretty brainwashed, but this is like another level. This is a completely different level where you are just completely submerged in Disney and Disney only, cut off from the rest of the world. Also, worth noting real quick, Disney has tried something similar before with a place called Celebration, which is like, it's pretty similar to what they're pitching here with Story Living by Disney, but it completely failed. Celebration completely failed. It was a disaster for them, and I think they no longer have Celebration as like a Disney thing anymore. I'm not entirely sure, it's all kind of messy, but it was a failure on Disney's part to do this in the past, but they're trying again. They're saying, you know what? What about Second Breakfast? That was so good, I want to try it a second time. And they're going with story living this time. But they've broadened the scope, and they want to create all of these amenities for the neighborhood. And to me, it all just seems like control. Like, they just want to control all of your spending, then make sure it all goes back into Disney's pockets. This shit is scary. Also, I read something from Celebration back when it was still Disney's, where apparently the HOA was so fucking evil that they had some kind of clause where they could legally tell you that you have to get rid of your pets if they're deemed a nuisance or something. I only read a little bit about that from Google, so take that with a grain of salt. That could be all anecdotal and completely incorrect. But I wouldn't be surprised if Disney really did have something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised to have something like that in Story Living by Disney when they do build this. I really do think it'll probably be one of the most awful places to live. Truly. Even as like a Disney adult, if you're a huge fan of Disney, I think living there would make you fucking hate Disney too. But yeah, anyway, I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. If you've been on Twitter within the last 12 hours, you've already heard the massive news. Leafy is Here is banned from YouTube. If Jesus Christ resurrected today, that would only be a side story, second place behind Leafy is Here's termination. The response to the news has been split. There's a lot of people celebrating it as if their favorite football team just won the Super Bowl, and then there's people absolutely in fucking ruins, burning down their local high schools, refusing to eat, hunger strikes. I'm sure someone's gonna set themselves on fire like that monk a long time ago in protest. Shit has been absolutely wild. So let's peel apart these ass cheeks here and really dive in. So, in a nutshell, he was banned for bullying and targeted harassment. I think that's what they got him with. I think that's what they slapped him around with. I'm not entirely sure, but from everything I've read, that's what the charges against him were in the court of YouTube. So first of all, I don't think any content creators should be celebrating Leafy's channel termination. Even if you absolutely hate Leafy, hate everything about him, have wet dreams where he's being sent away to jail for life in an isolation chamber, you still shouldn't be happy that he got banned this way, because to my understanding, he had 0 strikes on his count before it was completely just fucking eradicated from existence. And if it can happen to a 5 million subscriber channel, it can happen to any channel. Happened overnight. Like the fucking Tooth Fairy came in out of nowhere and just snatched his soul, his YouTube soul away, and had no priors. That should be scary to anyone that makes content on the internet, I would say. But I do disagree that this sets a precedent. I would argue this precedent got set a year ago, with Gokanaru's video on H3H3 getting taken down for the same reason Leafy just lost his channel: targeted harassment, bullying, threats. And then it happened again with Ian's content cop on Leafy: targeted harassment, bullying, threats, taken down. Neither of those got reinstated. Those stayed down. I would say that's when the precedent was set. YouTube showed that it's kind of Weenie Hut Jr. when it comes to anything it views as a potential targeted harassment campaign or threat against a creator. Now, to be fair, I understand this is a bit of a special case with Leafy in particular, because he made 12 fucking videos milking Pokimane. I don't mean like actually like grabbing on her nipples and like milking her, lactating. I mean, he milked this fucking controversy that he started on Pokimane. He had 12 videos insulting Pokimane in the title, laughing at her in the title, using degrading thumbnails to insult her. And I understand the content of all 12 of those videos wasn't solely focused on Pokimane. They were mainly like financial rants and shit like that. But still, having 12 videos all insulting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube. And to be fair, that's literally textbook harassment. Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Only 3 videos that I can remember, I can't double check, but I think I remember it was only 3 videos in 2 months weren't talking shit on Pokimane in the title and thumbnail. So I think it's pretty obvious why YouTube viewed that as a harassment campaign. But what's surprising to me, and probably everyone else, is the fact that they didn't issue just 1 strike for this whole ordeal, the whole Pokimane thing. They issued individual strikes for each offense. And even if they only used half of his Pokimane videos, that's still 6 strikes all at once. If they used a third, that's 4 strikes. If they used a fourth, that's 3 strikes. All of them terminate his account. And that's pretty fucking wild. He went so far above and beyond the norm when it comes to milking internet drama that he made it impossible for himself to survive this new harassment policy they implemented. Now, do I think he's going to get his YouTube account back? I really have no idea. It's impossible to know for sure, but one thing I can say for sure is a lot of these commentary channels and just general audience are pretty fucking stupid. There's a lot of people accusing Pokimane and Ethan of getting Leafy's channel taken down. Ethan because he had a recent animation in one of Leafy's videos where Ethan's wife kills herself by jumping off a cliff or something, which again falls into that category of the threats thing that YouTube doesn't like, that they got Gokanaru for.
But I can tell you right now, Pokimane and Ethan had absolutely no fucking hand in that whatsoever. Now, I'm not their lawyer or anything, I'm not going to be like their Saul Goodman or anything, but I can say with a high level of certainty that there is not a single YouTube creator, not T-Series, not PewDiePie, that can go to YouTube and tell them how to enforce rules on their platform. They don't take any of that seriously. There is nobody that can go to YouTube and say, I want action taken against this and that, and YouTube would listen. That just doesn't happen. And I can say that with confidence because with our company, Human Media Group, we actually have a direct line to YouTube now. And, you know, like my boy George, I've been curious, I've been inquisitive, I've been asking, like, some actual shit that I've wanted to know for a long time to unravel the mystery of YouTube. And one thing I've learned is they don't give a fuck what a creator says to them. They want to stay as hands off of things on their platform as possible. So, if Ethan or Pokimane really did have a problem with all of Leafy's content, they would have to go through proper legal channels through a lawyer to have any action taken on YouTube's part, where it'd have to be an official document, lawyer, from court, everything that tells them it has to be taken down or the channel has to go online. YouTube would not do that on their own because of a legal nightmare. And I totally believe that because YouTube's a pretty soulless corporation. They're not going to really give a fuck who's coming at them asking them to take down or, you know, be the hall monitor for YouTube drama. They don't give a fuck about that. They want to stay everything as hands-off as possible and as automated as possible. So I'm pretty confident when I say no YouTube content creator has ever had a role to play in a channel being taken down like LeafyIsHere unless it was through proper legal means and like a lawsuit, which I don't think happened overnight. You might as well just start accusing the Boogeyman of being the one that took down Leafy or Slenderman or something. It'd make about as much sense as saying Ethan or Pokimane had that power. Now, just to kind of circle back on why I think content creators are dumb to celebrate Leafy's termination, well, it's because, yeah, while Leafy's was a pretty extreme case where there was so many videos targeting one person, the fact that YouTube took action this quickly without warning is a scary thing to see going forward because maybe the definition of harassment starts to get a little more vague and a little more blurred and you don't really know what starts to classify as harassment or targeted threats or bullying or whatever, and that's when it becomes very muddy. There needs to be very clear rules and clear action taken with transparency so that way you can avoid something like Leafy's ban being possibly the gateway to banning a whole lot of other shit that's a lot more innocent and not as on the nose as, you know, fucking more than 10 videos on something, you know what I mean? Now, do I think his channel needed to be taken down? No, I don't think so. I never support censorship in any of its forms. I think you guys know that about me. I think that's just a super fucking slippery slope. Once you start censoring things, it's stupid to think that it's only going to be used against things you don't like. Everything can be subject to the same treatment, even the innocent shit. It's just a very bad thing going forward. So I don't think his channel needed to be taken down. I'm not a big fan of Leafy's content either. I'm not looking for fucking financial advice or to see the same drama stretched out over 2 months. So I'm not a huge fan of his content, but I don't like to see a channel banned like that. Now, I do understand YouTube has a rule on harassment, and you can argue he broke that rule, so that should have been a strike. But I don't think it should have been a strike for each instance of the potential rule break. It should have been one strike for that entire thing, and maybe give him a warning like, look, this is harassment, don't do it again going forward, you know? You know, hit the brakes a little bit. But that didn't happen. You see, you could extend this harassment here to pretty much every late night TV host. A reoccurring theme in late night hosts is insulting Donald Trump. Couldn't you make that same argument that they target Donald Trump just the same way Leafy did for Pokimane? And they've done a lot more than just 12 segments shitting on him. That could realistically apply to the harassment rule, right? But you wouldn't want to see the late night shit taken down for that reason. You might want to see it taken down because the hosts are really fucking boring these days and the content of the late night shows is terrible, but you wouldn't want to see it taken down because they make a bunch of jokes about somebody. That's just a dangerous thing. That's a very dangerous thing. I just don't understand how content creators of all people can't see why that's dangerous for them as a fucking content creator, because it's so vague you don't know how it's going to be enforced going forward. You don't know where it's going to lead, and I just think it's very silly to celebrate something like that, even if you fucking hate Leafy. So yeah, really, that's just about it. Just wanted to answer all these questions because I've already been getting a ton of them, and I figured might as well just talk about it as soon as possible before I just get flooded by more questions to talk about it. So that's about it. So yeah. I'm about to scare every mainstream media outlet with one single word. Gamer. That word is the boogeyman to so many outlets. Gaming is a hobby that's been put in the crosshairs of mainstream media for decades now. They treat gaming like the devil, the root of all evil. It takes the blame for everything that goes wrong. If anything bad happens in the world, mainstream media does their absolute best to tie it into gaming in some way. If some guy commits some atrocities, they'll bring up like his Steam account and be like, well, we saw all the signs there because he once played Sims 3, so we knew that this was inevitable. This has been a trend that's been going on for a long, long time and shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only speeding up. They're putting more coals in this train and they're driving it right off the fucking tracks here. They're going super hard on attacking gaming for everything that goes wrong in the world. And recently a YouTuber named The Act Man made a great journey through time looking at some of mainstream media's finest pieces on gaming. So I just wanted to share some of their highlight montage here with their best takes in gaming. I'll put a link to Actman's video in the description so that way you can see all of the stories, because, wow, they're really something special. Oh, will gaming kill you? I imagine this is going to be talking about this recent fascination with obsession and blaming the subjects of obsession as opposed to the actual underlying cause of the addiction. That would be my guess. There's this recent trend, and it's not just gaming, where things that become a subject of addiction, which is literally anything, food, porn, games, any of it, instead of like talking about addiction itself, it's about these things should be banned because people get addicted to it. It's so weird. We've regressed so fucking much.
Over the years, is Fortnite too addictive? How many games put your kids at risk of pedophiles? There's a lot of fun questions for us to answer.
Now, when I
the answer is
launched
Roblox.
my investigation,
your odds of encountering a pedophile in a video game are exponentially higher on Roblox than anything else. That shit seems like almost commonplace with how often that happens there.
Across the country, and kids have no say as to what some of these characters say to them. For example, this character could be the man in California police are warning about tonight that asked for images from Missouri children.
What the fuck? Wait, whoa, Tortimer! You bastard! I thought it was weird in Animal Crossing he kept asking for pictures of my nutsack. God damn it! Did we finally catch him? Is he behind bars? In a supermax cell? Son of a bitch! He infiltrated the cyberspace.
Could be. It could be or it could be the fucking goose on the left. Could also
he could be
her.
anywhere.
and kids have no say as to what some of these characters might say to them. For example, this could be the man police are warning about tonight who asked for pictures from Cyrodiil children.
I cannot come up with any legitimate reason that an adult would be playing that particular game.
No reason for an adult to play Animal Crossing. Only bad reasons.
Well, you know what? That's where Sheriff Popeye and I are going to have to agree. I can't think of a single reason any adult would be playing Animal Crossing. Especially when better games exist. Like Fortnite. Yeah. He's actually making good points now.
Crime alert. We abuse.
Anderson says it is going to take
This is
parents
hype.
paying attention to keep this problem from exploding.
Oh, you don't say. Having parents pay attention to their children and what they're doing. How dare you even suggest parenting in the modern age? You absolute harlot. You're telling people to be parents? No. That makes no sense. Just give them an iPad and unlimited access to everything online and then get mad when they find something they're not supposed to find. That's parenting. That's real parenting.
When really all it comes back to is just parents knowing what the fuck their kids are doing.
Now, right now, we know that only 3 children have been reported as being involved in this. Anderson says this is not a reason to be paranoid, but is something to be aware of.
While it's not a reason to be paranoid, we are
Involved
still
in
going
what?
to produce a new...
Involved in sending photographs to Tortimer in Animal Crossing? Is Tortimer not just an NPC? I'm pretty sure it is. Who are they sending it to? Nintendo headquarters? What are they involved in? I need to look up Tortimer. Is he in jail? That slimy son of a bitch. Tortimer is an elderly tortoise. He's a fucking NPC. He's the mayor in the town the player moves to. Who the fuck? What are they involved in?
is going to redefine portable handheld gaming the way iPod is redefining music.
Well, stop the music, because it's also redefining how vulnerable your kids are to child molesters.
God! How? Explain to me how you arrived at this point.
What do you mean? We just watched about how Tortimer from Animal Crossing was soliciting nude photos of minors through Animal Crossing. Are you not paying any attention at all, Act Man? He's in the mainframe. He's in their hands right now.
Nintendo DS comes with a feature called PictoChat.
PictoChat? PictoChat?
Well, let me explain. You open the DS
Oh, he
unit,
actually takes
you
a dick
turn it
pic on cam?
You push PictoChat, and your DS unit is an open book.
Oh my goodness. Then there's no safeguards in place in order to stop you from sending a nude photo of yourself. And he just pulls down his pants and like actually goatsies. And look what I've done with PictoChat. Now I will fall victim to a bad actor on the DS.
Here's an example of what can happen. With Melanie and Marissa upstairs in the bedroom, I was downstairs sending them messages.
PictoChat. Oh, I don't know shit about it. PictoChat only works within 100 feet. You just gave me like a crazy idea for a horror movie that I don't know if it exists or not. Imagine you and your family, you're out, you know, in the middle of nowhere. This cabin in the woods, it's an escape retreat. Very cliche, very tropey. But your kid's got the PictoChat. And he's you know, you're sending dick pics, or, sorry. You're sending the drawn penises to your siblings, you're giggling about it, and then all of a sudden, a new PictoChat player pops up within 100 feet. He's in the radius. He's in the house. And then it's a game of cat and mouse. They have to use PictoChat to track down the pedophile, the killer. That'd be hype. That'd be a movie.
What's your dog's name? What's your name? Where do you go to school? Where do you live?
Fucking creep. Where do you live?
What are you buying? Where do you live?
In this house that I'm messaging you in?
Marissa's mom was watching as Melanie and Marissa answered my questions, and she didn't like what she saw.
Melanie reading the address. West 2.
Wait, it's the news anchor downstairs. Your kids know he's there. There's cameras in their face. What do you mean you don't like what they saw? He's fucking on your staircase right now. What are you talking about? This is weird. The news anchor's wondering where I live, but he's literally sitting on my staircase. I mean, maybe he has like some kind of memory issue. Okay, I mean, I'll send it.
Granted, the girls knew it was me sending the messages, but they'd only met me minutes before.
And I could have been a child molester.
And remember Marissa chatting with her friend in the other car? That means a molester driving along could see your child in the back seat and start sending messages while you're in the front seat, totally oblivious to what's happening.
Holy shit!
God. Who the fuck is driving and like trying to join PictoChat lobbies? The logistics of that alone. It make my head spin.
Well, a Colorado family.
That's amazing. What the fuck? Imagine a drive-by pedophile. He's got like 6 PictoChats open for maximum potential to infiltrate nearby car PictoChats. Holy shit.
A DS with porn on it. So not only did this kid experience some traumatic shit, but he probably hates Santa now.
His father first called GameStop where he
bought fucking pervert old St. Nicholas, damn you. Damn you.
And they weren't caught.
Is full of some real life dangers.
He said, "Excuse me, House Slayer, can I speak to you for a moment?"
That does sound dangerous. Don't answer him.
God,
Don't answer him.
Like 9-year-old kid.
He's gonna have you train rune
His
crafting.
name is Hellslayer.
In just minutes, Timmy's password was hacked, stolen. His
Oh,
account with all these points and belongings empty.
What is that? What up there is for 12 mil? I can't even read the item. Yeah, he fell for the old Jagex blocks your password. That's a really old scam. That one actually got a few people I knew. Is it Bando's chest plate? It might be. You might be right. Yeah, that scam was you'd go into like, I don't know, any bank really. It was pretty big in Sears Village. You go into Sears Village, you spam Jagex blocks your password when you type it, watch this, and then you just hit like 8 stars, and dumb fucking milk drinking kids would be like, oh, that's interesting. They type their password and it doesn't block it, and they're like, ah. That's what Hellslayer fell victim to for sure.
So you can see right here, I'm getting ready to serve.
Where do the pedophiles infiltrate the tennis court?
Oh, geez.
Oh,
And there
Christ.
goes the tennis racket.
Oh my god. Seeing all my buddies playing Pokemon and like my mom is the only one that's like, nope, you can't. It's dangerous. Violent.
because the message is violence.
Oh, this isn't actually Satanic Panic? That was, I don't know if he's going to cover that one. Satanic Panic for Pokemon was such a big one. Actually still kind of exists to this day. There is a big Facebook group about like how Pokemon is actually like devil worship because they're using energy. And energy is a force that's only meant for God to control. So like that was big back in the day.
Fights, and the constant trading is not only distracting kids from classwork, but turning the playground into a black market.
Hey, Timmy.
What do you mean a black market? It's just trading.
Give you Blastoise for your lunch money. I feel like
Is it a movement? Is it a craze? Is it a state of being?
It's a craze for little kids to enjoy themselves with. Adults are not going to get into this a lot. I think through the holidays...
Whoa! Wow, that's... Ooh, you didn't really have the future sight prowess on that one. It is largely adults at the moment. Well, you're a little off the mark on that prediction, but everything else was right.
PSPs are good, clean fun, right?
Yeah.
So why are they also known by the name PlayStation Pornable?
Oh, that's kind of hype. Actually, I do remember that. I do actually remember. There was a time where porn was kind of big on the PSP. Because it was one of the few times where you could just have like actual internet access on your like handheld device, so you could actually just watch porn. I do remember that.
We don't want to
It means you might not take iron crosses all over a website as a warning sign that you should immediately leave. And if you don't leave, you might start reading and buying into hateful ideas there.
The greatest danger of all may be a child predator posing as another gamer.
Oh boy.
One of these, man. It's all the
That's always so scary. Like you never know who you're gonna run into around Varrock. That's something I often think about. When I'm grinding Slayer and I have to go back to the Grand Exchange, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Any one of these guys could be a pedophile. And that's the stress of being a gamer, honestly. Don't let anyone tell you gamers have it easy.
So that's the first thing. The damage is this. We know that all the research shows that violence has a desensitizing effect. Well, sexuality does too.
No, it doesn't.
These objects of desire as these, you know, hot bodies. I mean, they don't show women as being valued for anything other than their sexuality. And it's a man in this game deciding how many women he wants to be with.
First of all, you
Jeff!
have to play as a man or a woman in the game. Cooper, have you ever played Mass Effect?
No.
That's it. That's all.
Jeff Keighley is a fucking saint. I love Jeff Keighley. God, that's just so hard. I love that. So everything you're talking about, you've played and experienced it? Absolutely not, Jeff. Ah. Okay then.
It's just like modeling your life, and I think that's a much more powerful form of media.
Darlin, I gotta go with the
play through a
research.
game.
And the research says, there's a new study out of University of Maryland right now that says that boys that play video games cannot tell the difference between what they're seeing in a video game and the real world.
Whoa, what a claim! Who did they take the research from? Who was their test subjects? They can't tell the difference between a video game and real life, huh? Also love the condescending tone, calling him darling. What an insufferable little asshole. Let's see, the University of Maryland. Well, University of Maryland. The potential for video games to improve mental health. Is that what you were quoting? University of Maryland. Video gaming may be associated with better cognitive function. Which one of these were you quoting here? Do you expect these people to actually read? No, not really. But isn't she like a psychologist? Isn't that why they brought her on? And I'm assuming she was trying to quote a real study, or I guess she truly just made it up from absolutely fucking nothing. Because I am finding nothing on that particular topic. But maybe I'm just not using the correct terms here to find it. Though even still, that seems like such a crazy study conclusion. People can't tell the difference between a video game and the real world. You would like, that is a crazy fucking claim to make. I don't know where the fuck this came from. But she apparently has a PhD in psychology and has published 7 books. And in 2008, she apologized for it. She just fully admits to knowing nothing about it. Yeah, at least she owned up to it. She didn't try and double down on it again. I guess that's good.
It's the highest rating that it can have. So first of all, this board that rates them needs to have their head examined. And this made me feel old watching this. What happened to Atari and Pinball and Pac-Man?
God, you are old. You are so old.
Why is technology advancing? What happened to the good old days of Betamax? You know, why do we have streaming music? What happened to the good old days of tube television and black and white TVs? This is stupid. This is fucking stupid. Why are things advancing? Why can't they stay archaic?
She accidentally stumbled into a strip club on Roblox.
And that's where we're going to call it a day.
That one, Roblox is actually dangerous, though. The amount of fucking pedophiles that have been caught from Roblox, like real, like actual pedophiles that have preyed on kids from Roblox is fucking actually astonishing. So, you know what? If they're going to run a story about, like, hey, maybe monitor your kids on Roblox, I'll be like, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, that's fine. I actually agree.
Reporting live from ACT News, this has been the Act Reporter.
Good shit.
Signing out.
I hadn't seen any of those stories. Way to find some gold. Good shit, Act Man. I had legitimately never seen any of those stories. I remembered a couple of the controversies, but I never actually saw the segments. Why do people keep blasting video games when they should blast other stuff? Where have you been? They blast everything. Literally everything. I saw a big Twitter thread about why it should be really frowned upon to ask your friends to help you move. Everything gets blasted. Literally anything and everything is a problem. I don't know where you're getting, why, it's just games. It's everything. People make up shit to get upset about. That's just Twitter. Yeah, but Twitter is like everyone now. I used to think it's just Twitter, but Twitter is so big, everyone has an account pretty much, so those people exist in the real world. Like, it's no longer just these, isolated cryptids that use it. It's, actual people. Wait, that thing about helping friends move, that was a study? What? No, fuck, no. Literally nothing people get mad about on Twitter is anything like a scientifically backed statement or anything. It was this lady melting down about, people who ask their friends to help them move. She called it, childish. You need to do it yourself. Pick yourself up by your own fucking bootstraps. Move yourself. Don't inconvenience your friends or some shit. It was so dumb. It was so fucking dumb. Not long ago, there was that viral freakout on the airplane with the lady claiming that a passenger on board was not real. It was a huge meltdown and it really caught the internet by storm. It was a wild situation that had everyone confused and giggling, but it also really tickled the curiosity bone of a lot of unhinged lunatics. I don't know how better to say that. I can't be more charitable than that. There were so many people that started to speculate that she was onto something. This was all a ploy from the deep state with their 15-minute city agenda where they're sneaking robot, android, soulless husks disguised as people on our airline flights. And only this woman was able to see behind the curtain for the truth of the matter, calling out a fake person. And it was just this crazy conspiracy web about how, she's actually correct, there are fake people on these planes and she's onto something, and then they even started making up their own fanfic about how she's missing, the government must have found her, tracked her down, taken her out behind the barn and put her down like a sick animal, just executed her for revealing the truth and opening her third eye with the Sharingan. Just pure pandemonium. This opened Pandora's box of mental illness on Twitter in particular. But I'm happy to say we finally have closure. She was never missing. She's been totally fine, just a little embarrassed about the situation, and today released an apology video. That's right, an apology video. Not only that, but body cam footage of her escort out of the airport also dropped, so we really got the whole kit and caboodle on this case here. In the footage, she seems drunk, a bit belligerent, but that's not 100% confirmed. I wasn't there. I didn't run a fucking toxicology report or breathalyze her, have her walk a straight line or anything like that. But that's how it seems. Just using my astute little peepers here, that's the impression I get, is she may have been hitting the alcohol a little hard before going on the flight, which would help explain the outburst. So, I want to show you a little bit of both of these things, and also what sparked this whole incident was allegedly she had misplaced her AirPods, she lost them, and accused a fellow passenger of stealing them. So, she just started pointing the finger, Like, this nefarious, no good pile of shit just stole my AirPods, so he's not real. That motherfucker's not real. That's what started all of this, I guess. Anyway, let's check out the body cam footage and then we'll see the apology video. Also, what an incredible year for apology videos. This is like the 1,000th one that's dropped this year. If apology videos were a renewable energy source, we would be able to power the entire fucking globe from just this year's load of apology videos alone.
I don't care if I'm ever fly with y'all ever again. I want to know what happens to this flight right here.
Hey, this is the after action post-game report. It's me from the future. I'll go ahead and tell you what happened to that flight. It had a completely safe, uneventful, scheduled flight and landed at its destination A-OK. Despite what a couple of weirdos on Twitter were trying to circulate, the plane was totally fine. Nothing happened on the flight, aside from her getting escorted off and causing a major delay and a headache for all the passengers on board. It was totally fine. Like, everything turned out okay. It's not like she was some kind of prophet who predicted that the plane would have a problem.
Do not let that flight leave. Do not let that flight leave. Being dead serious. Do not let that flight leave. That flight's not going to make it to Orlando.
Let's go.
It's not going to. Can I just leave? You don't need to escort me out.
Yeah.
Can I just
You had your own warning. So, keep walking.
Oh yeah, until y'all see that fight blow up.
Okay.
It's clear she's very distressed, and it's also very clear that this is not a moment she's proud of. She made that much clear in her apology video as well. This is one of those very unfortunate things that was captured on camera, and we don't know exactly the cause, whether it was alcohol related or something else, but it is I do feel bad for her. In the modern age, everything gets filmed, so you're always going to see someone's lowest moment if it happens in public. That's just the way the world works now. And I was thinking about this when watching her apology video. I have a phobia of flying. If I happened to be in the airport, or heaven forbid, on the aircraft when this happened, I probably would have had an even larger outburst and freakout that would have eclipsed hers. I would have stole the spotlight because I would have been fucking losing my mind. If this lady stood up and started saying the plane's going down, that motherfucker's not real, all rational thoughts going out my noodle. I'm waving my arms around, I'm fucking screaming. I'm gonna sound like Donnie out of the Wild Thornberrys. Like just begging to get off of the plane. But anyway, let me show you her apology video. But before getting into it, I want to mention something. A lot of people, I guess, either recognized her or found information about her. Well, I'm guessing found information about her because she mentions that it was pretty invasive how people, like, got a hold of her information. People figured out that she's a marketing executive. So there was another narrative that spun like a week or two ago about how this whole thing was actually just a publicity stunt. And I just want to knock on your empty little noggin here and try and figure out how you could ever run with such a delusional idea. This is a horrible publicity stunt that wouldn't do any good for her or her company. She's not advertising anything. She's not putting a product out there in front of people's eyes. This is pretty clearly not an attention-seeking publicity stunt for her marketing company. Like, I don't know how anyone would even think for a second that that's a plausible explanation. Just sit down for a moment, really just marinate in your swamp ass and form an individual thought. Why would this be a publicity stunt? Like, damn near landing on the no-fly list? For what? There's nothing good that comes out of this for her. So I don't know how anyone thought that somehow we had all been had. They pulled the rug out from under us. They bamboozled us. This was all just a marketing agency's calculated play. Somehow. It's so dumb. So fucking dumb. I wanted to mention that real quick. Anyway, here's her apology video.
As you know, I have been unwilling to speak on the viral video, but I do finally feel that it's time. First and foremost, I want to take full accountability for my actions. They were completely unacceptable. And I want to apologize to everyone on that plane, especially those that had children aboard. Can't imagine going through that and trying to explain to your kid what in the world just happened.
Overall, I think this was a totally fine apology video. It seems like she's very regretful of the whole thing because obviously this was very public. And she just apologizes to everyone involved in the situation. She takes accountability. She seems sincere. I don't have any real criticism or critique of the apology itself. I don't know where I'd put it on the internet apology tier list, but I think overall she did a fine job of coming forward and just being like, yeah,
You know, we all have some very bad moments. Unfortunately, mine was very public and captured on camera for the whole world to see in fucking 4K, right? Like, it's just unfortunate circumstances. She also does mention that she found a lot of the memes that spawned from this to be comical, but then also mentions that there was a disturbing invasion of her privacy as well. Understandable to be upset about something like that, too, for sure. So, it's nice that she did come forward to finally put an end to all of, like, the conspiracy theories surrounding this situation. She didn't really go into detail on exactly what happened, so even the whole AirPod theory is still, I guess, speculation since it didn't come from her in this apology video. But it is nice that she came forward to clear the air a little bit here and hopefully put the kibosh on all these weird conspiracy theories surrounding the situation. It's not like she had to come forward, like, obligated to make an internet statement. By no means did she need to do this, but it is appreciated that she did decide to, just to issue some kind of statement on the whole thing since so many people were captivated by it. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over the situation here because now there's some closure to all of it. That's really about it. So yep. This is the most hostile comment section on YouTube, and I feel like I can say with a high degree of certainty that this is the longest argument ever in a YouTube comment section, lasting an entire year and spanning roughly 500 some replies. Now, with this kind of anger, you would expect the video to be some kind of politically charged video, or maybe somebody said anime should be illegal or that lollies are a crime, something that really puts a hate boner where someone's flaccid cock once was. But what if I told you that the video that all of this is taking place on, the most aggressive comment thread on YouTube, was actually on a Paper Mario song? I'm going to take you on a journey through this war zone here. We're not going to read every reply just because there is so many. This thing's longer than the fucking Bible, honestly. But we're going to go through the big parts, the big moments here in the manga, make sure we get the gist of what's going on, because this may be one of the greatest stories ever told. It's got it all. It's got a little something for everyone. A story of betrayal, violence, love, terrorism, action, drama, mystery, and most of all, Mario. Chapter 1, The Catalyst. This is where it all begins. This is ground zero. Lunar1314 leaves a comment saying, I don't care if I get hate because of this opinion, but this is my favorite Paper Mario final boss song. A bold and brave hot take. Someone didn't tell Lunar that opinions are illegal on the internet. It's not the most controversial thing to say, it's simply a matter of liking a song. But this is the internet, and you can't like something that somebody else doesn't like. A lesson our boy Lunar here is about to learn the hard way. Enter the villain, Arumaru 1837, because you're like 9, haven't even played the other games, I guarantee you. And now, just like the Powerpuff Girls when the hotline rings, our hero rolls in, Dave Matthew. These are our primary characters. Of course, we get introduced to other important side characters throughout the season here. The lore gets very deep, trust me. But this is basically the Batman and the Joker, Dave and Arumaru. Dave sweeps in defense of Lunar. How about we agree that you are a jerk? Everyone can have their own opinion, and that is the internet, so no one cares about your opinion to begin with. Also, instead of throwing insults at me, why don't you try to get me to see things from your perspective? It would be a lot more time efficient and, unlike insults, actually accomplishes something in the long run. Or you can continue to assume that I am a mere child that does not know of the 5 other Paper Mario games, or was it 4? Or has even played them, both opinions being completely wrong. But as I said, it's the internet. We can go in circles all day and night and neither of us would get anywhere. So let's not, okay? Dave trying to get out ahead here and squash the beef, giving a fair warning to Arumaru that you do not want to fuck with Dave, but, spoiler alert, Arumaru pokes the sleeping bear. You never gave your side, dumb fuck. All you did was come on here talking about some damn opinions or some shit. Pretty clear you didn't intend to accomplish anything. Also, you haven't played any other game, have you? It's not hard to know how many Paper Mario games there are, kid. 64, 1000 Year Door, Super Paper Mario, this garbage, and Color Splash, which was actually not bad, but was too weird gameplay-wise to be called a Paper Mario game. And it's this comment right here that makes a good boy go bad. You do not question Dave Matthews' understanding of the Paper Mario franchise, and you do not do it on a public forum like this, and be an asshole about it.
The opinion haver that started all of this comes back in here, kicks open the doors to the Church of Paper Mario with tears in his eyes like he just watched his parents having a fight, saying, "All I said was, this is my favorite final boss song in the Paper Mario series, but it turned into a huge fight and I don't understand that." And then Oromaru hits him with a hard dose of reality. "You said you don't care if you get hate, so obviously you do understand, dumb fuck." Unfortunately, Lunar just doesn't understand that his initial comment was like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, and now he's started a massive war. And in war, Lunar, there's casualties. I know you can say whatever you want, but please, can you please calm down and make a nice comment to people? Like I said, please not say about 1,000 cuss words with this reply, please. It's not hurting you to read a quick fuck. Look, I'm understanding everything you're saying, I'm just here to calm you down. Not everything in the world is solved by anger. Jedi Brooklyn Green comes in here and tries to reason with Sith Lord Oromaru here about how anger's not the key, but it's all for nothing because Oromaru has already been consumed by his anger. Like I said, I am cutting out a couple things here because there is so much of it, it'd be like a 10-hour video if I read the entire chain. Basically, in a nutshell, Dave was saying this is pointless, it's an internet argument, let's just drop this. And he concludes his monologue with, well, since we both agree that this whole thing is pointless, let us just agree to disagree and be on our way then. Oromaru: cool, so fuck off. Peace was never an option. Nah, seeing your pointless insults because you can't come up with an actual comeback to my remarks is rather funny to me. Heh, I thrive off your pointless rage. Thought it was done. Why you still here, idiot? As I said, I thrive off your rage and anger. You want me to stop? Stop being angry. Easy. Dave Matthews is slowly accumulating power like a spirit bomb fueled by Oromaru's rage. He is laughing in the face of Oromaru's anger. Not angry, dumb fuck, piss off. See? Angry. Not angry, dumb fuck, piss off. I see that you're running out of comebacks. I can give you a few if you need them. Dave, of course, being one of the world's leading comeback dealers. Not stressful, you're just annoying, lol. And there's plenty of music better than this shit, even from Color Splash. Uh-huh. Why don't you go back to your 1,000-year-old game and super overrated Paper Mario game? Your screen, oh boo-hoo, let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest viol— Oh wait, I broke it. If this was done, why did you reply? Metal Mario coming in here just spitting straight venom in the face of Oromaru here, lighting him on fire with the world's smallest violin comment. Nice try, dumb fuck, but I haven't even played any Paper Mario games except Color Splash. Now fuck off with your shitty excuses for jokes, people have better shit to read. When I initially made it to this chapter the first time and got blindsided by this plot twist, I fucking recoiled into my chair, threw my arms in the air, I was just so absolutely shocked. I felt like I was witnessing history, like I Am Your Father level twists here. This is subverting expectations done extremely well, not Game of Thrones Season 8 bullshit. This is how you surprise a reader with a narrative plot twist. Who could have seen this coming? If you remember back to the genesis of this whole mess, it started with Oromaru melting down and breaking shit in his room over the fact that somebody liked a Paper Mario song he didn't like, and then accuses them of not having played any of the other Paper Mario games, and then only a short 100 replies later, he himself admits he's only ever played one Paper Mario game, and it's not even this one. It's so fucking remarkable. What an incredible twist. That is character development right there. Now we're getting a little bit of the origin story of Oromaru here, which only makes him even more mysterious. Well, I see my sympathy was misplaced. You seriously judge a game on what other people say about it? You sure have missed many a good game. Also, shame on you. Don't give out criticism if you don't actually have the knowledge to back it up. It's just stupid to say something's wrong and then give no evidence at all to support your theory. And that's researching 101. This guy Reddits. Also, it appears that you really do only know how to spit out insults. I'm gonna have fun with this. Hello again, my old friend. I see you're here to argue once again. Too bad this will end with you weeping, because your argument is less than the dust I'm sweeping. But you will not give up yet, because you don't realize that it's the internet. The internet. So you might as well be voiceless, as all arguments here are practically worthless. Dave Matthews goes full Robert Frost here with this personalized slam poem to Oromaru. I get that it's supposed to be a Sound of Silence parody, and it's executed wonderfully. A special song poem about the argument you still persist on despite the flaws in your argument. P.S. You still haven't told me what your favorite song in the series is. Did I ask? No, bitch, I didn't. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up. I didn't even read what you said because I just know it's dumb as shit, lol. Come on, man, he took the time to write an entire parody song for you. The least you could do is read the lyrics. For about 4 days, there was peace in the comment section where people were going over things they liked and didn't like about the game, and then Aramaru comes in full fury here, pitchfork in hand, ready to slap shit around. He reignites the argument by saying, "Obviously do if yo pussy ass won't just leave the conversation." Dave says, "Ha ha ha, now I remember why I stick around. I love to see what kind of pathetic retort and comeback you are going to make at me that I can easily tear apart. Really, it is rather satisfying to see what you come up with." Once again, there was a truce called in the comment section for about a week, and then Aramaru came back, and Dave immediately noticed. He's like the NORAD defense system, able to hone in on Aramaru's presence and then attack. "Oh, hello there. Ready for round 2, my little whiny failure? Round and round the argument goes, when will it stop no one knows. That meme has been dead, fucking idiot. I'm ready for you to piss off, you worthless fuck. I did not drag your pride through the mud and make you look like a brainless, arrogant maggot. You did. You destroyed your own argument. You ignored the statements that made you look like a fool. You chose to spit out nothing but insults. Your fault. Your stupidity. Deal with it. Or stick around and continue to look like a moron. It's entertaining. And besides, we win either way. And you lose either way." Dave hits him with some kind of superhero monologue right before he throws the bad guy in jail. And Aramaru says, "Don't care to read your arguments, lol. As a matter of fact, I only read the first reply, lol. Quit wasting my time and fuck off." "Then you are nothing but a bottom-barrel fool who will have no success in life. As I said, you don't bother to defend yourself at all. That makes you an idiot. Also, why should I? You have no power here and you never will. The fact that you think you do just displays your idiocy for everyone. Besides, I already gave you the requirements for my departure. Or are you incapable of reading as well, my little maggot?" Everything Dave has been saying thus far sounds like the Rick and Morty copy pasta from Reddit. I mean, I think Dave is in the right here because Aramaru is a huge fucking asshole, but man, he's really going about all of it in a terrible way. A month goes by. Is he finally gone? Yeah, he is gone. Is he gone if your dumbass would just quit replying? I didn't even read shit you said. I told you that I would only leave if you either apologized for being rude, or if you went 10 comments without swearing. You're not good at remembering things, are you, my little maggot? Hello, little maggot. Just letting you know that I am still in this comment chain, just in case you thought you were rid of me or that you actually won this argument. Okay, bye now. This was after a month of him not replying, so Dave just really wants to continue this, and nothing makes me more uncomfortable than reading Dave keep calling someone my little maggot. Like, this must be how it feels for some girls when they hear the word moist. Every time I read him saying my little maggot, I just get like tingly and uncomfortable and break out into like a little profuse sweat. It's just yucky. I feel like I'm reading some old woman's fanfic where she's describing some weird sexual intercourse she had at a biker bar or something, and it's just making me uncomfortable. I don't know why he keeps calling this guy my little maggot. I don't give a fuck where you are, dumb bitch. Just like no one cares about you, my little maggot. This will be the last time you see Dave with this kind of confidence because he's about to meet the actual muscle here. Mr. Hater. If Aramaru was a supervillain, then Mr. Hater is a fucking turbo villain. He's a galactic villain, a universal threat, a divine being of villainy. I don't even know what to call him, a fucking raid boss of villainy. Because he comes in here and just starts slapping shit around. He's a big asshole as well, of course, but he brings Dave to his knees here. This is like when you're reading a comic book and the hero's in trouble. So Mr. Hater comes in here with a full chub, full erection, red alert. He calls out Dave in front of the entire classroom. I see you have a superiority complex and are very self-centered. How very hypocritical. You're no better than him. Guess I gotta clean house and deal with little keyboard warriors like you myself. That is honestly like some Marvel's Thanos shit right there. Dave is still riding the high after he seemingly defeated Aramaru, so he replies to Mr. Hater with a large amount of confidence and a bit of arrogance, saying, "Heh, you poor naive fool. When did I ever claim that I was better than little maggot? That I'm better than you? Oh, to live in your little fantasy. Can you not see what I am doing? Or are you just as blind as he is? Of course, I can tell you're cut from the same cloth as my little maggot, so I'll humor your attempts at insulting me and everyone else present. Let's see how long you last. Dave's still under the impression that he's the king of this Thunderdome, but what he hasn't realized yet is Mr. Hater's not locked in here with Dave. Dave is locked in here with Mr. Hater. Oh, I know your intentions very well, and I intend to stop it. I mean, what the hell is wrong with you? Just look at your comment, you poor naive fool, to live in your little fantasy. These are things that a narcissistic, self-centered man-child would say. How am I, or anyone with half a brain cell, supposed to take you seriously? There's a reason the other guy left. You won't last long, Dave. You won't last long, because underneath all that bravado, you're just a sad little boy with delusions of grandeur, who, by the way, can't talk for shit. So here's a piece of friendly advice. Turn away now and stop wasting Aramaru's time, because if you don't, by the time this is over, you'll be my little maggot. No response. Guess I must have hit one of your soft spots, Winky. So you actually have some bite, do you? Good. Let's see what you've got. I will compliment you on your use of insults, as well as how you get straight to the point. Dave is immediately showing that Mr. Hater has hurt him. You can't do that, Dave. You can never show weakness to a man like Mr. Hater. He can smell blood in the water. He can smell cum in a bathtub. He will pounce, and you can't let him find any amount of scrapes on your armor. Dave, he showed a weakness, and Mr. Hater exploited it, unfortunately. Heh, of course you didn't realize. I wasn't talking about Lunar. I was talking about you and me. We don't care what others think of our opinion. We just say whether we agree or disagree with someone's opinion. In that way, we are alike, you and I. Don't you agree? I love this exchange here. This is like the season finale here when the two characters are monologuing at each other before they start beating each other with like a stick or something. Ah, I see you're trying to get on my good side. As you know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them. How about this, Dave? Write a full paragraph apologizing to Aramaru, and I might consider agreeing with you. And, by the way, it has to be real nice, so no calling him my little maggot. Otherwise, I might just start calling you that myself. That would require me to have a single shred of respect towards little maggot. And in case you did not read the whole conversation, I did apologize to him. He threw it back in my face and used it to insult me without responding to it whatsoever. You, on the other hand, are actually participating in a discussion, while my little maggot only responds with the same insults like he's a broken fax machine. You, I respect, little wasp. I forgot to click read more for the screenshot, but it said, I do not respect little maggot. So now Dave, for some reason, is calling Mr. Hater Little Wasp. I don't understand where he's getting this from. Maybe like from old 60s movies or something where it was cool. And then he references a fax machine which hasn't been in use for the last 30 years. So I just don't know what's really going on here. Maybe Dave is caught in a time vortex and he's communicating with us from the past. And he's only able to communicate through the comment section of Paper Mario Final Boss Song. But yeah, just really fucking love this part here. This feels like the climax of the entire argument. Dave going with the whole, we're not so different, you and I. We're one of the same. It's like some shit you'd see in Naruto Sasuke right before their final fight. It's fucking wonderful. You make a fair point. I shall apologize to him, but do not expect a paragraph. You make sound arguments, Mr. Wasp. I'm not one to call someone by childish names, but you are very hypocritical after all, so I expect nothing less. Anyway, do go ahead. Where's the apology? I don't see it. Mr. Hater's trying to rush this. It hasn't even been a full day at this point. Mr. Hater, he wants that apology ASAP. So now you can see Mr. Hater has assumed control of this entire argument. The entire tone has shifted here, and now Dave is at the mercy of Mr. Hater, and he wants his homework. Do not rush me. It's been 2 days now, so no excuses. You aren't gonna apologize, are you? I figured as much. If you wish to continue arguing, then be my guest, kid. Dave is starting to panic a little bit. He doesn't want to write this apology because he does not respect Aramaru, but he is afraid of Mr. Hater, so he's caught in between a rock and a hard place here, and he's treading water in the comment section. 1, I have a life at the moment. 2, you need a little bit of patience. 1 word. College. You don't go to college, David. And you clearly set your expectations of me far too low. A shame, really. I thought you would be smart enough to not do what little maggot did. Stop lying to yourself, David. How about you tell me what's actually going on? College, as I said before. Do you not listen, or are you refusing to believe that I have a life outside of this? Now, if you excuse me, I have a music class to attend. I really don't understand why Dave even feels compelled to keep answering at this point. He doesn't want to write the apology. He shouldn't write an apology, honestly. He just doesn't have to reply to Mr. Hater. He can just wash his hands of this whole thing and still come out as the victor. But for some reason, he keeps engaging with Mr. Hater in here, and Mr. Hater's pressure is somehow like leaking into Dave's real world, it seems, because it feels like he's stressing about this apology, which he shouldn't write in the first place. Mr. Hater goes in on Dave, starts poking holes into his claims about college because 4 months ago it was still coronavirus shutdown, so classes weren't going on, so Dave feels the need to defend himself again. And then he kind of just explains he just doesn't want to fucking apologize, which he shouldn't. I'm glad he doesn't. Dave says, 1, truthfully, I don't want to apologize to Armu because I know for a fact it would not be genuine, and no matter how much I hate a person, I'm not going to insult them by giving them a mocking, half-assed apology. And 2, online classes are a thing that exists, and I'm not doing just a music class. Who is the antagonistic one here? Because it definitely isn't me. You poor, pathetic whelp, barking and baying like anything you say will ever matter. No, your words don't hurt me because they are artificial, fake, designed, and spoken for the sole purpose of inflicting pain without putting actual feeling behind it. Ha 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 ha. No, your words are hollow and do not deserve the electrons my brain cells would have to burn to process them, just like you. You're not special, you're not unique, you're not important, and you never will be, not now, not ever. So go ahead whelping, keep making a fool of yourself. I'll just watch the show, laughing all the while. And in your ivory tower of hypocrisy, did you ever once realize I never denied what you have been saying? You are a parasite, Mr. Hater. Something that must tear everyone down to justify their worthless existence. Perhaps I am one too, but that's where our similarities end. You lash out at anyone you see as below you. I lash out at people who do what you and Armu did. Insult and tear into someone because they dared to have an opinion you did not agree with, or lash out at people who defend themselves from other people like you. I never said I was better, but does it really matter in the end? At the end of the day, one of us looks like the bad guy to everyone else, and since I haven't been antagonizing everyone participating in this, it most definitely not me who's the bad guy. Try to say I'm wrong here. You're not wrong, Dave. Not at all. And people like Aramaru and Mr. Hater, yeah, they suck a lot of fat ass. It's sad that someone cares this much about someone's opinion on something that doesn't matter. 100%. Agree with you entirely there, Dave. But the way you're handling all this and then putting this huge, presidential speech here is not good either. This is the wrong way of handling any of this. And there's really just no point in arguing in a YouTube comment section to begin with. There are no winners here. Mr. Hater breaks down his response line by line. You lash out at anyone you see as below you. Dave, don't be ridiculous. I'm not as narcissistic as you, or at all for that matter. I lash out at anyone who do what you and Armu did. A mistake you will regret, as you have started all of this, and I aim to end it. The two go back and forth about the apology that Dave doesn't want to write. Mr. Hater just keeps picking apart each line of everything he says. My words are said solely to get you to leave. That's never going to happen, Dave. I've grown very persistent over the years, and trust me, persistence pays, and I will stay here for months if I had to. Will you? Yeah, big guy, I'm sure your persistence pays, living in a fucking comment chain for months. How productive and incredible. There are just some people who live their life to argue online, and it's sad as shit. This guy is the perfect example, willingly saying, I will stay in this fucking thread for months because I have nothing else going on in my life. That is pathetic. That's fucking sad, Mr. Hater. Apology seems unlikely. Then you will perish here eventually with me, as it's either you apologize to Aramaru now and we'll be on our way, or we're going to be staying here for a long, long time. So, with that being said, let's just start all over on a positive note. We aren't going to start all over on a more positive note until you start apologizing, Dave. Are you going to apologize for your own hostility? Short answer, no. Unlike you, I did nothing wrong, Dave. So it's either you apologize to Aramaru and behave, or you slowly perish with me for months. Either way, I consider it a win-win. And this is where the story stops. I mean, it goes on a little bit further, but nothing is more pathetic than this mic drop from Mr. Hater. These are the people you argue with online, people that have actually nothing better to do. He considers it a win-win if someone is perishing, wasting their time in a comment section with him. That's so fucking sad. He considers it successful if he wastes somebody else's time and wastes his own time because he's already miserable in the first place. Oh, actually, I almost forgot. 3 months after all of this went down, as the dust was starting to settle, Mr. Hater and Dave just stopped communicating with each other, and there was just momentary bliss as everyone read through the thread. And then Yoshi comments, tagging Aramaru, and Aramaru's been tagged this entire time. Yoshi just points out it's been 10 months, but 64 really good, kind of basic, 1,000 Year Door, bop, and all this. Just kind of breaks down his opinion of the music. And then Aramaru, from out of fucking nowhere, comes out of retirement to deliver one of the most powerful conclusions to any story ever given. I don't give a fuck about your opinion, this song is still shit. What a beautiful way of wrapping all of this up. But yeah, anyway, the last interaction between our main characters was 4 months ago. From what I checked today, there wasn't any new developments that I noticed. A few more people have been made aware of this because it was posted on Twitter, that's how I found it. And this has just been truly a joy, delightful to read through. So just keep all this in mind next time you think you're confident enough to leave an opinion on a Paper Mario song. That's about it. So yeah.
My dad abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is a wife and 4 kids. He abandoned us and then pursued amateur breakdancing.
But why though? The beauty of breakdancing is you can do it from home. Where did he go? How do you even abandon a family to train breakdancing? It's not like Bruce Wayne going to train with Ra's al Ghul. Like, you can just do it from home. I know he has a reply video. I'm sure I'll have my question answered. But that is already so fascinating to me. It seems like maybe he was looking for an excuse to leave, and he's like, listen, honey. Look, the breakdancing beckons to me. I have to leave. It's my purpose. Maybe to join a breakdancing group. Yeah, but again, that's another thing you can still do from home. You go practice with the group, you know, fucking 9 to 5, basically, if you want. You could treat it like a job and then come home to your fucking family. Like, I don't think you need to, like, fully get rid of all your corporeal belongings and go pursue breakdancing for the rest of your life.
And he got really good.
Oh, well, then it was worth it.
Like, he became like a D-list, and he went super viral, and he did all these interviews, and he danced with Paula Abdul.
Paula Abdul?
Take a look at this 60-year-old break.
Whoa!
60
Yeah! Wait, it was worth... He's fucking serving. Stand back! He's not exactly known for his blistering speed, but the technique is great. Damn, he is actually fucking cooking them out here, though.
The worst part, damn it.
He's like, hold my cane.
Medical bills growing up, but he did give me this breakdancing. He's on his head.
Wait, that shirt is actually fire.
You know, I'll get texts like this, "Happy birthday?" question mark, and then like links to his breakdancing video.
No, not Facebook, brother. You gotta expand. Hey, happy birthday. Do you mind if you and your friends like this post of me doing head spins? I need this one to pop off. Thanks. She seems like a really good sport about that. I would be pissed. I would be inconsolable if my father left me to fucking breakdance. I'd be mad. Pays his alimony with merch, super based. True. He's a Hitmon top. Also true. Yeah, my dad just left with another woman. Cringe. Alright, so this is his response then. I wake up at 6 a.m. to find that my daughter has posted a TikTok video trashing me. She's a big social media influencer with millions of followers. Here it is.
6 a.m. to do some
Oh
work.
my god, this is 10 minutes.
Some of her videos get millions of views. And this video has tens of millions of views.
Yeah, it was
1 million
popping.
Likes, 20,000 comments, 40,000 bookmarks, 30,000 reposts. It's just insane. So I thought I'd better watch this video. And frankly, I was pretty chagrined by what I heard, to say the least. But honestly, the more
I love the way he presents this. It's like a substitute teacher trying to win over the class with like quirkiness. Like his intonation is really interesting.
First, I can see that as a 5-year-old, Maddie would see her dad as having abandoned the family. One day I was living there, the next day I wasn't. And that will look like abandonment to a child.
And most
Married
people.
couples do get divorced about half the time in America. And I was
see.
just living a mile or so down the street in LaGrange, Illinois. We just weren't living under the same roof. Now, about not paying medical bills, that's just not correct. Here was the financial arrangement of the divorce. Maddie's mom, my ex-wife, got $2 million at the get-go.
No!
Out of the gate, a lump sum payment. Plus, I was paying her $18,000 per month in child support and alimony.
Where is that coming? Whoa, I didn't expect that. Wait a minute, this guy's fucking loaded. This guy's got clams. And moves. What does he do? Just go to the bank and just fucking headspin? Just killer bean on him? Fucking serve him until they give him the money? Where does it come from?
I saw the kids all the time. No abandonment, just a divorce. Was I at fault in the divorce? Yeah, I would say I was about 70% at fault. I own that. Maddie's mom and I were really not compatible in many ways.
That was pretty
we
honest.
Were compatible in some ways, but not in other ways. Do I regret
She did
marrying
ballet,
Maddie's mom?
he did breakdancing,
No,
it would never work
absolutely
out.
not. If I had not married Maddie's mom, Maddie and her 3 siblings would not have been born. They would not have existed. One other slight correction, which I hesitate to even bring up, because I love the way Maddie did this in her video. I did not abandon the family for breakdancing. I have a career.
Is that not
I'm
real?
in the advertising business, built an ad agency. That's how I was able to afford to pay Maddie's mom $5 million.
Okay.
Maddie's mom
It's
and I
all making
separated in
sense.
2004 and divorced in 2005. I took up breakdancing entirely by accident in 2012. Now, some of you might be wondering, can he still breakdance at age 66?
That is what I'm wondering.
Well, I don't know. Let's see. I'll give it a try.
Okay, Maddie, let's see how the old man does.
What kind of Mojo Dojo Casa house is this? Fucking Bitcoin merch, Bitcoin flag, weird plants from like the Spore universe, and an American flag. Where does he live? It's like a Sims house. Hey, oh hey, wait a minute though. Hold on to your britches, sports fans. There's a 100% chance of serving. He's like actually good too. Oh! Jesus Christ! His coccyx. It wasn't ready for that. He's pretty good though. Now, it's been some time since I learned the art of breakdancing. I'm gonna tell you right here though, this looks like a bit of a flubbed move. I don't think this is how you want to... Oops, where was it? I don't think this is where you want to land it. Because he just kind of like... pelvis to the floor blasts it. Where was it? I think it's right here. Like that just... I don't know. That just doesn't seem smooth. Like I know every part of his body was squealing out in pain from this. Because usually you want to like kind of do like roll into this, kind of like parkour, but on your tummy. Kind of like doing the worm, from what I understand, what I remember rather. Especially at 66, those bones, they're not built the same way anymore. There's a lot of wear and tear on those joints as well. And he just, bang, like dropping a pile of meat on the floor. Pretty good though. Like he's actually good though. I am genuinely impressed.
Few details are off. No doubt because of what she heard from her mom. And I do think it's a great storyline that a 54-year-old dude left his family to pursue breakdancing, even if not quite true.
Yeah, what a great story.
A bigger truth, a truth that is really truer.
Who wouldn't want to pump their fist to that one?
This could be a very funny movie plot. I love you, Maddie. You are very creative and talented. Keep doing exactly what you're doing.
Man, this guy loves Bitcoin. He fucking loves it. Breakdancing and Bitcoin, the two big B's in the industry.
Actual B-boy. Maybe that is how the move is supposed to go. Maybe at 66 it just goes a little differently, because there's no way that feels good. I think you're supposed to lower yourself into it from there, but he just keeps hitting his whole weight on it. So you said Maddie responded to that video? Where's that? Now I want to see. Is this it? Okay, here.
Obviously, in real life, it was a lot more like complicated and traumatic, and it was really hard. He left us, immediately married another woman. We didn't hear from him for years, and then he would visit every few months, and we'd go out to dinner, but like, he truly had no hand in raising us at all. We don't speak with any sort of regularity. He doesn't know when my birthday is. Like, as you guys saw in the video I posted, he got it wrong. He gave us some money growing up.
Yeah, but he gave you some cool merch.
I don't know the nitty-gritty of the financial situation. I really, really don't. But I do know that several times I've asked him for financial help with medical expenses, like especially like in college, and he wouldn't help me. So that's what I was referring to in my video when I was like, he wouldn't pay some of my medical bills. I'll probably delete this completely absent father. He's like, I was just a bike ride away from those kids. And it's like, not once did any of us ever take a bike ride to his house. I don't think I've ever been in his house ever. So this whole thing is so bizarre. Like, I'm so surprised that he responded to my video because
well, it's not really a house, it's a dance studio.
Like, way worse than I made you seem.
To be fair.
Like, in my video, I just made you seem like such a wimp.
I don't know who to believe. The only true thing is that at 66 years old, that guy can boogie. I don't know about the inner workings of the actual family dynamic there. But boy, howdy, I tell you what, he can cut the rug. That's all I know about that. Did he respond again? Jesus, it just keeps going back and forth? He's like, hey, Maddie, I've got some new moves. Yeah, maybe I moved in with my new wife and I didn't see you guys a lot, but look at what I studied back then. It's called the Bitcoin Boogie. I hope he responds again if he hasn't. I'm really interested in this now. I am fucking captivated by it.
This video.
Oh my god, 30 minutes. Jiminy Christmas. Ah. Fuck.
A Sunday video on my daughter's viral.
And another new Bitcoin shirt.
Her dad. Many of her TikTok videos get millions of views. Maddie's initial video about me got 7 million views last I looked. Just on TikTok.
Okay, is there 2x speed on Twitter? Okay, we're gonna 2x this bad boy.
Abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is.
What is the difference between
So he's posting. Okay, so this footage is to show that he was more active in their life than she lets on, I guess. I don't know. Now I skipped around too much. Fuck. But I think that's what he's trying to show. Like, he filmed these videos with Maddie, and it looks like one of the other siblings. So he was at least present sometimes.
and a friend. So you have about 300 subscribers.
So he's got some home movies. Man, this whole thing is just... Was that a Bitcoin shirt even in the family photo, brother? There's no way I saw that correctly. Was he wearing a giant Bitcoin shirt even in that family photo? It's hidden from me now. It was. It's literally like a paintball shirt, but with Bitcoin on it. My God. His Bitcoin merch is like my white t-shirt. He's like always in it.
Let me be clear. Maddie is not lying in her videos. She is saying in these videos what she perceives to be true from her perspective. She's expressing her truth. And her perception is impacted radically by 19 years of brainwashing by my ex-wife. I don't want anyone attacking or bullying Maddie for her videos or views. She watched my video and seemed to like it, thought it was funny. So then I suggested, since you aren't going to take down your video and correct it, I would at least like you to post my response video on your feed. I explained to her that people will love it, predicted that it would get millions of views on her channel, because her videos often get millions of views. I also suggested to her that after my response video, I could fly out to Los Angeles. We could then do a collaboration video, sit down together, and hash out these issues.
This dude's like a YouTuber leech. Like, hey, wait a minute. What if we like collab? Look, I'll teach you a headspin, right? We'll plug Bitcoin, right? Obviously. And it'll be like fire content. Like, what do you think?
Well, then my response video will start to blow up.
Hey, Maddie, who are you rating these days? Yeah, can you get me on your auto host, Maddie? Like, I just posted the fucking incredible Bitcoin HODL explanation. Like, I think it'd go really hard. Your audience would vibe if you don't mind putting me on there.
Mentally. They try to take things in stride and don't get wrapped up in drama. Anyways, no, we did not move to Florida. Wanda and I bought a second house in Florida in 2015. But we still maintained the Illinois house. And remember, the kids were older by this point. 2 were in college, 2 were in high school. The kids were doing their own thing by this point. We would typically stay in Florida in the winter, and then stay in Illinois when the weather was nice, in the spring, the summer, and the fall. We would shuttle back and forth between houses. Wanda and I still travel back and forth between Illinois and Florida, even though the kids have grown up and dispersed around the country and the world. Except for my son, who is still in Chicago.
I'm learning so much about this family.
University in 2021. Upon graduation, she went to Los Angeles, co-signed her apartment lease, and paid $2,500 toward her used Ford Fiesta. But also, she had broken up with her boyfriend around this time. She said she needed to go to grief counseling and therapy. She and her mom wanted me to pay for that too. That's where I drew the line. I consider medical care to be like when you're sick or have a broken leg or need stitches, got into a car accident, stuff like that. Not grief counseling over a breakup with a boyfriend. Also, counseling and psychology today are completely dominated by far-left female wokesters. Although it's no management profession, so no doubt her therapist would be telling her the problem was her dad. The last thing I wanted to pay for was more brainwashing against her dad and against men in general. So I gave her the medical bills and refused to recover. Now she did land a job in LA with NBC Peacock streaming, and that was going very well for her. She loved it. She was an assistant writer for a show. But then the writer's strike hit, which lasted about 6 months, and she temporarily lost her job or was laid off at NBC Peacock streaming. She, of course, approached me to see if I could help her out with funds. Otherwise, she said she was forced to move back to Chicago and live with mom.
What a crazy arc that just went on there out of nowhere. Hey, you want to see me breakdance? Yes, I don't really believe in therapy. It's kind of like woke female things. I don't know. I don't believe in that. The only thing I believe in is Bitcoin and headspins. Damn it.
Point. Okay, good, I say. Exclamation point. I'll be there then, too. When do you get in? Looks like everyone wants to do dinner Friday night. I get in Friday. Put me down. Love. Another love here, love type things right here, like that. And that's pretty much just kind of how we communicate all the time. It's just, I love you and all this stuff. And she just tells me about what's going on in her life pretty much every day. My plane made it. Sorry I missed you. How was your Christmas? Thanks. That's what our conversation's like, and literally they're just all the time, like that. So it just goes and 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 goes. So,
well,
I don't actually know how you can
that's pretty convincing.
You can just read through those texts. And it's constant. Let's see, I'm scrolling through my text conversations with Maddie almost the entire time, dumping all over the dad, the ex-husband. And that's the way it works in every divorce that I've seen. But now there's this other element. The kids are also being brainwashed into leftist woke insanity by the schools, starting in kindergarten, all the way through college and grad school. Girls in school are taught to hate men, to see themselves as victims of the so-called patriarchy. And they're taught that there are many genders. And why not consider changing your gender? Kindergartners are taught this today. The schools are teaching writing, math, science, and marketable skills that will actually help the kids succeed in life. There's almost nothing of value being taught in the schools at any level nowadays. It's all political.
We came from breakdancing.
So here's my advice. Don't send your kids to college or even to school at all. The schools are pure poison. Homeschool your kids instead. Then instead of wasting $350,000 sending your kids to Harvard or some elite college, or any college for that matter, just have your kids learn a marketable skill for free or almost free online. There are also good courses at community colleges. A degree from Harvard carries very little weight today. Elon Musk, by the way, has said this many times. School and college are mostly a colossal waste of time and money. I just want things to go back to the way they were, for everything to go back to normal, where we're all having dinners, laughing, joking, and hanging out, like we were a few weeks ago at Christmas. Maddie's older sister Tori's come to some of my breakdance battles, one in Chicago, one in New York City last year.
My breakdance battles.
I love Maddie to pieces.
I bet when he places on the podium, he goes into like a whole spiel about it, like, don't ever send your fucking kids to school. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The woke mind virus is out there. Avoid it. Okay. And then check this out. Okay. All right, I'm going home. Thanks again.
All I have to say. What I prefer to be talking about is Bitcoin, and why Bitcoin is really the only hope for freedom survival.
That's our only hope? We're doomed without Bitcoin? Fuck! Jesus Christ! Alright, I gotta buy some Bitcoin. God damn it. I call this move the woke whirlpool. It just does a headspin doing this. This was such an incredible saga. Has she responded again? Is there more? Oh my god. There's still more. How? It's still going. Fuck. I'm too deep. Help.
Tweet my dad had posted being like, my daughter is a famous influencer. She has millions of followers. She's a big social media influencer. And now everybody thinks that that's true. Like, nobody fact checked that. Like, nobody, like, everyone's rolling with it. Like, every news source, every tweet. Like, I'm a small creator. I'm not even monetizing my account yet because I'm too small. I have 70,000. Like, love you guys, but like, I definitely don't have millions. And all over his
How much does Ben have?
My daughter, she's just
Ben's got 15. So in the eyes of Ben, that's pretty big. And 70k is definitely nothing to scoff at. But yeah, I suppose in like the current landscape, when you say like famous TikTok star, you're thinking millions. This is so quiet, I can't really hear it.
Did nobody fact check? Did she not? Did nobody do research into this? It's like
I mean, it's hard to click a profile.
Like manifesting great.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, she's not wrong. Yeah, that is objectively wrong with the millions of followers and all of that. That is true. Yeah, it's hard to know who's telling the truth and who's lying, but the dad did bring some receipts that there is a lot of text messages and he's got like family videos and shit
And it seems like they hang out pretty often. But I don't know, I'm not part of the family. Though I feel like I'm pretty close at this point. I know everything about them now. I was distraught when the family broke up, like the divorce from 2005. You scroll back up in the tweet in the article, the dad said something so racist that the dude literally bit him. Huh? What does that mean? Oh. Oh my. Well then. Is it really the same guy? I have no fucking clue. It's in the article, I'm guessing. This definitely isn't the same Ben Hart. He's 66 right now. And in exclamation, what do you mean? In blank, it was 24. He would have been in his 30s. This is not the same guy. What year was it? 1984? And how old is he? He said 66 right now? Okay, yeah. 66 minus 40, 26. Yeah, it sounds about right. So, I mean, that would be the same age. That would be correct. I'm sure we'll get a response from Ben at some point. Yeah, you remember that 1984 thing? Well, we don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about Bitcoin and check out this new maneuver I've been working on. So about that Bitcoin. The bone cracks. I know, my bones actually crack more than Ben's. But yeah, I have no clue. Couldn't tell you. This was an incredible saga to follow, though. That was interesting. I know so much about that family now. I feel like I should be able to go over for Thanksgiving. Heavens to Betsy, what a week, huh, sports fans? Holy Toledo. Yeah, so Moist Critical's in a big oopsie-poopsie situation here. It reminds me of the time in Moonfall when KC Houseman sacrifices himself and dies of cringe to become the moon. Yeah, so, being serious now, since this has become such a big issue, I've been in a lot of drama recently. I'm in hot water, and I'm biting on the fart bubbles that pop up in the bathtub here. It is a lot. So let's start with the most recent one today. My retirement. I didn't know I was retiring. That's news to me. I'm as shocked as all of you are. I had a ton of fun last night playing a game called Clickleding, which is basically like a cuckoldry simulator, but for clicking against like the Lorax in a hotel room. And I just did like an old school gameplay commentary video. I was bubbly, full of jubilation. I posted it today only to learn that I'm just a big old fucking liar. Liar, liar, plants for hire, I suppose. Apparently, and I didn't know this until I posted the video, everyone was under the impression that I was quitting the internet. So I started scratching at the hair on my chinny chin, wondering, when the fuck did that happen? Was I sleepwalking? Do I have somnambulism? Is this some kind of like, you know, Fight Club situation? But instead of like Tyler Durden, I have fucking Charles Turden here that's just making wrong announcements. It turns out the patient zero behind all of this was a post Jackson made announcing that I would be leaving the podcasts, which is something I thought about periodically for quite a few months now, mainly because I started to recognize that I was becoming the very thing I'd make fun of with being chronically online. Like, I just was always online, and the podcasts were a big proponent of that, and I just kind of wanted to scale back the amount of time I spend online, and I kept Jackson in the loop the whole time here about where my head was at, and last week I told him, hey man, I think this is going to be where I hang up the jersey, you can put it in the rafters, throw it in the dumpster, but I think I'm just going to be, you know, sailing off into the sunset here and just reducing the amount of stuff I do online. Which he completely understood, so he made the announcement just letting people know that, and then that got spun on Twitter and Reddit as Moist Critical's taking an indefinite hiatus and quitting the internet, fundamentally. Don't know when I'll be back, he's done with the internet because of all this controversy. Patooey, on his grave, he's gone. When looking at the post, I don't even know where that's coming from. It's literally just talking about the podcast and me just stepping away. Like, it doesn't extend beyond that. I can't even wrap my tiny noodle around how anyone could perceive this as me being done with the internet entirely, but that's the story that they ran with, and that's what most people saw, not the actual post. So everyone thought I was quitting the internet, so I posted that video that I was really happy with because it just felt like an OG old school video that made me happy, and then bang! Just a flood of comments and dislikes all saying shit like, how could you fucking deceive us? I thought you quit, huh? What happened to leaving, huh? I just read this post on Twitter from an account that had a profile pic of titties photoshopped onto Thomas Edison that said you were done, and it had 50,000 likes, so I know it was true, and you're just a fucking liar. I can't even just peacefully walk away from some projects without it being a massive fucking reaction over actual nothing burger information. And trust me, no one has a palate more refined for nothing burgers than me. I have ranted about the stupidest shit of all time, but this was mind-boggling even for me. So to set the record straight, no, I'm not retiring, despite what the experts are telling you. All I did was walk away from a couple of projects. Like, that's really it. Like, that's a pretty normal thing to do, especially when one of them I've been doing for, like, 8 years. I really didn't think it was that deep, especially not deep enough for how big of a story it's become with all of the wild narratives running around about the true reason that I stopped doing it. So let's get into that drama. I've talked about it on stream, I don't even know how many times at this point, but we'll just talk about all of it in this video here. So, when covering the Ava Tyson situation, I was attacked by a lot of people for not being quick enough. Even though I covered it within like the first 6 hours, people were unsatisfied that I hadn't made a video within like the first fucking 20 minutes of it dropping. And then when I did finally finish the full video covering all of it, it was another massive problem where now I only did it out of an obligation because people called me out, and then I also got accused of being a transphobe because I didn't use Ava Tyson's preferred pronouns, which were she, her. I didn't know that. I thought just calling Ava Tyson by her name was okay, and I had also heard when I went to the Mr. Beast thing, someone refer to Ava Tyson with they. So I was truly under the impression that that was okay. And for that, I was annihilated by a good chunk of Twitter. And then annihilated by another good chunk of Twitter because I called out Sneeko, who was the main proponent about me covering for Mr. Beast to keep the collab alive. I wasn't talking about Ava Tyson because I wanted the Mr. Beast collab. And I talked about how absurd that statement was, especially given his history with fighting against the age of consent. He's been very vocal about how much he hates the age of consent, and so I talked about that briefly at the end of the video, which then changed the whole narrative for a lot of people where I never talked about Ava Tyson and only talked about Sneeko. So it was a complete lose-lose, because if I didn't talk about what Sneeko was saying, I would have been called a coward for not addressing it and talking about, like, well, he was going to cover for Mr. Beast until Sneeko called him out. So, like, if I didn't do it, I would have been attacked. I did do it, still got attacked. It really was unwinnable. But from that spawned a conversation where I talked to Sneeko directly, because he was very upset that I was talking about how him rallying against the age of consent is pedophile arguments, like defending pedophilia. As I've said since the very beginning of this channel, I'm always willing to engage with people I disagree with, and I thought that maybe there was a chance I misunderstood what he was trying to say, even though it's still abhorrent. I thought, okay, maybe he's not actually trying to defend pedophilia, he's like some kind of pseudo-intellectual debate bro who's trying to say something else. So I was willing to hear him out on it, and I talked to him in DMs, and he said he doesn't believe in the age of consent, he believes in the age of marriage, can't assign a number to it, but said that when someone can legally drive, they should be able to marry at the same time, which is literally like a 15 or 16-year-old, because you get your permit at 15, your license at 16, and both are way too young to be marrying. That shit is completely unacceptable. It is downright disgusting. He then said that he was happy to discuss it in a call, which I said I was willing to hear him out on, and he said that he would do it later because he was outside doing an IRL stream in Turkey. So I was willing to hear him out, because again, if this is some kind of crazy misunderstanding, I'd like to know that, because it'd be really fucking scary for someone in his position with his level of influence to be actually advocating for adults marrying and fucking children. That's a huge problem. That's a big fucking problem. So if there was something that he was like trying to say but failing to do so, I was willing to at least hear it. And this is where the infamous debate came from, the debate that people are calling the debate of the century. I'm kidding, not a single soul on the planet said that. It's actually one of the most dogshit debates I think human beings have ever had. He eventually called me on Discord. I was under the impression this was just him and I talking. I had no idea this was going to be a debate. I thought he was going to try and explain himself like, hey, no, this isn't actually what I meant. This is what I'm trying to say. I thought this was a conversation between him and I, not this kind of debate show that he was putting on for his audience. There is nothing in our DMs that indicated that's where it was going. When I joined the call, he asked if I was going to record it, to which I said, I can if he wants me to, but I was also down to just talk. So I thought maybe he wanted it as a recording to like explain to people like, no, he's not actually a pedophile defender or advocating for that kind of thing. So I thought that is why he asked. I didn't know it was because it was being streamed. Especially because one of his last DMs was about how he's doing an outside IRL stream and he would call me after. To me that says when he's done streaming, that's when we'll talk, not as a part of his stream. I didn't know this was a debate nor a stream until about an hour and 40 into it, roughly somewhere in that ballpark. I am not a debater. I've never claimed to be one. I never want to be a debater. I've always said that I believe conversations are the most productive because debates always devolve into what side can score the most points by explaining their thought process even if the position is wrong. Whereas a conversation is a very different thing to me. So I didn't even know that's what this was. So obviously I was unprepared for a fucking debate. So I entered into the Thunderdome and we started talking. I made it clear that I found his statements on the age of consent and children marrying adults being fucking hideous. Absolutely revolting. And then he started arguing about, well, what is a child? We must define a child, it's not actually being under 18, it's all a bunch of hooey. And I really think if you have to start arguing about, well, what technically is a child, you're already way too far gone. Like, that is so fucking weird. And in no uncertain terms, multiple times throughout the debate, Sneeko says that he is okay with people that are aged 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 marrying adults that are 18 or older.
We're talking globally. Let's just talk globally. Like, do you think it is okay for, I'm not talking about just you specifically anymore, anyone. Do you think it's okay for anyone in their 20s, an adult, to marry a 15 or 16-year-old?
A 21-year-old, if there was a marriage where the father consented and the daughter consented, and it was both good on both families and they wanted to do it, why am I going to get involved? Why should we get the government involved?
Even get back a little bit. Do you think there's not a problem with a child being with an adult?
Okay. We haven't even agreed upon what a child and an adult is. You keep saying that it's 18.
Under 18 is child.
And I'm telling you, that's not even the definition of the word.
What is the number? There needs to be a number, or else you can do the same thing.
I just told you there's not a number.
But do you see why that's a problem?
No.
If there's no defined... So why can't a 12-year-old marry an 18-year-old?
Because most 12-year-olds haven't gone through puberty yet. And most 12-year-olds...
What if, as you just said, it changes. What if a 12-year-old went through puberty early, the parents consent, the 18-year-old and the parents consent? Can they do it?
Most likely that's not going to happen. You know why? Because Islamically, if
we're not talking most likely. Just say it.
If the families have consented, the kid is mature, the kid is ready. Why should I stop
at 12 years old? At 12 years old.
If the kid is physically mature, the parents consent, both parties are happy.
A 12-year-old being physically mature.
If that's the only line that actually makes sense.
Again, I don't think a 14-year-old can ever be physically mature.
Mm-hmm. Even though they literally can. Even though puberty actually defines that, it's fine.
I don't believe so. I was 14 once. I actually had a mustache when I was 14. Would you have looked at me and said I was physically mature enough to get married?
If you were physically mature, if you were mature, yes, I would. Okay.
Really? When I was 14.
Yeah. If you were 14 and you were ready to go and you met another 14-year-old, yes, I would.
No. We're talking adults. You keep going back to that.
That is adult.
I met...
I told you my definition.
I
told you the definition. The definition, okay. If you went through puberty, you're an adult. That's the definition of adult. So yes, if you're an adult and you had a mustache, you're ready to get married, fine. Okay?
Unironically saying a 14-year-old adult, I think would make most sensible people want to puke. There's so many instances of this, and a lot of the conversation was spent with him talking about like overseas age of consent, like talking about how Japan's age of consent was 13 for the longest time, this and that. But the whole thing was like pulling teeth, and it was fucking painful. And I think it's extremely alarming perspective to have. Unironically calling a 14-year-old and 12-year-old mature enough for a marriage, those are middle schoolers. Like, holy shit. I think that is extremely concerning to be advocating for something like that. Like, would Sneeko be okay if his best friend ended up marrying a 14-year-old? He certainly shouldn't be. No one should be okay with something like that. Like, that's fucking terrible. That is actually terrible. But now, since I wasn't, like, holding him to this topic or making sure it stayed
on the topic I thought we were talking about. It went all over the place with a ton of different things, but the big one, and this is what most people have focused on, which was my response to his question about kids transitioning. And the way he would pose that question would be by asking if I thought it was okay if kids who want to switch their gender go to the doctor and get their dick cut off. Is it okay if a 9-year-old goes to a doctor and gets their cock cut off right then and there? And when posed with that question, I replied with yes. And I've talked about this on stream many, many times now, and I'll talk about it again here. I thought he was talking in hyperbole. I thought he was just exaggerating, being over the top, talking about the entire subject of transitioning. I had no idea that any living, breathing human being actually thought that that's how transitioning works, where you just go into a doctor saying, I feel like switching genders, and they lay you down on the operating table and just snip your whole fucking meat off. I didn't know that that's what he actually believed. I didn't know he was speaking literally. I thought he was just referring to the entire process of transitioning and just using this over-the-top statement to encapsulate all of it. Because you literally cannot get that surgery unless you are 18. Like, you actually have to go out of your way to be that stupid on the topic than you would just spending a couple of seconds looking it up. There are very rare cases where someone under 18 has had that surgery performed. That's not common. So I really didn't think that someone could be so dumb on the topic. I thought he was just speaking in hyperbole, which is my mistake. I should have been more clear instead of making an assumption that he was talking about something nuanced in an over-the-top way. I haven't hid this take, and it's not a new take from me. I've talked about this a couple times throughout the years on stream. I have no complaints if a kid gets interested in transitioning and starts talking to their family about it. So their parents start talking to doctors, the kid starts talking to doctors and therapists and all of this, because the process of transitioning is one that takes place over the course of many years. It's not something that just happens like that. And I'm also not afraid to admit that I am not the most educated when it comes to transitioning. I am not someone that has a ton of knowledge about the subject to be speaking on it in a really in-depth manner. But even I know these very surface level things that everyone has easy access to understand. It is a long process. And I have no problems at all if a kid gets interested in that process and starts going through that process with proper care. And then when they reach the age where they can consider that surgery and decide they want to do it, then that's all power to them. That's entirely up to them. They have reached that age. They can now do that surgery if they want to. That is not a surgery that's being offered to like a 9-year-old who just says, I feel like changing genders today. It's just not how it works. And I didn't think that that's what was actually being discussed because it's so fucking silly. Now, I'm sure there's some really fringe cases you can point to where that kind of thing did happen, but it's not common. Thus, I didn't think that's what was being referred to in the conversation. And it is, again, my mistake for not recognizing that at that moment, it was being spoken about literally. So all that shit that people keep dogpiling and spouting about me about how I want all kids to go out there and get their genitals chopped off is just fucked up. Like, it's so ridiculous. I recognize I did a horrible job of arguing in this debate, which isn't surprising considering I don't debate. This is not something that's in my skill set, which of course led to some embarrassingly dog shit arguments. Like the one I've seen people reference a couple times is when I briefly mentioned sports in this topic. It was a stupid point to try and make. I was getting hit by like some rebound psychic damage listening to some of the drivel brain rot that Sneeko was spouting about the age of consent. And I don't know why I thought this was like an argument to try and make, but I brought up sports in this subject and I was going to try and elaborate on it, but didn't at all. What I was going to try and say is that when a kid gets interested in a sport, they'll talk to their parents about it, they'll research the sport, go through the process of learning about it. And when it comes to transitioning, it's still a process where you talk to your family about it, you learn about it. Like, it wasn't a point where I was trying to say, well, changing genders is a lot like picking between baseball and soccer. Like, that's not what I was trying to get at, but because I didn't elaborate on it and it really wasn't a good argument to try and make in the first place, that's one people have harped on a lot. And I get it. Like I said, I am not a debater. Like, I didn't go in here expecting a debate. So I had nothing prepared here for this inundation of outrageous questions and tangents. Like, there was a point where Sneeko was trying to get me to say white power. Like, the whole thing was a fucking mess. It was, without a doubt, probably the worst debate
that video has ever been cursed with. And I really regret not doing a better job here. It's not something I should have even done in the first place. I just have a tendency to really hope for the best out of people, and I was really hoping that I and most people were wrong about Sneako's perspective on the age of consent. However, unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be the case. He was very adamant about this position, and I did a terrible job in arguing with him, and I did a terrible job of articulating my beliefs. I am supportive of the LGBTQ+, and I have been, and that's not something I've been shy about. I just wish I did a better job of expressing that. To be open and honest here, and I've talked about this a lot, I've always treated my channel kind of like a diary for myself, which is why I just talk about so much different nonsense and so many things that I know a lot of people don't give a fuck about, but some of it's fun for me to talk about, or some of it's just things I care about. So being totally honest, I used to treat the internet as an escape from my dog shit real life. Truly unhappy, really hated most of everything about myself, and the internet was my escape from it. But now it's really become that real life is the escapism for me now. Like, I love posting and creating things, but I don't like interacting with the internet around me anymore. And it's something that I started to realize a couple months ago, and I've talked about it on stream a little bit, how because I've covered so many like drama stories and everything, it's pretty much all that I ever get told about when I'm streaming, and it's become such a massive headache, and it's just constant negativity that I'm fully flooded with, like at all hours. Like I am in like this human centipede of eating someone's ass while having my ass eaten with even more things that I'm being demanded to like talk about, where everything just feels like a lose-lose, and it has been for like the last 6 or 8 months, I feel, where if I talk about something, it's a problem. Even if something is cut and dry as like Cody Ko having sex with a 17-year-old being bad, I caught a lot of shit for that too. I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't see that, but man, the amount of emails I got and a lot of the things I was seeing, even something as cut and dry as that was an issue when I talked about it. And then if I don't talk about something, or if I don't talk about something fast enough in the time that some people think is appropriate, I'm then accused of covering up for something for an ulterior evil motive. So it just really feels like a rock and a hard place where, regardless, it's just going to be a massive flood of negativity. And a huge critique of me that I've always seen is Charlie's a fence sitter. He's just a fucking fence-sitting enlightened centrist cuck, this and that. And I've always said for the entire time I've been on the internet, I'm not special. I'm literally just a normal guy who got very lucky. I just sit here, joke about shit, talk about my opinion on things, and nothing else. I don't have a unique perspective on things. I don't have deep insight into the vicissitudes of certain things. I am literally just a guy who yaps, has some fun, talks about shit, does some wacky stuff as well, and that's it. It's just not that deep. But because everything is so inflammatory and charged online, it's being perceived in the last, I'd say like the last 2 years, it's really popped off as me making deliberate attempts to appease both sides and play right down the middle to soak up as much as possible. Like it's all this like nefarious scheme where I'm doing this with my hands. And I just don't understand how it's become so incendiary, where that's apparently like a really bad thing now. My opinion is not special, and my opinion isn't one that's pandering to any sides or catering to anything. It's literally just whatever's up here. I sit down for like 30 to 45 minutes on like a topic or like a video that I'm joking around about, and I talk about it. I am legitimately just an average, well, below average height guy who's about to turn 30. I'm not just spitting hot takes out the wazoo here. I'm just being myself. That's all this channel ever has been. And now it's become super controversial to do that if it's not like, you know, picking sides on everything, it seems. And it's very frustrating. For the longest time, it was just me having fun. And for the most part, it still is. But I've started to recognize over the last few months that some of the things I do just really aren't fun for me to do, and I've been doing them out of obligation. Mainly internet drama. When I initially started covering drama so many years ago now, it was fun, because it wasn't as serious. Like, the stories were a lot, you know, more quirky. It was easy to get invested because it was kind of just like a soap opera, like a really dumb soap opera. But recently it's been much more serious, and I feel the need to talk about these things because a lot of them are extremely serious with very important topics to discuss. But it has become draining. As much as I never wanted to admit it, I've started to recognize that my mood is immediately impacted by whatever I read on Twitter in the morning. If that's some horrible stuff about a creator or what have you, it immediately affects my entire day and my whole outlook on the day. Now I know, call the wambulance, get some french fries, just fucking whining about having to talk about drama. What a stupid problem to be upset about. But I'm just trying to explain that it hasn't been as fun recently. It hasn't. And the main thing, if you've been around the channel for a while, is I've always wanted this to be fun and never feel like a job. And as hard as it is for me to admit this, a lot of this kind of stuff, it has just started to feel like less fun and more of, well, gotta do this because I'm expected to. Like anytime I go live, most of chat is just telling me about the latest in whatever's happening in the creator space or some other like extremely negative thing going on. And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to have to learn all about that once I turn stream off. So then I spend a few hours learning about these things, and it's all just really upsetting stuff. Like, it's not happy. It's all very sad, bad stuff. And it's been making me not happy. So I definitely think I'll be slowing down on covering internet-related drama or like drama in general. I'll still talk about like really wacky stories and shit like that, but I definitely think I'm gonna be pumping the brakes on like the kind of drama I have been covering recently. And instead, I'm going to go back to focusing on the content that I'm most happy with. Like, if you ask me what content I'm most proud of throughout my entire time on this platform for the last, like, 17, 18 years, none of it would be drama coverage. It'd be things like Skynut. It'd be things like shooting a potato at a tennis racket to see if you can make french fries in midair by frying them in hot oil. It's shit like that. And I think I'm going to go back to that kind of stuff as opposed to the direction that I have been going recently. So, yeah, this was a lot to go over here, but I hope this has cleared everything up. And, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. It's only been a couple days since I made the video talking about how EDP445's trying to make a comeback online with his Instagram account and live streaming on every obscure video sharing service imaginable. I swear to God, this guy would start streaming on AIM Instant Messenger if he could. I wouldn't be surprised if he hopped on as a full-time Omegle streamer and just tried to haggle people for money to tell them why the Eagles will win the Super Bowl and also send them pictures of his poop in his toilet. He is finding every possible means of broadcasting himself online in order to try and reclaim his former glory pre-cupcake incident. I'll briefly speedrun his lore again. I think most people already know. More people know about the EDP445 story than Hamlet, but just in case, he was busted last year in a Chris Hansen-style operation where he was fully caught trying to have sexual relations with someone he believed to be a child, and he tried to defend himself by saying, no, look, you got it wrong, you stupid assholes. Actually, I was just here for a cupcake. Which is how the whole cupcake meme started, but this was just one in many documented cases of EDP having inappropriate conversations with people he believed to be underage. So as a result, he was banned off pretty much every major platform and hadn't been seen for about 8 months. Occasionally there were theories and possible sightings of EDP445 out in the online cyberspace wild, but it was kind of like pictures of the Loch Ness Monster. People didn't really believe it until it was confirmed recently that he was running an Instagram account and trying to live stream again, and then just yesterday, or 2 days ago now, he fully made his return, WWE style, fucking pyrotechnics going off. He's on TikTok, baby, and he is absolutely exploding on the platform. He's got a video with over 4.4 million views. He's gathered over like 150,000 followers in literally just like less than 48 hours. He's been going viral there. I keep seeing the comment of when the world didn't need him most, he came back, and that's super true. But EDP445 is like a natural disaster. For as long as cupcakes exist in this dimension, EDP445 will also exist too. On TikTok, he's getting tons of support from people welcoming him back with open arms and open asses. They couldn't be more excited. They're just wishing him the best and super happy that he finally returned to take his crown back, king. And it's really sad, but also not surprising, because TikTok has established itself as a platform where child abuse isn't even taken seriously. There's been so many creators on TikTok that have literally been outed for some terrible things, including being predators, including in certain cases sexual abuse, and they still have very popular platforms that are still thriving because TikTok and the TikTok community don't take it seriously. And I think that's mainly because most of them are children themselves. So they're completely naive and they don't take things like what EDP did or tried to do as serious as they should, which is really fucking awful. EDP was outed for some terrible things, and all of them regarding his behavior with people he believed were underage. So now he's gone to a platform that is primarily consisting of underage audience. That is a recipe for disaster. You have taken a man who would be banned from the majority of elementary schools within like a 5-mile radius, and now you're letting him run for class president of that elementary school because it's on TikTok now. Probably not like the best comparison, but what I'm saying is he is now very popular on a platform that is mainly consisting of younger audience. I'm sure you can see why that's a bit of a problem. Now, EDP, mainly the content he's made on TikTok is Super Bowl related because it had the most virality to it since the Super Bowl is always highly watched and on TikTok highly discussed. So his channel grew a lot then. And he also made a video about me, which I'll show you quickly. I had to mute the audio because of DMCA issues, but you're really not missing much here. Basically, the words here pretty much describe what's going on. He's since deleted this TikTok, and I think the reason is because he's done everything he can to avoid ever mentioning the cupcake incident. He treats it like Voldemort's name. It just never gets said by him. Anytime it's brought up, the person is banned. And just does everything he can to pretend that it doesn't exist, hoping that he can just write out the controversy and people will forget or stop bringing it up. But this is his legacy. This is what he's known for. He is the cupcake guy. And he knows this, which is why he posted a video trying to be self-aware like, cupcakes, no, I understand what's going on. But that doesn't work with that level of self-awareness when what you're calling attention to is the fact that people know that you tried to have sexual relations with a kid. Like, that's the self-awareness isn't like a, oh, haha, he gets it, okay, now we can forgive him. It's not like when Darman became self-aware that a lot of the stuff that happens in his videos is goofy and people usually make jokes about it, and he became self-aware and became in on the joke, and that's like, oh, good for Darman, he has a level of self-awareness, I have more respect for that now. It doesn't work in EDP's case because when he calls attention to the cupcake thing, he's acknowledging that he knows he is a sexual predator. And that people know that he is a sexual predator. So the self-awareness doesn't help people have more respect for you. You're still disgusting. And what you did is pretty unforgivable, which is why no community's been welcoming him back onto the platforms, except for TikTok, because it is a platform that is notorious for not giving a shit about the safety of the kids on there. And make no mistake, a lot of the user base is kids, but they don't take it seriously there. There's been so many cases of horrible shit happening on TikTok, and the people that were behind it still doing just fine to this day. So I'm not surprised that EDP found TikTok as a place to call home, and he'll probably continue to do well on that platform, which is extremely sad to say. It really is, but it's just the truth of it. There's a good chance that on TikTok, EDP will thrive, and he'll be able to come back to form, and he'll be able to monetize again, and it's the fucking sad reality of it, because TikTok has a track record of not taking things like what EDP did seriously. And you can see it in his comment section. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of people that are writing on EDP's dick right now, like, yep, this is the good stuff. Finally, EDP's back. Thank you, TikTok. EDP, let's go, EDP for life. You can see it. And it'll probably continue. So obviously, a lot of people, myself included, have a big problem with EDP being back in general, but even more specifically on TikTok, since it's the platform that gives him the most access to kids, which are potential victims to EDP. He has shown multiple times, not just with the apocalyptic cupcake incident, but he has shown prior to that that he will talk to children and engage in very inappropriate behavior and conversations with people that he believes to be underage. So now that he's on a platform that's primarily in that demographic, there's obviously a huge conflict here. So yeah, just wanted to give a whole update on this situation. A lot of people brought this to my attention and definitely thought it was something that needed to be talked about. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
You've been raped? No. You should be.
This guy who looks like the result of a botched fusion dance performed by a colonostomy bag and a sloth is Only Use Me Blade. Now I'm sure some of you are thinking Brian was just telling a really shitty, edgy joke, but it's not. Brian, Only Use Me Blade, has a history of sexually harassing women during streams, and earlier this week found himself under more controversy during an RV stream, where it appears he gets into a bed with a passed out drunk woman and thrusts. This is all allegedly, nothing is 100% proven, so keep that in mind. All of that in that department is alleged. He is a downright deplorable, revolting, adipose astronaut, a downright shit stain on the internet. He is easily the world's worst streamer. He is a raging alcoholic, serial groper, just groping complete strangers, and just, he's an animal abuser as well. All of these, all documented. I'll show you what I can. Let me give you a brief history of Only Use Me Blade. Only Use Me Blade rose to popularity during the early days of Call of Duty Modern Warfare. His shtick was he was only using a knife to get his kills, and he did well in the game, but his popularity faded as the game's popularity faded, and he didn't adapt very well. He got big into alcohol and then started streaming. The only reason he maintained even a very small audience is because people were laughing at him. They liked to see him get drunk and fall asleep, well, pass out, hurt himself, stumble around. That was the only thing that people tuned in to see. He's a degenerate loser. In fact, he was banned on Twitch because he got so drunk he started fingering his asshole for a $20 donation. The only reason people have ever tuned into Brian's stream is to watch him pass out and compete with each other to see who can wake him up with the loudest noise through the computer. That is Brian's whole identity, his legacy. And I'd feel bad for him, but it's hard to feel bad for a skid mark like this guy. Now let me show you his follow-up to when he recently groped a woman on stream and she called him out for it. This is his perspective on it.
I just have a lot of love to give. So if some random fucking ugly whore bitch gets groped, she gets groped. Accept it. You should be fucking welcome, whore. You should be fucking welcome, whore. Seriously, you should be fucking honored that I would ever grope you, you stupid bitch.
What a class act. This guy is the exact person your parents tell you never to end up like. You can genuinely smell him through the computer. Brian struggles with alcoholism, obviously, and it's so bad. He's 36 years old and looks like a fucking walking corpse already, but it's so bad that he has to wear diapers because he frequently shits and pisses himself, and he's been shown on stream putting on his adult diapers, and they're fucking massive diapers. It looks like something that you could put a whole goddamn Ford F-150 into, because this is a big boy taking big shits and big peepees when he's blackout drunk. Now, let me get to the animal abuse.
Alright, let's go. I didn't like it.
Animal abuse is all the rage from internet creators these days, and Only Use Me Blade hopped on that bandwagon early. You got Brooke, the girl that put her dog into the dryer. You've got all of these titans in animal abuse on the internet, and Only Use Me Blade was kind of the pioneer who really kicked it off. He's done more than just that, but that was the first clip that I could find, and I didn't really want to go through his entire catalog of absolutely deplorable, disgusting shit. So I think you can pretty well understand how he feels about animals and how he treats them when he's around them, even though he himself is the most vile animal on the internet. Now let's get to the most recent thing where this grotesque dump truck appears to have non-consensual sex with a passed out drunk woman. Now keep in mind, nothing has been 100% proven, so this is all alleged. The incident occurred on an RV trip. It's a stream that they're doing with a bunch of different people. She was on the trip with them. There's multiple different camera angles, and one of the camera angles shows Blade going into the back room where the girl was passed out drunk, and he is stripped down to his boxers and appears to be thrusting on top of the woman. Now, before this alleged incident even occurs, there's a clip right before anything happens where Brian is asking one of the other men that you see in frame here if he should go have sex with the passed out girl in the back. He mentions her by her stream name, and I don't think she wants her name associated with any of this, so I'm not going to show you the clip. But to the guy's response when Brian says this is he just kind of shrugs his shoulders. Every man on this fucking RV that you see here is such a piece of shit. It's unbelievable. It's like this RV is a giant pile of dog shit, and these are just subhuman flies feasting upon it, festering in this cesspool.
It's fucking gross. This is the clip where the alleged incident actually is occurring on camera. I've cropped it out so you can't see it, but just out of frame, it seems as though Brian is making a thrusting motion on the bed. He's a massive man, so you can see the covers moving back and forth, and his legs are moving quite a bit as well, trembling under the body weight that they have to support. But this alleged incident is occurring at this time in the clip. Another extremely sad thing about this whole situation is the Reddit community that's trying to defend it. It's like a propaganda machine. They released like an Illuminati video trying to debunk it scientifically, but it's really poorly made and you can clearly tell it's made by a 15-year-old. And as you can read, their excuse is basically RV was bouncing, which explains why the covers were moving the way they were, but it doesn't explain why they were moving at the same speed, the same interval during this alleged incident that occurs, and his legs were shaking due to alcohol shakes. And then throws in like this conspiracy bullet point list on why people would be making it up, and it's obviously never even occurred to this psychopath middle school lunch table loner social outcast 15-year-old that the reason people are upset is because they feel as though they may have just witnessed a crime and a really horrible thing, because in this alleged incident the footage looks very bad and disturbing. And for some reason, as these fucking paranoid gang-stalking conspiracy points like, oh, they're coming after our entertainment, the normies are flooding in, white knights. It's unbelievable, and it's just fucking pathetic.
It's not rape if they don't have an orgasm. Fuck it.
And okay, I don't think if this shit is like, I don't think I should just be on stream doing this shit.
That was a clip of the girl reacting to a video that detailed the entire situation, and then she goes offline. I'm gonna give you a quick little montage of Brian groping women on stream. If you just search Only Use Me Blade, the first 20 or so results are just clips of him groping women that aren't interested in him. His name, Only Use Me Blade, is basically just synonymous with vomit and grope.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck? You can't broke me! You broke me on my head. I don't know where I'm at.
You have some big ass titties, baby. No, bring him on back. Bring him on back.
Oh yeah, it's worth mentioning, all of this is after he's purged YouTube of the clips of him groping and sexually harassing and assaulting women. Yeah, he also abuses copyright takedown shit. He is the max level of pathetic loser on this fucking planet. It's unbelievable. So, Blade, you're probably watching, if you can even keep your eyes open for this long without puking on yourself and falling over. You're a fucking menace. You fucking suck. You're a horrible person. I don't know who's watching you. Well, that's a lie. I do know who's watching you. It's the people just there to make fun of you in the stream chats, because that's kind of all you're there for, just like a punching bag for those people to make fun of you. I don't know if you're proud of that or not, but you do get donations for it that are insulting you to your face, so I guess that's cool for you too, I guess. But anyway, ordinarily I'd feel bad for someone like Brian because he does struggle with a genuine condition, alcoholism. But he uses it like a superpower to be the worst possible person on the planet and make money off. Easily the worst streamer out there. That's it. So yeah. Darkest TikTok iceberg. Why do people keep asking for that? Oh, I actually remember this story. I haven't seen his video on it, but I remember this was on Reddit. There was a random TikTok that was taken, well, at least this story, I guess the whole thing might not be connected. A random TikTok taken of a girl with like a black eye and shit. And then Redditors actually were the ones that maybe potentially connected her to a missing persons case. I don't remember the result. I don't know if it actually turned out to be true or not, but yeah, I guess we'll check it out, sure.
We're doing it from most tame to most gruesome. This video gets really, really, really dark, and it sounds so ironic because it's TikTok, but you guys would
no, TikTok's a fucked platform.
Also, I made
Shit's
this
nutty.
list. I hope you guys watch the whole thing. By the way, make sure to follow me on Instagram and subscribe to the channel if you are not already. Actually, don't subscribe yet. I'll earn your subscription by the end of this video.
Hey.
Without botting accounts. Like most social media, TikTok has
underwhelming.
Users that want followers can easily look
Everyone
up
knows
how to buy
TikTok's
TikTok
botted the
followers
fuck.
on Google. I don't know how lame you have to be to do that stuff.
Hey, fun
Jail
fact.
talk.
That's how Travis Scott started. Travis Scott bought all of his followers on SoundCloud when he started. His manager came out and said that Travis Scott,
paid him to set up a bot farm for his SoundCloud engagements, and then he was able to pitch that manufactured success to a record label. So yeah, that shit really works.
Fetishization of murderers. TikTok
True
is a
crime.
place for anyone with any interest.
That was big
It's no
on
doubt
Tumblr.
Some people are push the boundary a little when they begin romanticizing these murderers. Take Cameron Herron, for example.
Oh,
in
Jesus,
April
yeah.
of this year, this
Fuck.
21-year-old man was sentenced to a total of 24 years in
Actually
prison
forgot
for
about that.
killing a 24-year-old mom and her baby during an illegal street race. Yet people on TikTok were begging for his freedom because he is quote-unquote cute. With dedicated fan edits, comments like, chances should be given and he deserves it. And he is innocent. Please let him go, or justice for him.
They still exist. I see them on Twitter all the
Writing
time.
these comments have no real
All the
sense of
time.
murder. And it's not only male murderers that are
Here's a
simped
tier
for,
1
though.
chaotic
There's also the
meatball,
case of
Resub
Isabella
kitten.
Guzman, who in 2013 was the age 18 and stabbed her mother 151 times, killing her.
Holy
TikTok teens
shit.
began requesting for her freedom because 1, they just thought she was cool, and 2, people said that the only reason she killed her mom was due to being abused, though that was never proven, so people were just going off word of mouth.
Jesus
Fetishization of
Christ.
school shooters. Just like young teens simp for murderers, they also simp for school shooters. Most notably, Devin Erickson, which we actually
What?
talked about on this channel back in March.
Who the fuck is
That's
that?
exactly what you'd expect. Fan edits, comments saying he's hot, and I wouldn't doubt some asking for his freedom. Speaking of romanticizing school shooters, I remember FTP made a couple
Wait,
shirts referencing
who the fuck was that? I've never heard of that guy. He was a school shooter? Dude straight up had like cotton candy hair. I guess that's good that I have no idea that dude's name. But yeah, no, I had no clue. I've never seen that guy before in my fucking life.
I don't know who started this trend of thinking school shooters are people you should idolize, because they're not. They're shit humans that took away lives of innocent people. The surface. Faking disabilities. There was an instance
Ooh, this
last
was
week
big.
when this girl
Still
on TikTok
big.
did some detective work and found out that the account at Adopted and Disabled Child was actually a guy pretending to be disabled. For what? All credit to her, because she actually found out that the quote-unquote disabled man in the video is a soccer player for a Norwegian football team. I don't know
What?
goes on through your head to say, you know what? I should fake a disability
Holy
today
shit.
and post it on TikTok. Lopez brothers. Okay, I honestly don't want to waste my breath on these fucking idiots, so I'm gonna
I
make
don't
this
know
one
them.
really quick. Yes, they are both guilty of soliciting minors. Yes, there is proof.
She's 14. And you are who?
Who the fuck are they? I've never heard of them.
You can end up in jail.
I do realize that.
Man, that video didn't really pop off. Let me take a peek. I bet they're doing just fine on TikTok. Honestly, it might even be good marketing on TikTok, so that way the little girls think they have a chance with them, I guess. Which they very well might. Tony Lopez has 23 million followers, and he's doing real well. Posted a day ago. Let's go! He rated his attractiveness. Look at this. Nice. Yeah, no, that really, man, him being outed as a pedophile apparently really, fuck, it really ruined him. Who was the other one? Andre Lopez? He probably took the brunt of it. 21 million followers. He's doing even better than his brother. Hey, look, he's doing a dance. Nice. See, that's the beauty of TikTok. No matter what you do, you can't be canceled on there. And you know why? Because kids don't care. Kids do not give a shit. These two could have literally executed a child on TikTok livestream, put a gun to his head, blew their fucking brains out, and then did a dance on their corpse. Kids would have forgiven them. Literal next day.
For some reason, little girls still love them.
Oh, even mentions it, yeah.
His TikToks would get millions of views, and I'm sure you've seen them on your For You page at some point. Well, last month, multiple minors came out explaining that Jerob had groomed
I guess,
them. One
Tori.
of them, the one that got the most views, was a boy by the name of DYLG16. Joe would send him and his minor friends online BDSM tests and would ask to see their scores so
Jesus
he could see what
Christ.
their kinks were. He even offered to buy him alcohol, and if that wasn't damning enough, Jerob ended up deleting his account shortly after these allegations came out. Bro, if there's one thing I don't like, it's fucking groomers, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. Cartel TikTok.
To be fair, that dude probably wouldn't have recovered. I think you're probably right. The people that are fine and uncancelable on TikTok are like the dudes that are decent looking. This guy stood no chance. This guy was fucked the second he got outed as a child groomer. But yeah, the other ones are doing just fine for literally being outed by multiple people for preying on minors.
Zombie Woman is the nickname given to a woman in distress recorded from a neighbor earlier this year in May in Seattle, Washington. Now, I've tried researching what actually is the story behind this video, but there isn't really a solid story. So, I'm just going to read you guys some popular theories. The first theory is that this woman is a victim of domestic abuse due to dyeing her hair pink and her boyfriend not liking it. Also forgot to mention that in that same theory, the boyfriend allegedly ripped her hair out due to not liking the pink. That's the most I could find for that one. The second theory is
probably
that this
not
woman
it.
is just on some type of heavy drug like bath salts. The third theory
That's
is that
more
this woman
likely.
is a victim of human trafficking and she had escaped her abuse.
That is
Someone
possible.
said
Man, that actually does look like a fucking scene from Martyrs, if any of you guys are unfortunate enough to have watched that movie. That movie's disturbing. This actually does look like a scene from that. So this was real? This wasn't like some theater promotion thing or something? Like some kids doing high school theater? Because the cops are actually here, so I'm guessing this was a real person. Damn, that is fucking sad. Martyrs isn't that bad? Bro, that movie hits hard. That movie, like, not just like the gore shit they show. That movie, like, even its message is disturbing. The whole movie is about torturing women so they can get as close to death as possible, so hopefully they'd have an out-of-body experience and see what's on the other side. And to accomplish that, they torture the women, like, by literally, like, peeling all of their skin off, like, degloving their whole body. Like, that movie's nutty. That movie is, like, really nutty.
Holocaust challenge. Yo, I can't
Oh, I
even
remember
believe some
this
of the
one.
stuff I'm saying right
I remember
now. Like,
that one.
This is real stuff that happened on TikTok. In August of 2020, a new trend began emerging in US TikTok. In this trend, teenagers would pretend to be Jews that had died during the Holocaust.
Yeah, that one was pretty fucking crazy.
Diane Saltzman, the director.
One thing I always found pretty interesting about this is, like, what is the thought process here? Like, so they died at Auschwitz and they went to heaven, and yet they're still, like, covered in dirt and, like, hurt and stuff, even while in heaven? Like, that's gotta suck. You go to heaven in the same state you left the world. Like, if you get hit by a fucking train or something, you just go to heaven in pieces? That'd be terrible. What a horrible, like, entrance.
Is offensive to survivors.
Thanks
It
to Tier 1
trivializes the
macaroni and
history.
cheese.
I don't know how fucking stupid you have to be to do this shit, bro. That's just weird and disrespectful. Ronnie McNutt video. In
This one,
2020,
I remember this
normal
one
TikToks
too.
would be posted onto the app.
Fuck,
Well,
this
that's
one
what
was
people
heavy.
thought. Until the TikTok would then cut to a clip of a man shooting himself in the head with a rifle. Well, he actually shoots himself in the face, not. Well, like we're like right here. I'm sure you guys have probably seen the video. These TikToks were disguised as your
Yeah, that
average
one was
dancing
wild.
videos.
That was a
memes,
fucked up
K-pop
trend.
fan cam confirmed that the rumor of Ronnie doing this, quote, because his girlfriend broke up with him, is entirely false. He explains that Ronnie did this due to suffering from PTSD and depression.
Oh, yeah, that one was super
TikTok
sad.
beheading video. In the summer of
That
this
one was
year,
really
a
fucking
video
sad.
began Cassie Compton. In January of 2021,
This one I remember
a
from
video
Reddit.
posted on TikTok went viral due to showing a woman sitting in the backseat of a car. People compared this woman to Cassie Compton, a 15-year-old who disappeared from her home in Stuttgart, Arkansas on September 14th of 2014. Though, these were later found out to be two completely different people. And
Oh,
the
it
woman
wasn't
in the
right?
video was confirmed by family to be Haley Grace Phillips. She had been reported missing by a family member
Oh,
who saw the
well,
video.
it was
but
right, though.
on her own account, had just left home due to a falling out with her father. So,
Oh.
you know, she didn't think she was missing. She just, like, left home. And when asked about the black eyes, she explains that she had been jumped and robbed by two women when leaving the store. And the men in the car were friends of hers helping her track down the attackers. Many were still skeptical to if she was telling the truth or if her abusers were telling her.
So Reddit was
certain
almost
things.
right,
Though we
kind
have no
of.
idea what the Austin 13. Austin Morosky was a TikToker with many followers who was accused of raping his 5-year-old sister. Yup, you heard that
Jesus
right. So basically,
Christ.
there is no hard evidence that I could find to this case. It's all just word of mouth from people that went to high school with him.
That if you happen to get in the same scenario like myself, don't beat yourself up. Let this be a lesson to my followers and whoever's watching, that words will and can affect someone's life along with the cyberbullying.
Which, by the way, is one of the worst apology videos I've seen.
What?
It's right up there with James Charles and David Dobrik. You'd expect them to be like, no, I did not rape my sister, or yes, guys, I did.
Holy
but
shit.
He just dodges the question. He acknowledges nothing.
What the
Lady
fuck?
Cat Killer.
Wait, what the fuck? That was actually, like, his response? I imagine he's doing just fine on TikTok. He probably didn't even need to do that for his TikTok followers. They don't give a fuck. What was his name? Austin 13? He does not have a TikTok anymore. That's a first. Yeah, I typed it in right. The AWS. Yeah, I typed it in right. Oh, 316. Oh. Okay, hold on. No, still not. And it was Austin 13. Man, fuck you guys making me think I was wrong.
On July 28th in San Antonio, Texas, this girl and her friends saw someone hanging from the railing of a drainage ditch. The 25-year-old man had just committed and instead of calling the police, well, one of the teens filmed the other one stealing his necklace. Yes, removing it from his lifeless body. To make matters even worse, they filmed it and posted it on
Full-blown
Snapchat.
Logan
I have
Paul.
no idea how stupid you have to be to film yourself committing a crime. I mean, because if you think about it, they could have gotten away with it, and I'm not condoning them getting away with it. But seriously, how stupid, like, just don't film
Holy
it? Again,
shit.
I'm not condoning what they did. Good that they got caught. I'm glad they were idiots and filmed it. When asked by the police why she stole the necklace, she says that it matched her fashion style. Honestly, I didn't expect any better
That's a
reasoning
good
from this
point,
girl.
actually.
The police,
How are they doing on TikTok? What was her name? What was it? Bethany what? Yeah, I'm sure if I type in how many people are actually fucking named Bethany in 2022, I'm sure it'll come up. Bethany 3160. I'm not falling for it twice. No, it looks like she has also been banned. Man, maybe TikTok actually does sometimes take action. Then why not for the other, like, predators? Yeah, it looks like she is also off. Her name was Bethany Martin.
Zachary Lathan.
Her account still exists,
Often
it's at
dubbed
50K.
the TikToker who killed his neighbor for clout.
Thanks for some
Zachary
Dal
Lathan
stars.
did just that. Eventually, the family's son and father confront Zach by going to his house, and meanwhile, Zach's wife is recording everything. Yeah, the dude had a wife at the age of 18. Anyway, Zach ends up going ape mode and stabs William in the armpit, puncturing his lung, killing him. People say this was an attempt to gain TikTok clout since the wife was recording, but I personally think it's just a man with mental and anger issues not knowing limits. Also,
Jesus.
the argument the people came up to his side, and I'm not defending it again, that kid's a fucking idiot. But yeah, rest in peace to that man. Rest in peace. Joseph Jimenez.
I'm assuming
Another
that
recent
TikTok
event from
guy's
this
in jail
list is
now.
this. When explaining why he did it, he says that voices were telling him that by killing both of those two teenagers, he would be saving the world.
Fuck, maybe, Jesus Christ, maybe that Reddit commenter really was real then. Fuck me, oh my god. What?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, going out in public's scary, man. What's the name of that old song from Under Oath? It's dangerous business going out of your front door or something? The shit is super true. And it really feels like more and more people are becoming unhinged. I don't know what it is, but it just really feels like more often now than when I was growing up, people are becoming significantly more on edge and dangerous. Thanks to Tier 1 Dat Boy and the resub up down. It might just be like more access to information, but goddamn, this fucking scary.
Claire Miller is a 14-year-old girl that murdered her disabled sister, Helen, that had cerebral palsy, a disorder that affects a person's posture, muscles, and balance. Claire hysterically called 911 and just admitted to murdering her sister, and when the police arrived, they noticed that she had tried washing the blood that was on her hands in the snow on the ground. So I guess there was just bloody snow everywhere. And they had found a knife inside of the older sister's neck. They are charging her for murder as an adult. She's not being charged as a minor. She's being charged as a full adult. So she's
That's
gonna
good
get these
news.
consequences.
God damn.
Nicola Priest. This is by
I think
far
as TikTok continues to grow, pretty much every criminal ever is going to be able to be traced back to a TikTok account. So literally every criminal from this point forward, I imagine, will be able to watch TikTok videos of them doing the Doja Cat dance or some shit at some point. Because it's just everyone has one now. So literally every single murderer is also going to be a TikToker by extension. That's a pretty wild future.
So this woman from the UK named Nicola Priest would post
Thanks,
TikToks
Reese of
mourning her
Innocence.
dead daughter. This woman actually murdered her own kid and then went on TikTok post mourning her own daughter. People found this out because you can actually search her up on public records and it says there that she murdered her kid. That's what she is. And if you go back and watch some of the videos, her account is still up, by the way. If you go back and watch some of the videos, it's so fucking creepy seeing like just no.
Why? Why is her account still up?
Acting like she didn't fucking kill her own daughter.
What? What was her name? Nicola Priest. How is she doing? No, it's down now. Okay, so it must have been up in August. It is down now. So far, almost all of them have been. I'm very surprised. Usually they're not. Why just 15 years? I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I imagine, if I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably the UK. Let's see, in fact. Mom who killed 3-year-old for interrupting her having sex posts... What? Posts apology to her parents. And yes, she was from Solihull, England. She made a fucking YouTube apology video for killing her 3-year-old daughter. She was having sex with her boyfriend and got interrupted. And so she killed her daughter. What was the thought process? It's not like she was going to go back to getting laid after committing a murder in front of the boyfriend. Oh shit, the boyfriend is also implicated in this. The vomiting was the result of the severe beating you were both responsible for inflicting on her. No doubt you irritated by her crying, asking to be let out. It interrupted the two of you when you wanted to have sex. You lost your temper and you were joint participants in the assault. Holy shit. And they got 15 years. It's a fucking joke, man. That's a fucking joke. Yep, that should be life for both of them, I would say. And what's even wilder, she used it for clout on TikTok.
All right, yeah, that was the iceberg.
That was a lot of shit.
Let me know what you guys want to see.
There's a shart trend as well. Now that just sounds like good fun. No one's getting hurt in a shart. Damn. Yeah, that was a lot of shit I'd never even heard of. A couple days ago, a video went viral on TikTok. It's a creepy guy leaving a disturbing voicemail to a woman where he basically hypes himself up as the perfect man, and the lady was truly lucky that he graced her with his presence. He's the ultimate fucking alpha male super masculine specimen, and he's taken time out of his busy day to send her a voicemail. And of course, the shit gets weird fast. He leaves multiple voicemails, and they get more and more aggressive and sinister. Now, I don't want to spoil anything, but there is an interesting story here, full of a lot of twists and turns. It's like fucking Fight Club, but for a shitty pickup artist.
Yeah, hi there, Olga. It's Dimitri. Sorry I had to leave such a rushed message with you when we met the other day. I just want to quickly give you my phone number, and I had to get the heck out of the area.
Meet Dimitri the lover. He's the reason your panties are sodden right now. Be honest, if you received this voicemail, would you be able to resist him? Nobody can. No one has that kind of willpower. You would have to fuck him on the spot. So suave. And he's truly an expert of his craft. He makes himself sound so dark and mysterious. I had to give you my number and then get out of there. I had to get the heck out of there ASAP. I had to get out of town, scram and skedaddle. Why? What was so urgent that you needed to flee? What was the rush? Were you being chased by Batman? I mean, he sounds exactly like the Joker in the Dark Knight trilogy, so maybe.
In any event, I figure I better leave you a more detailed message and explain why I approached you. I am single. I have no trouble meeting women. I mean, women approach me 6-7 times a day. But I'm very particular about what I like. You're extremely elegant.
If a guy tells you he has no problem meeting women, then he has no problem meeting women. That guy is slaying pussy left and right. Dude probably has a threesome waiting for him at home, and you are lucky that he stepped away from that in order to talk to you. Spoken like a real alpha male here. No doubt this man's getting approached 6 to 7 times a day. No doubt in my fucking mind. That's probably on the low end. That's probably like during the off season. But I bet when spring break rolls around, maybe even St. Patrick's Day, he's getting upwards of 20 offers for sex.
I couldn't take my eyes off of you, and your friends were very jealous. Even if they say they weren't, they were envious of the fact that I approached you, and I was very taken by you. Elegant women are very rare. I'm Greek, and I'm very particular about what I like. So I'm giving you an opportunity here.
Sounds like he's about to pitch an NFT scam to her. It's like he's trying to sell her on some kind of multi-level marketing scheme. This dude talks like an anime villain who's explaining his plan to the protagonist. He's just so fucking weird. It sounds like Die Hard 3 every time Bruce Willis would pick up the payphone to talk to the terrorist. It's just so, like, unnerving listening to this guy talk. And then, of course, he goes into, your friends were jealous. Did you know that? I saw it in their eyes. They were so fucking envious of you when I approached you. They might say they weren't jealous, but that's just them lying. That's how you know they were actually really jealous. And you know what? You watching right now, if you want to make your friends jealous, get on the wait list for the new G Fuel flavor. Finally have a custom flavor, Divine Peach. It's peach plus kiwi plus dragon fruit. For billions of years, the universe has been building and evolving. And now we finally reached the apotheosis of creation. Divine Peach, a new flavor from G Fuel. An exquisite concoction sent straight from heaven, made by the angels. Join the waitlist at gfuel.com. The link to join is in the description below.
I don't know if you pick up the messages on the weekend, but I'm working on a movie script, so I'm pretty much around all weekend doing that. I left you my number, 416-9184. This looks like a landline, and if it is, you may not get the message till Monday, but when you do, call me, and then we'll get together for coffee and chat and let the romance begin.
What a great way to kick off a relationship. Let the romance begin. That's such a bold statement. It immediately lets the person know, I am here with romantic intent, and it's time to commence. Let the pussy flow, please. Where's your vagina? This is where the romance starts. Come on. Didn't you hear? I said let the romance begin. I think it's extremely effective. He's reinventing the relationship meta here. No guesswork anymore. Once they say let the romance begin, well then that shit better start. It's so fucking good. It's like a terribly written line in an old video game. Like some Resident Evil 2 shit. I would also love to read that movie script he said he was working on. I bet it was an actual masterpiece up there with The Room and Citizens Kane. But unfortunately, I think we all know he wasn't actually working on a movie script. He just said that to seem interesting and cool and unique. He was most likely just sitting in a dark room in his shit-stained underwear after hyping himself up in his bathroom mirror for over an hour, working up the courage to finally call the woman who made a grave mistake of giving her phone number to this psychopath.
You look very taken aback by my approach, and I hope that isn't timidness. I hope it was just a little bit of shock at being approached so directly, because I don't really date timid women, because I'm a very direct, very passionate, very assertive man, and I want a woman who's very independent and strong. So anyway, we'll talk about that, but I just wanted to formally introduce myself. Now I have. I leave the ball in your court. You call me as soon as you have the courage to. Okay, Olga? Talk to you soon. Bye.
This is a man who can date any woman in the world, and he's chosen her. How can you be so lucky? Some people win the lottery, some people win Dimitri, and you could argue that they're both about equal in terms of how lucky the person was. So, let me go ahead and reveal the big twist here. This is all genuine, this is real, it's not fake, it's not staged. But the twist is, this is not happening currently. This is about 10 years old, I think it's like 9 or 10 years old, and it comes from a pickup artist named James Sears, who also went by Dimitri the Lover when he was in the pickup artist game. He had his own little alias as Dimitri the Lover, and this was one of the voice messages he left to someone named Olga. That is not the lady in the TikTok here, and she's not trying to, like, deceive people or hide it. She, in another TikTok video after this, clarifies, like, hey, look, I'm not Olga. This is actually just an old sound clip from Dimitri the Lover, who actually sent this to someone named Olga. Now, James Sears, Dimitri the Lover, is in jail now. The most shocking thing I'm sure you've heard all day. I'm as surprised as you are. He was arrested for a bunch of hate speech related things and then rearrested after breaching parole. Now, I'm sure you all have a picture of what this guy looks like in your head right now, and I'm about to show you what he actually looks like, and I bet a huge amount of you are very close to what he looks like in the real world. He looks exactly like what you expect. Almost exactly like what I had pictured when I first heard this. So here he is. It's fucking wild, huh? He looks exactly like the caricature of a bad, goofy, creepy pickup artist would look.
Hi there, Olga. It's Dimitri calling again, the guy from the street. I left you a message several days ago. You said you were interested. Now, here's the way I work. I don't like leaving second messages, but I like you. You're a very elegant woman. You're very attractive. But, you know, I don't play that game. I know your friends tell you not to return calls. You're playing games like you see on stupid TV shows. So here's how it's going to work.
You just made Dimitri leave a second voicemail. God help you. Your soul is in jeopardy now. Dimitri doesn't like to leave 2 voicemails. In fact, the last time Dimitri left 2 voicemails, he cried. You gonna make him cry again? Dimitri doesn't like to cry. You can hear him starting to get angry. He starts saying, this is how it's gonna go. So we're getting to experience in real time the transformation of a nice guy into a bad boy.
It is now 4:30 on Wednesday. Now I'll assume that you've already left work, because, you know, some people leave early, and I'll grant you that. But if I do not receive a phone call back from you by 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon, I'm no longer interested, and you can erase my number. I don't play games like that. I'm completely single. I'm very intelligent.
Hey, listen, Dimitri, you don't have to tell us that you're intelligent. We all get that impression here. Just listening to you, I think we can all recognize that your IQ is at least 5 figures. Like, that shit is huge. That is a galaxy brain you're working with.
I'm great in bed. I make great money. Believe it or not, I'm a complete catch. I've only been single 4 months. I had a long-distance relationship. You know, it went a year. It's very tough to maintain it like that, and it didn't work out. There's nothing wrong.
Undoubtedly, he is the complete package. This truly is a huge catch here for Olga. I can't believe the long-distance relationship didn't work out. I bet this guy was doing everything he could to make it work. But it is difficult to keep that going when the long-distance relationship is Dimensions with that 2D waifu kind of shit. But, you know, I'm sure he had a good time and it was mutual. And now Olga had a chance, but she blew it. You know, she didn't call back in a timely fashion, and Dimitri had to leave 2 voicemails, and from there, the whole ass was blown off of this operation here, and there was no salvaging the relationship. They could have been a great couple. They could have been married by now. And this is where the TikTok video ends, but the legend of Dimitri the Lover doesn't stop there. There's actually still quite a bit from Dimitri the Lover, but I won't get into it today because there's a lot. He was kind of popular on the internet as a punching bag. I was vaguely familiar of him like 10 years ago or something. I knew the name at least a little bit. So there is more, but we won't go over it today. Maybe at some point we'll go through more of his voicemails and shit that he used to do, but for now, that's about it. See ya. Hey there, it's been a little while since I showed you text messages from an unhinged weirdo. I thought we were long overdue, so let's just dive right into it, huh? A little bit of context before we begin our adventure. This is a co-worker who's about to make like an ice cream cone in the Florida weather and melt down over absolutely nothing. Also, there's a Discord message that came through at the same time they screenshotted this from someone named Bastard. I don't know the whole story around that. I guess they're being contacted by Austin Powers or something, but it's not pertinent to the journey we're about to go on. So the co-worker says, "You get home okay? I just got home myself." To which they reply, "Leaving the bar now." "Well, I'm home and awake if you want to come by, lol." Drops his address. "If you want." I love that he uses this emoji. Usually it's like a winky from these awful pickup attempts, but he decided to be a little innovative there with one of these. I'm half surprised he didn't just send a dick pic or something at that point, like, "Hey, you're just leaving the bar, right? Do you want to come over, lol?" No big deal if not, I'm just putting lotion on my meat and then sending photo evidence of it. Shockingly, he doesn't get a response, so he has to spend the night kissing his pillow and going to bed sad, but he comes around the following afternoon saying, "Sorry, those last few texts were meant for a buddy at the bar that I didn't want to drive too far home if he was too drunk, and then when I called him it went to you by mistake. But yes, hope you got home okay as well." It's very important I mention this guy is 40 years old, and he is texting like an actual child. That tactic right there, I am sure everyone watching this has experienced at one point in their life, where you send a message to someone and you're like immediately embarrassed, so then you come up with a response like, "Oh, sorry, that wasn't me that sent that message, that was a buddy of mine, he just hacked into my phone and sent you that by mistake. I would never say that I liked you." Or that's gross, that's yucky. Wasn't me. I wasn't trying to invite you over to my house or anything. That was meant for a friend of mine who was super drunk, and I was just trying to save his life is all. Like, I'm actually a hero. I'm a super good guy. That message was truly a crazy mistake. Things then get super weird because he comes back the following day and says, "Yes, my friend, ... It's a shame, ... That's so cringe. It's like a Reddit mod cosplaying as some kind of Saturday morning cartoon villain doing this with their hands. "Yes, my friend, it's a shame. Ah, Sonic the Hedgehog, you've come to my lair. What a shame you didn't see through my plan." It's so odd and embarrassing reading that. "Always have been told what a gentleman I am," and he puts his pinky out, no doubt, when he typed that message. I can actually smell him through these. I mean, the physical stuff was both of us, I don't regret that, but the lingering bothered me because I think of a lot of you. I think a lot of you, as in the quality of person you are. No response. So you're gonna soon realize that he's actually illiterate. His weird dweeb speech didn't quite work with the "yes, my friend" angle. Still no response. So he tries again at 4:41 a.m. saying, "Hey, you." And then he comes back shortly after saying, "You honestly creep me out. Our bar is suffering for the first time since 2016 because we have a selling sandwich worker." I don't know what the fuck he's even trying to say. "Sure, you could learn, but it's all a joke to you. You're an idiot if you think my natural personality was like that. You fucking grabbed neck." So the dam's beginning to break here. Pandora's box is opened and every single emotion is flooding out of him right now. And the only one left inside of that box is sanity. He has forsaken sanity here. He immediately starts living in delusion and just spouting fucking gobbledygook. It's absolute garbage. I do love, however, that he says that they creep him out because they didn't respond to his 441 "Hey you booty call" text. That just sent him over the edge like, this makes no sense, this is incomprehensible. You really give me the heebie-jeebies. What is wrong with you? You didn't respond to my 4:41 a.m. text message? That's ridiculous. Everybody texts me at 4:41 a.m. That's like the most optimal time to text, and the fact that you didn't tells me that there is something evil afoot here. You're not right. Oh, also, I should probably explain that last cryptic message he sent with, "You fucking grab neck." So, what that is, the poster explained a little more in the comments. Apparently, they had given him a ride back at some point to his apartment, and he refused to leave the car and insisted that they go to his apartment together, but that obviously wasn't flying here. So, since he refused to get out of the car on his own power, it led to, like, some kind of, like, actually aggressive struggle where his neck may have been grabbed and, like, pushed out of the car or whatever. So that's what that is. Can't see the top part of the text, but it ends with tweaking, which is super accurate to what's happening right now. And he responds, "Is this a group chat? Accept the rejection, learn from it, move on. Also, begging to go on another date with me is cringe as fuck. I'm tired of taking losers and try to help them so our restaurant didn't look like fools. Doesn't. Date?" Laughing, crying emojis. "I feel bad for you, you. Okay, bye." Laughing, crying emojis. "You are, what, 22 and act like 15. There is no date." Laughing, crying emojis. "Thank God I finally got John here." I don't know who John is, but hey, fist bump to John. The savior has arrived. John is saving the day. "There has never been a date. ... My God. ... What kind of weird-ass life do you live? ... I said we have crackheads at work and maybe we can go outside... and maybe we can go out besides that... If you didn't see that on Saturday night with the convict you are still and idiot and not who I talked to you about thinking you are mature and different... You are just a basic Lucy fly we have to deal with." The fuck is a Lucy fly? A loose fly? Loose fly? I don't know what that... I'm no zoologist, and I don't feel like looking it up. Scratch that, I just went back on my word there. I did look it up. Nothing appeared on Google search. Even Google was like, "Are you fucking dumb? Hey, excuse me, Charles, did you mean to Google this nonsense mumbo-jumbo? Loose fly, are you stupid?" So I don't even know what word he was trying to put there, because there is nothing that even remotely pops up to explain that. By the way, the tweaking is on purpose to mock these idiots. Crying, laughing emoji. I'm still is the Marine Reserves. In. Trying to read his text messages is like trying to read Finnegan's Wake. This shit is incomprehensible. He is so angry, he actually can't type. He's just seeing red, and he's like actually trembling, fucking tweaking as he's trying to send these messages. But according to him, the tweaking is all an act. He's only pretending to be a tweaker to make fun of the real tweakers. We couldn't possibly begin to understand his galaxy brain scheme. He's 5 levels ahead of the rest of us simpletons. Damn, imagine being 40 and still illiterate and pathetic. Take care. Illiterate? Let me out it this way. I'm assuming he meant let me put it this way, but he immediately blew it. So after following up illiterate allegations, he proves them true right away. You've accused me of being illiterate? Well, check this out. How illiterate is that for you? Question mark. Crying, laughing emoji. You cannot be this dumb. I am mocking the way you talk. I would love to, like, get a peek inside of that noodle of his. What a very special brain. No, I'm not tweaking. I'm making fun of tweakers by pretending to be one. No, I'm not illiterate. I'm making fun of you. I'm making fun of the way you talk with my illiteracy. What don't you understand? You're so stupid, you can't even see that. Haha, I feel bad for you. Haha. I am 40. Served my country and stepfather well. Brother, I don't... What... You served your stepfather well. Where is that even coming from? Who asked? What ghost are you engaged with right now in this conversation? Like, what the fuck? I'm 40 years old and I served my stepfather so goddamn well. Why didn't he love me, huh? Why? You are a punk ass that thinks this is a joke. He know you have no bartending experience. I love the... Like, this has to be on purpose. He know you have no. Instead of just using N-O, it's K-N-O-W. No. This is so interesting. It's like a game of Mad Libs. It's so weird. He takes a shot on losers and hopes they do well. We have had some that turned their life around and helped us. Then we have the new age shit like ... Fill in the blank. But it's obviously becoming you as well. That you have no bartending experience. Correcting his grammatical mistake as any scholar would do. You want to put some of the group chat? Put this. You want to put some on the group chat? Put this. Why? Be careful what you ask for. Why? So, like, he's self-aware enough in this rage to recognize how stupid he looks and knowing that this is going to be shared with other coworkers, I suppose, and just continues to keep digging a hole. Because personally, I call out every loser or anyone that makes us suck. I don't know if he meant to say sick, or if he's like, you're the reason this restaurant sucks. We suck 'cause of you, not me. I work hard, damn it. They reply saying, everyone knows I'm bartending for fun, and I have no prior experience. Seems like you're the only one with a problem with this. Everyone? Yeah. Are bartending for fun? You are bartending for fun? Fuck you. Stay away. This restaurant isn't for fun. It's a business, and we take pride in it. This is like actual We Are Walmart energy here. There's nothing wrong with taking pride in your job. I actually think that's an incredibly admirable thing. But to this level, where it's like almost delusional that this restaurant has become a part of your identity, when it's not a restaurant you own, this is just this is just a coworker. This is just someone that works there, I'm pretty sure. So it's not like it's his restaurant that's being insulted or anything, and this guy is about to go to fucking war for it. Who the fuck is everyone anyway? I train. Then, God forbid, the last couple months we had these losers train bar, and there is Joe. Who's Joe? Where's Joe? Joe Mama? What, like Joe Blow? Like what is this? We've got John coming out of nowhere, which is like this guy's saint. Now we got Joe, and the way he's talking about it, I guess Joe's not a good guy. That's one of the villains we should be rooting against. I don't know. None of this is for fun. It's family. It's work. It's blood, sweat, and tears, and you just proved my point of why I don't like certain people that mock our restaurant. Are you done harassing me? I feel like as he was typing that last sentence there, you just proved my point of why I don't like people who mock our restaurant. He was charging up one of these. Why I oughta. Getting ready to get the knuckle sandwich deployed. No, the drug videos are enough. Good night. That came out of nowhere. I don't know what drug videos he's referring to. The poster also doesn't know, apparently. Thanks for repping blank. And bring your trash to us. That's why he hired you. Not because you worked for fun. We thought you had pride. Once again, please stop. Bringing your trash. The amount of times that he corrects himself, it's like a fucking English professor in a middle school. Like, just coming through with grammatical corrections throughout the paper with the red pen. And please, please, put our work group chat that you... And please, please, put our work group chat that you bartending is just for fun. ... Just like the video of you doing drugs will go to the VP of USAA. Actually, I don't like you. just as a military Marine vet will do it on my own. I will do it on my own. That doesn't clear up the confusion with the statement. So, let's assume he's telling the truth here. Like he has videos of this coworker doing drugs. What are you gonna do with that? Like, he's trying to be like a hall monitor here, but like, what? Are you gonna report it to the police? Because like, I don't think they're gonna act on it. Like, my coworker smoked weed. Here's proof. But he doesn't even say that. He's like, I'm going to the VP of USAA. So you're gonna take videos of this coworker doing drugs to the VP of a bank? Why the fuck are they gonna care? I imagine 90% of the people at the bank have used drugs at some point, and they're still doing business with them. Like, it's not like they're gonna get outraged like, oh, good golly, one of our clients does drugs? Cancel their accounts quickly. Freeze their assets. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. This is invaluable. It's so weird. And also, just for a cherry on top, the poster explained that they actually don't even bank with USAA in the first place. So he'd just be going to a random bank with a video of a random person doing drugs. At that point, you could just pull up a video from Reddit of someone doing drugs. The final message sent to this maniac was a no bitches meme, saying, I don't know what drug videos you're talking about, lol. And they did post another picture as well, where apparently this coworker was fired. So that sounds about par for the course. This was a loose cannon. This guy seemed very unwell. I had to share these because this gave me quite a giggle reading through these. Also, a nice little reading challenge to try and parse what he was even saying half the time in his messages. That's really about it. See ya. When you think of YouTuber-made movies, you no doubt think of extremely high-quality productions that stand the test of time, like Logan Paul's Airplane Mode, or the classics like Fine Bros F the Prom, and I absolutely need to mention the masterpiece Fred trilogy. Fred 1, 2, and 3 is the only cinematic marvel that can even potentially rival the Lord of the Rings trilogy. That's always a debate more heated than bone-in versus boneless wings. Which is better, the Fred trilogy or Lord of the Rings? Now I'm gonna go ahead and drop the sarcasm for a moment. Everyone knows YouTuber movies are absolutely fucking horrendous, downright criminal, basically a violation of the Geneva Convention being subject to a YouTuber movie. But what if I told you that two YouTubers just did the unthinkable, the impossible? They defied our very understanding of science as we know it. They delivered. They made a really good movie. Would you even believe me? You're probably thinking that I'm a lunatic that's taking crazy pills right now, even suggesting that a YouTube group could make a good film. But it's the truth. Danny and Michael Filippo of the very popular channel Raka Raka just made a horror film called Talk to Me, and it's actually good. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with their work. They have a ton of huge videos, absolute bangers, like the whole Ronald McDonald saga. And one thing that they've been known for is extremely over-the-top violence and, like, really good action sequences, especially for being a YouTube channel. Their action goes hard. And I'm happy to say all of that talent that they've demonstrated over the many years they've been on YouTube translated to the big screen beautifully. It was really cool to see what they were able to do with a bigger budget. So I really wanted to do just a pseudo moist meter here on the film. Most of you know I love horror movies. Not because I think it's a strong genre with a lot of really good movies in it. In fact, quite the opposite. I love horror movies because there's almost never a single good thing about them. It is just a bunch of fucking schlock that is pumped through the worst ideas ever. I love horror movies because most of the time they are fun bad. There is a never-ending supply of trash being added to the horror dumpster, and all of it makes me giggle and spit up like a little baby and clap my hands because it's so fun bad. I can count every good horror movie I've ever seen on one hand. My left hand, I can count every single high-quality horror film I've ever watched. Until now. I'm happy to say Talk to Me now enters that very exclusive list, meaning I need two hands now in order to convey how many good horror movies I've ever seen in my life. So let's get into it. Now, the narrative revolves around this creepy ceramic hand and a group of kids who keep throwing parties using this hand as like a wacky event type deal. So what you do is you light a candle, opening the door as they call it, and then someone grabs the hand, and while they're grabbing the hand they say, "Talk to me." And then once they do that, they can communicate with
people from the other side, trapped in a limbo. Basically, they can communicate with dead people. And they go a step forward where they invite the dead people into their body to communicate with everybody else and give everyone a bit of a spook and a scare. But they only go for about 90 seconds, and then they just take their hand, or someone else in the party takes their hand and separates it from the ceramic one, and that breaks the connection. They blow out the candle, and the visitor is kicked out of the house. Fundamentally, that's how it works. So that's the whole concept. You grab the hand, you invite them into your body, and they start working you like a fucking puppet. Like that guy out of the first Men in Black movie, the little alien in the guy's head pulling all the levers and says, Orion's belt. That's fundamentally what happens in this film with the spirits. So, eventually, this concept expands, where they keep throwing these parties because they really like communicating with the dead. It becomes intoxicating to them. They really love having their fucking bodies piloted like a Gundam. And that leads to a lot of problems where now the spirit doesn't want to leave, and the spirit's pretty aggressive because one of the core things they establish that if you go longer than 90 seconds, the spirit gets a little rowdy and doesn't really want to get kicked out anymore. And what they really want to do is kill the host, because if they can kill the host, they get to keep them. So it then becomes a battle of them versus the spirit realm. And it's really well done. Now, conceptually, I don't think it's the most unique thing ever. I haven't exactly seen like the whole hand concept done or anything, but there's something very similar in a movie called Flatliners, where they get addicted to basically killing themselves and bringing themselves back to life, so they stay dead for like a really short period of time, so they can see into the afterlife for a little while. And then eventually that leads to the afterlife coming, out from the after and just into the life now. And that's very similar to how this movie works as well with the spirits. So I think conceptually it's not like the wildest thing. They're not trying to reinvent the horror movie wheel. They're just doing it better than most horror movies that have come before them. Hereditary is an example of what I think is probably the best modern horror movie ever made. And Hereditary completely changed how I perceived horror movies. It went for a very unnerving, tension-building approach that never really lets off the creepiness until the very end. I still think the last 10 minutes of Hereditary is tragic with the direction that it goes, but everything up until then I think is just unlike any other horror movie I've ever seen. I don't feel that way about Talk to Me, but everything I see here is the best version of normal horror movie approaches. They take what most horror movies fail to do and succeed. It also really helps that the acting in here is very good. Horror is known for really campy, shitty, phoned-in acting, basically where good acting goes to die, but not this movie. I was really surprised with how well everyone played their roles. All of the characters were very well done, especially the lead. The main character here I thought did an extraordinary job. She was also great at doing something that I feel most horror movie actors and actresses are bad at, which is being creepy when you need to be. So like when the ghosts are inside of her body, she's able to be creepy without it being cringe, where most of the time a lot of actors aren't able to do that. It just falls flat and gets into goofy territory where you're watching the actor or actress try and be like unnerving, but they just can't do it well. She nails it. She's able to be like sad and vulnerable and happy and outgoing and charismatic, and then also flip the switch to be like really like scary when she needs to be. It like absolutely crushed it. Really everybody in the film did. So what I think is the most impressive thing about this film, and what I really didn't expect, especially given how violent and gory Raka Raka's work is on YouTube, is that they didn't just go for like gross out gore to shock you and scare you. There is gore here, of course, don't misunderstand me, but it's actually used in a really great context where it doesn't feel like it's just yucky for the sake of being yucky, like, oh, look at all those blood and guts. It always makes sense in this film to the point where like it's actually used effectively as opposed to just like a cop-out like gore, be frightened. It's really well done. Like it's not just guts everywhere all the time. It's used sporadically. When it's used, it's very well placed and very well framed with the narrative context that it's given. And I just thought they nailed that because their main approach to horror isn't just gore. And I'm happy to say it's not just jump scares. I think there's only like maybe 1 or 2 jump scares in here at all, which is a very
very normal thing for horror movies to fall into, is just, you know, fall back on a jump scare because people are gonna, you know, throw popcorn up in the air and they get startled and they'll say like, damn, that was so scary because it made loud noises so many times, which is just a very lame thing. I actually don't mind horror movie jump scares, full disclosure, because they're lame. Like, I think they are a fun, bad element to horror films that usually make me laugh, but I think if you're gonna use jump scares as your primary horror tool, you're pretty trash at making a scary movie. And I'm happy to say they don't. Talk to Me does not rely on jump scares. It does what all horror movies should focus on: anxiety, unnerving you, building tension, being creepy, but not overtly where it's trying hard to show you creepy things like blood and gore and whatever. Like, it's very good about subtly building up all of this tension, all of this anxiety, and letting things really linger. Like, I thought quite a few times in the beginning this was leading to a jump scare in order to break the tension, but it never does. It just keeps it going, which is great. Now, I will say they do, however, have a couple of, you know, ghostly spirits in here that are very clearly supposed to be, like, creepy looking, and I think those don't look amazing. I don't think they look bad, don't get me wrong, but there's, like, a really silly scene involving one of them crawling around on the floor and then sucking some toes, and I was like, damn, that was not scary. That was just really goofy. This fucking ghost bride toad demon crawls around on the floor and then just starts sucking on one of the character's tootsies. Like, it made me laugh, but I don't know if that was the intention of the scene, because the context of that scene is not like ha-ha moment. It's like scream time. Like, this is, shit's popping off. So that, I feel, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding and it is supposed to be like a silly scene, but that's just one of those moments where I was like, I think this didn't land the way it was supposed to. It's very rare in this film, but there are a couple of instances like that. But I don't think that it is, like, overall detrimental to the overall product, because I think, for the most part, everything they do here, everything they set out to do, rather, they nailed. They fucking hit a home run here. And they actually just did a pretty good job of just being disturbing. I was really invested in the film. So, I think it's a banger. I'd give it probably like a comfortable 80, maybe even like an 85% on the moist meter. So yeah, they did the impossible. This was their directorial debut, and they're YouTubers, and they're doing a horror film. They had so many things working against them, and yet they overcame the odds and delivered a banger. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. I've said this before, and now it's time to dust it off and say it again. And I don't care whose feelings get hurt by this. Just like a suppository, I don't care if your ass gets sore. It's time to hit you with the truth. It is extremely embarrassing when somebody makes one thing their entire personality. Whether that's being a fan of a show, being a fan of a band, or expanding beyond it. If you have like a shtick that becomes a meme, making that meme your entire brand and your entire life. I find that to be cringe. And the internet is, of course, a portal to cringe, so let's show you who I believe to be the most sad specimen when it comes to this phenomenon. Salt Bae. Salt Bae is a restaurant owner who rose to fame because he sprinkles salt down his arm like this while wearing goofy sunglasses. He looks like a time traveler from a steampunk dystopia. He took off as a meme and kind of a joke online, but then that meme got made into real flesh. He adopted that as part of his soul, and it has now become his entire identity. He translated all of that online buzz into real-world success, so his restaurants are actually quite popular, and they're known for extremely overpriced food. Most notably this abomination. This is a steak wrapped in edible gold, and I think it looks truly awful. That shit looks like a poorly wrapped Christmas present, but what's even worse here is Salt Bae himself, the Santa Claus of meat. He comes to the table when you order something like this and puts on a little song and dance, so he cuts up the gold steak, and then he hits it with his signature anime finishing move where he sprinkles the salt down his arm, and then he grabs a piece of the steak on a knife and then dangles it over any woman at the table's face. He just like dangles the meat over there like he's at like a petting zoo or something, and then the women are expected to like lift up and then bite the meat off of his knife. It's pretty embarrassing to watch. Like, I can only imagine going there and seeing your girlfriend do that. You'd be like, damn, this is expensive and I feel like I'm getting cucked, even though everyone's clothes are still on.
It's just, I think it's goofy, very silly, but overall, it's harmless cringe. But as is so often the case with these memers turned celebrities, he flew too close to the sun. I think this shtick was never entertaining. I never really saw the comedy stylings of sprinkling salt down his arm to be gut-busting or anything. But it's not like it bothered me either that he got popular from it. But he became way too pretentious with it, and to the point where he felt entitled to be on the field during the World Cup when Argentina won. So he went onto the field after Argentina won the World Cup, and he tried to make the entire trophy ceremony and everything about him. If you go to his Instagram, it's so many pictures of him holding the World Cup, you'd think he was part of the team that won it, even though he had nothing to do with it. And then he also has that picture in the bottom right that looks like he actually fished a piece of poop out of a toilet at one of his restaurants and was playing with it. So he was rightfully getting dunked on by everyone on the internet for this shit, and I just want to show you some of his worst moments here because, man, it is so bad. By far the worst one is him trying to get Messi's attention. So you can see him kind of like harassing him and yanking on him to try and get Messi to acknowledge him, kind of like a toddler trying to get his dad's attention. But Messi's having no part of it. He's actually celebrating with the people that matter to him and his team, his family, and he doesn't give a fuck about Salt Bae pestering him for like a photo for his Instagram. It's so embarrassing to look at. Now, apparently, Salt Bae and Messi have met before. He wasn't like a complete stranger, but Messi just ate at one of his restaurants and Salt Bae fed him a piece of food. Like, it's not like they were inseparable friends or something. And the gall to go out on the field after the World Cup win and act like you're somehow best buddies with everyone on the team is so laughable and pathetic. It was so bad, in fact, that now FIFA is investigating how he even got on the field in the first place, because they're not entirely sure. The leading theory is that he was able to get on the field because he's somewhat friends with the FIFA commissioner, like the head of the FIFA org. So that's the leading theory, but even that's not 100% certain from what I've read. But yeah, let's take a peek at some of those videos he filmed because, man, they're classics. Just like taking a trophy from a baby. So Salt Bae continues to like yank on the trophy until finally the player just relinquishes control to it, and Salt Bae hoists it up as if he's somehow responsible for it. He also shakes his finger no to the baby, letting him know that it's his turn, it's his trophy, he fucking deserved it. He put nutrients in that team's body one time fucking 4 years ago. So he's just as much a part of the crew as anyone else there. He has every right to this trophy. The delusion is remarkable. It should almost be studied. And of course you can't go for a single video without hitting him with that salt sprinkle. Because man, that's so good. It's so iconic even, man. You can't get enough of that one. Man, that guy's face really tells the whole story. That discomfort. Faking a smile, but his eyes are just beyond annoyed. Wondering who is this guy and why is he squeezing on my hand and trying to grab the trophy from me? This one's a real quick one, hitting him with a wow and then spanking the trophy, giving it a little slap on the keister there. And you can see yet another player very uncomfortable with Salt Bae's presence. He's just this like miasma of uncomfortableness. He swoops in like this absolute plague of awkwardness. He shouldn't be there, and everyone knows it, and he is there, ruining the moment. It's so fucking weird. Oh, here's a great one for the scrapbook. Yeah, biting on his medal there. I'm sure he really liked that. A guy that he is not friends with, doesn't even really know, coming out of nowhere for a photo op, and then surprising biting on the medal. Though I guess in Salt Bae's defense, the medal does look a bit like a waffle, so maybe he got a little confused. Maybe he was hungry. There were a couple more sightings of Salt Bae out there making a fool out of himself, but I think these are by far the worst, so there's no reason to keep dunking your head in here into the cringe. I just wanted to make it very clear that this is some absolute clown behavior. I never think it's a good idea to try and make one thing your entire identity. Whether it's a meme, whether it's you just being a fan of something, I always think that that's always just going to be a path to cringe. Just imagine getting a huge ego because you sprinkle salt down your arm on overpriced steak. This isn't the only case of this happening, though, by the way, and I've talked about one other before that I'll briefly mention here since it's related. You might remember during E3 a couple of years ago when Keanu Reeves made a surprise appearance, there was that "you're breathtaking" moment that, captured the world and tugged on everyone's heartstrings. Well, the audience member who shouted out, "No, you're breathtaking," which became a huge, online deal, the guy who shouted that tried to make an entire career just off of that one line, that one moment, trying to capture that lightning in a bottle over and over again. He became a YouTuber and streamer who tagged everything with hashtag "you're breathtaking" or hashtag breathtaking and called himself the Breathtaking Guy. I think. I can't quite be certain if he called himself the Breathtaking Guy. I don't really remember exactly what he gave himself, but I do remember everything he did. He did it with the "you're breathtaking" as the forefront. That was his whole brand and that was his whole online identity, and tried to make a career out of it. It didn't really work. It kind of worked in the beginning because it was still like a wholesome moment and it didn't seem like he was trying to clout chase off of just that one thing. But then it lasted for over a year. Like, I still kept up with him like a year later to see if he was still doing it, if he'd finally like graduated from that and started to maybe pivot into a different kind of shtick or even no shtick at all and just being a streamer or a YouTuber. But he never did in the entire time I was checking in on him. It was always going by the "you're breathtaking" moment to try and make that his thing. And it didn't pan out super well. Last I saw, he was streaming to about like 10 viewers at the time. And I just felt really bad for him because this is one of those moments where you have this huge blow up almost overnight because of one thing that you did that everyone loved. So you want to keep doing that because everyone loved it, but then you wear it out. It overstays its welcome. And then eventually you end up in a position like Salt Bae, where it's just kind of washed up, it's run its course, and now you just look silly for continuing to embrace it and continuing to try and sell that. So I just wanted to bring this up because I think Salt Bae is a bit of a loser, especially for this World Cup shit. That's about it. See ya. Another day, another Kik degenerate streaming themselves committing crimes. I swear, there's more crime on Kik than there ever was in Gotham. And today's Kik crime comes from a familiar face that only a mother could love, and I guess OnlyFans girls that are using him for his money, Neon. He recently got released from jail to everyone's dismay, and he is already back on the grind producing content for the weirdos that no one really likes. Yesterday, he came up with a banger idea for his content where he actually linked up with a criminal who is somehow a bigger loser than Neon, if you can believe that. His name is Squeeze, and he's considered the most dangerous driver in New York. He rents supercars and then films himself driving recklessly on public roads, endangering the lives of all the innocent people around him so he can attempt to goad the police into chasing him so that he can flee. Jiminy Christmas, how cool is that? This clout-obsessed turbo douchebag is somehow more lame than Neon, which I didn't think was possible. I didn't know a specimen like that could exist in this realm. So the two of them together, that was a match made in heaven. If they weren't streaming, they probably would have been fucking each other. Two ultimate losers coming together to commit crimes. So they streamed on Kik, of course driving recklessly, and then it ends up with them in a hit and run.
Okay, alright, we're good. Calm. Oh my god! Oh my fuck! Oh! What the fuck? Oh shit! What the fuck?
Oh shit! Everything's good.
Oh shit!
Oh, everything is 100% good.
Drop me off.
We're good.
Neon begs to be let out of the car, and his wish was granted. They let him out, and then he starts running away, saying that he needs to get inside and off the street. He starts treating it like he's trying to lose stars in Grand Theft Auto here. So he is clearly freaked out by all of this. He also just got out of jail, and now he could be looking at some more problems. Now, granted, he wasn't the one driving, so I don't think he'd face any serious repercussions, though I imagine maybe they could come after him for setting this up, because this was clearly the idea behind the stream, is get together with the most dangerous driver and do some dangerous driving for Neon's stream to entertain his audience. So it'd be like premeditated crimes, pretty much, for the sake of Kik streams. Now, Neon has been banned for this, and I know it's not going to be permanent because nothing on Kik ever is. They are a platform that is impossible to take seriously because it is pretty much used by a lot of people as a place to just broadcast actual illegal activity, and Kik still does really nothing about it except give them a 72-hour ban at most. Which always makes me laugh because a lot of Kik streamers, as well as Kik themselves, would talk about how Twitch is so inconsistent with their rules, which they are, don't get me wrong. So like a girl spreading her butthole live on camera or even having full-blown sex on cam on Twitch only resulted in a 3-day ban. Meanwhile, Kik still does the same kind of shit for similar content like that, as well as actual crimes that are being broadcast there. They are still guilty of doing exactly the same shit of terrible enforcement of their rules. And it blows my mind that they don't see that. Like, for some reason, it's different when Kik only gives a 72-hour ban for someone having sex on stream, or not even ban them for having sex on stream most of the time. And also only gives like a 72-hour ban for fucking criminal activity. It's laughable. But anyway, after the hit and run and the adrenaline started to wear off, Neon did a bit of reflecting in a very somber mood about how everything went awry.
I was there to do a Q&A, sit in his car. We agreed and handshaked only 10 over the speed limit. And this retard just went crazy and I can't do shit. I'm sitting in the car. What the fuck am I supposed to do, bro? I can't just jump out when it's going 100 miles per hour, bro. So, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is, bro. Don't tell me to shut up, bro. Don't tell me to shut up, bro.
Shut up. I like how even his own chat is bullying him here. Like I've always said, if he wasn't a streamer, he would probably be a professional swirly victim. Like, his face would know the inside of a toilet bowl better than anyone else on the planet. This guy is so unlikable and insufferable. So he's trying to say that this whole thing was just supposed to be a Q&A where he sits in his car and Squeeze only goes 10 over the speed limit. I highly doubt that's what was agreed upon. Squeeze is addicted to attention, so he has done an interview before, and even in that interview, he does something similar to what he did with Neon here. Granted, to a lesser degree with the other interviewer, because obviously the other guy is taken more seriously than someone as pathetic as Neon, but still, there's no way Neon went into this not expecting to get into high-speed, illegal shenanigans. That must have been the entire point of doing this. Why would you just interview him again after he was just interviewed by somebody else? Like, it wouldn't make any sense, and Neon is not an interviewer. He's not an anything. Neon is the human nothing burger. So the only thing that he could have possibly concocted here for his stream is to excite them with Squeeze driving recklessly as Neon screams like a bitch in the passenger seat. That had to be the entire purpose behind it, not some kind of fucking Q&A with Neon at the helm. That sounds like the biggest snooze fest of all time, and he knows that. He knows that he is uninteresting. So he would have absolutely said to Squeeze, let's just go on one of your stupid joyrides for the stream. That's what I think, and this is Neon trying to cover his own ass since he was literally involved in a hit and run. So he was probably afraid of some repercussions from this, especially since it was streamed on his channel, and it seems like he organized this whole event here. I highly doubt it was ever just supposed to be a very calm Q&A with the most dangerous driver in New York. Neon sucks. Like, he would not broadcast him doing some kind of Q&A format. That is so boring. I would rather listen to a 2-hour audiobook lecture on the Krebs cycle than ever listen to Neon interview someone. And I know his fans feel the same way. Like, his view bots, they don't really care. They're gonna be there regardless because Neon's paying for them. But the ones that actually watch him are like the perpetual jingling keys addicted children. And they are not gonna just watch a dumb Q&A with Neon. So he would have absolutely said, just go crazy and I'll stream it. That's what I think.
Squeeze! Squeeze! Please! Please, 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 bro! Please, bro! Squeeze! I'm enough! Come on, bro! Please, dude! Please, dude! Please, dude, no. The cop's right there, Oh my god, you almost crashed! Chill, stop. Stop, you're tripping. Squeeze, that's a cop, squeeze, that's a cop. That's a cop, you're tripping.
Even before the hit and run, this just seems unwatchable. Who wants to listen to him peek the mic through squealing the entire time? Plus, I just find this entire activity of driving recklessly on the interstate super
fucking cringe. I can always appreciate talented driving, but that's not this. This trend of douchebags just driving extremely fast on the interstate and weaving between cars cutting up is not impressive. Like, I don't think there's anything impressive about that at all. My fucking grandmother used to do that when I was a kid, and I hated it then too. She used to cruise around on the interstate taking me to Perkins in her 1978 Chevrolet ass tutor or whatever, and she'd do this, and there was nothing cool about it. My grandmother used to do this, and it wasn't cool then either, but now all of a sudden there's a lot of people that think it is, I guess, because it's becoming somewhat popular. It shit sucks. All you're doing is putting your life and everyone else's life at risk for nothing, literally nothing. I did do a bit of a deep dive on Squeeze in particular though. He does seem to be a pretty talented driver, especially when it comes to drifting. But all he uses it for is this illegal criminal shit and putting people's lives on the line for nothing. Why not actually do something cool with that ability? Why use it for this garbage? It's fucking frustrating. It's infuriating. And the best case scenario is when Squeeze inevitably does crash doing some of this content, he doesn't take anyone else with him. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. Another classic kick crime. That's it. So yeah, I would just watch the cross-examination. That's what I'm looking for. That's what we're going to be catching up with. We got to talk about her fucking Dr. Evil outfit. She is unironically dressed like Dr. Evil. It's crazy. I saw so many comparisons. Kim Jong-un, Dr. Evil, Mao Zedong. Those are the three main ones. This is exactly what the outfit looks like, though. She looks like an angry dictator wearing this. I don't know who is, like, guiding her here. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They must be a real big Johnny Depp fan. There's some weird clothing choices. I can't even imagine why she would choose these clothes. It makes no sense. Yeah, so all I know going into this, I tried to avoid spoilers. I know they caught Amber Heard on her lie about donating the $7 million that she got from the divorce settlement. She just kept saying she was pledging $7 million from the divorce settlement without ever actually donating it over the course of however many years she's been divorced from Johnny Depp, which is a pretty big lie to catch someone in. Just looks like an unbelievable asshole.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco.
This is coming out swinging.
2016, right? Yes.
This lawyer goes in. It seems like it. She's already kind of come out the gate firing.
You want to enter in it.
I have to imagine, though, that's not the reason Johnny Depp doesn't look at her. That's like some anime shit. I promise she'd never see my eyes again. It's probably he really doesn't want to look at a woman who has uprooted his entire life with all kinds of crazy shit.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I wanted to end back.
So it sounds like they have new evidence. I've never heard this.
No, because I'm nothing to you, and I will always be nothing to you. No, we'll never see each other again.
I can't really understand what's being said.
Take my fucking glasses off. You will not see my eyes again.
Oh. Well, I guess that was real.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence. And
yes.
It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
And the man you beat up numerous times.
Oh.
Right, Miss Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
Vicious.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp
Goddamn.
finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence. Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence.
My God, they're cooking Amber's cheeks right
All
now.
due respect, I
She's
wasn't
kind of going
saying
in.
it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years. He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
That's a really bad play, Amber, because when you look up your name plus domestic abuse, even aside from Johnny Depp, you get the actual criminal lawsuit with you and your ex-girlfriend where you beat her up. So, like, you wouldn't really want people to look you up plus domestic abuse, even outside of Johnny Depp. She's on the ropes right now. It's a big fucking yikes. It is. She has a legitimate case against her from 2009 where she beat up her ex-girlfriend. But then she said it was actually overplayed. She didn't beat her up. She simply hit her or something like that.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count, with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
Well, there's no injuries to the face, as she
Testified to
just
another
confirmed,
incident in March of
which means that statement was a lie.
2013. You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't know if I took one or if it's included.
Reese
I'm
the
not
prime
quite
toast
sure
and
which
Reese of
ones.
You
dragon
didn't
and
show
duck
any pictures
and
to the
plain.
jury after describing that
Elizabeth's
alleged
10.
incident, that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013.
What
yes.
do you mean? What the fuck?
The only picture that you've produced...
Who is coaching Amber for, like, debate team here? Like, a high schooler? This isn't... Granted, I've seen very little, but this usually isn't how it happens, right? Usually, it's a lot more concise and pointed as opposed to obtuse, because she's already completely thrown out this entire picture with this strategy. She confirmed that this is the incident where she claimed Johnny Depp hit her so many times in the face she forgot or she lost count. And then the picture to back up that evidence is a bruise on her arm which shows no injury to the face, which immediately discredits that photo. She is terrible at this. I know she fired her entire team beforehand, but didn't she replace them or is she just going solo? That's a real question. I don't know. Did she like hire a new team after she fired them? Oh, that's right. It was a PR team. Oh, that's right. I forgot it was a PR team.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248. And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was
oh man, what
dinner
a stinker of a movie.
I believe in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Admit. Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
Damn, paparazzi's
This is also
actually
a
really
picture
helping
from
this
when you
case.
were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
Ah, sounds reasonable. I have to imagine, now granted, I'm no pugilist, if you're getting blasted by, like, rings on fingers, it'd probably be kind of similar to, like, brass knuckles in a certain extent, right? That'd cause some serious damage, right? And she's still gonna sit there with a straight face and be like, you just can't see it, but it's there. This is only an hour and 55 minutes, and I feel like it's a speed run by dismantling half of her claims already. That's already through, like, 3 of them. Man, she's really going in. She said, alright, I'm going to take this down, but I also have a lunch scheduled for 3 hours from now, so let's make it quick. It also helps that Amber Heard's doing a terrible job at defending herself.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over literally everything.
You need to fire those
Is it
assholes
your
then.
testimony, Ms. Heard? This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
Man, that makeup really
at the
fixed
event
that broken
the night
nose
after
right
Mr.
up.
Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine, and for me, it wasn't that bad.
Bro,
I have a picture of it.
if you even get hit in the nose with like a basketball off of a bad pass, that shit puffs up. Let alone getting hit with a giant ringed fist. These are not good claims to be making, Miss Turd. Man, there are so many pictures. They came prepared. They did their homework.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
And she hates her lawyers too. I mean, I would too after this, to be honest.
Yes, that's fine.
Pretty smart though to use the lawyers as the scapegoat, but also pretty stupid considering they're the ones that are trying to keep you $50 million not in the hole. Amber Heard using chug jugs before taking photos. Okay then. Yeah, I guess. Is she going to jail too? That's not the purpose of the trial. So no. Unless she somehow, like, implicates herself in a big way, like,
something straight out of a cartoon, like, yeah, I did it, and I'll do it again, too, and then lunges over at Johnny and starts beating his ass. There's a chance she may with perjury. I highly doubt. I mean, granted, I haven't finished this, but I don't think there's any case of perjury against her, is there? Oh, wow. Amber Heard perjury investigation continues. Holy shit. And a dog smuggling lawsuit. Don't know what that is.
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
I see a mark. That's what I was wondering. I thought this was a scratch, and I was like, oh, so she did have a scratch. But I'm guessing this is a tattoo? I don't know what that is. It is a tattoo? She has red text tattoo? Oh, it's just actually supposed to be red. Why? That's weird. I've never seen red text tattoos before. Makes it hard to read, I imagine. There's a Tier 1 grade, Tier 1 red, and Tier 1 Lumberman. And there's some Quick and Kyle and Shoe. Spelling error? Oh, true, yeah, I guess maybe her original text tattoo was spelled incorrectly, so like a teacher, she came in with the red ink above it for all the corrections.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
So that incident right there with the writing on the wall, so she took pictures of that shit she was talking about with the paint, where Johnny Depp was like writing weird shit in paint on the wall. Is that the same timeline? With his finger? Oh, that's right, yeah, with his finger, where he was writing in his like finger cut it, like his finger cut. Or whatever. Okay, so that's the same one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of broken nose claims. With no medical attention to him anytime. She's got super regenerative powers. It's like the Deadpool.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593, the jury trial's transcript.
Don't they still have someone on staff that transcribes these in real time? Or is that obsolete now with technology? Weird time to pause, I'm just curious. Yeah, it is still just a person that's Man, hats off to them. That was such a fat bundle of papers, and to transcribe over 8.5 hours worth of deliberation is crazy.
That's correct.
And bruising on your chin.
Thanks you some Lawwood Enigma, Big
Correct.
Boy. And the
You also
use of
testified
ID.
that your head was
Sebastian.
bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute, but I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Oh, fuck.
Can I close
You
this?
weren't lying. James Corden makes an appearance. Oh.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35.
Tier 2 gift
And for
subs
the
Ghost.
record, we will only be playing a portion of
Thank you,
this,
Ghost.
so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
If we may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Oh, double dose of James Corden. Oh my god.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So. My face, though, is like I've got that you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on and like flower.
At the very
crowns
least,
and all
James
this
Corden's
stuff.
not
And then
talking
my
much.
hand, and my face, and then my
So it
hand.
could be worse.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
If I got my ass beat like hardcore and then went on the James Corden show, I'd say the James Corden show would be more painful.
That's a
I could get hit with a
photo of
fucking
you
sledgehammer and
opening your
James
mouth on
Corden
the
would still be
right,
worse.
Right?
That's correct.
You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
Is it for a gift subs razor?
Yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th,
He's using
2015.
shyster.
That's correct.
Oh, they're using a People magazine article for evidence? Oh! It's this one.
These
the one that
pictures
started
ended
it
up
all.
in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know. No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
Man, they're about to be disbarred. I'll tell you what. Okay.
You also have a
They're
medical
sweating.
record from, this is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't
I see.
get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
What was their thought process there? Like, yeah, I'd have to read it later. Well, I mean, obviously we're going to read it now. It's right here. Like, there was no way of getting around that. It is just, they have the whole thing. What a horrible idea. Like, what a dog shit strategy.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with
What was
Mr.
she
Depp,
talking
do
about
you?
with the malnourished male part? I don't see that here. It was the top line. Oh, malnourished male. Oh, yeah. Malnourished male in NAD. Alert and oriented ×4. Yeah, what does that mean? Anyone more knowledgeable than me? What does that mean? NAD stands for no acute distress. Oh, so it's, okay, then there's no way that's malnourished male. I imagine it's going to be well-nourished male.
Moisture, hair
Because that, wouldn't that, if it was a malnourished patient, wouldn't that immediately be like some kind of acute distress?
Texture,
I would think,
turgor.
right?
It reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor.
Oh, you're right. I just saw it. I saw it. Right before it went up, I can tell it says well.
There's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went
Man.
to see any doctor
She hates her legal
or
team.
surgeon or after you were with Mr. Depp as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp.
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I would object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know. All right.
They have not been produced, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
they've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come and approach.
So are they here or are they not here? Where are they at? Is her lawyer wiping her ass with him?
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
He's the
Sure,
prime
let's take a
Mad Jack
look at
professor
Defendant's
in the
Exhibit
bits
1090,
A
which
lot.
is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
And sometimes
grim.
security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew
Prime tornado.
that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
I
which
don't
is
get the
also
point of
evidence.
that one. He's just actually sleeping. No drug-related anything.
You
He's
also
just
took
sleeping.
this picture, right, Miss Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg.
What are you-
Cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
Does she not nap? Is she like an android? I've fallen asleep a million times just like that. Granted, no cigarette, though I also don't see one in the picture either, to be fair. He's literally just been sleeping in a chair for the last 2 photos. That's it. God damn.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
And what happened to it?
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it. He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you
really.
took a picture
What the fuck does that mean? When you fall asleep and you spill something on yourself, you're not gonna like feel it either. He's wearing jeans. Just ran down his legs. I really feel like she should have just went a different angle. Like, yeah, he drank himself into a fucking coma that night. That I'd believe. But she's trying to spin it in a way like I cared so much, so I took a picture of ice cream running down his legs while he fell asleep. It makes no sense. I too have gotten drunk and spilled shit on myself while falling asleep. Shit happens. The pictures, I'm not an expert, I'm not part of their legal teams, but I believe the pictures were to prove that Johnny Depp wasn't in control of himself sometimes due to substance abuse and alcohol. So these pictures are supposed to show him like the aftermath of a bender or something. But the only one you could even make an argument for is the one with ice cream on his leg. The other two is him just asleep in a chair in the Bahamas and asleep in the chair at his own home. And even the ice cream one, there's so much left for interpretation because it's just him sleeping and ice cream is on his leg. She could have put ice cream there and spilled it on him to make it look worse. Like, anything could have happened. He could have literally just fallen asleep while eating ice cream. It doesn't really set that character profile like I think they wanted it to, so it's just a bit goofy. Wait to the cocaine picture. I saw that. I mean, obviously Johnny Depp, voice crack, is a druggie.
You remember we approached?
Okay.
I'm just saying these pictures don't really do a good job of showcasing anything she's trying to get them to do. Johnny claimed Amber handed him the ice cream as he was falling asleep. Oh. Well, there's no way of proving that one way or the other. Regardless, it's very weak for evidence. I know this is Johnny Depp's lawyer. It's to show Amber taking a bunch of useless pics of him, but 0 pics of her so-called wounds. Yeah, I know. And his lawyer's doing a great job of setting that up. Because for some reason Amber has 1,000 pictures of him sleeping, but only 2 of injuries. At least 2 that we've seen so far. And the injuries aren't consistent with her statements. One of them, she claims she was beat by Johnny Depp so many times in the face with his giant rings that she lost count of how many times she was punched, and the picture is a bruise on her arm. And the other one is the split lip one with the black eyes. You know it's not good when she hates the people trying to save her. That's another thing. I think 3 times now she has blamed her legal team for the absence of evidence she claims to have produced. And she got real dicey when she claimed the lawyers were the one that sent those pictures to People magazine during an active investigation or an active case, which would be a big no-no.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
Oh, I see.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
She's claiming this was staged.
You do. And when you sent it, you said,
Thanks, Resub Spaceman.
look at my morning.
The Resub
or something
dipshit
like
and
that.
blue,
Is that right?
blue roll.
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life. I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine. Sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know.
Wow, this is an awfully bold line of questioning.
Pictures like that to the jury, have you?
So I wouldn't have chosen this approach. I'm pretty sure Johnny Depp knows his way around some cocaine, but it is a really good point to make since she took pictures of everything and went so far as to take them of him sleeping. She would have absolutely produced evidence of him near cocaine if he was truly like a monster snorting himself into deep comas and blazing disregard for human life. Pretty interesting tactic here. I would have never thought they'd try and pick apart this picture. But I'm not a lawyer. This is a pretty big brain.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in
Damn,
August of
I wanna know.
2016, right?
Son of a bitch. Could be anyone.
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp. True?
That's
Oh,
correct.
this is the one. This is the one.
And then
6.8 exactly.
Your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
Thanks to Tier 1 Teddy and Resub Leon.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1251.
Oh god, she has the receipts to prove she never donated. Oh, this is so painful. She tried so hard to look like a good person with the charity pledge.
Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is
She just testified, Your Honor,
said
that it's her
it's her
statement.
May I say the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Oh my god.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
Fucking checkmated there, I guess.
As reported in the media, the amount received in the
Here's some Dr.
divorce is
Thick and
$7
Ferret.
million, and $7 million
Prime
is
sentient.
being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no... It doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated
Where's the prime
$100,000 of the divorce settlement
not?
directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
To each.
to the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You just
stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount, or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce, as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over
I already
many years, right?
Again, like I said, I already know how this part ends because I saw the cliff notes on Twitter since it was such a big deal. Fuck, this is painful. This is rough. This is an Amber Turd classic right here. This is the greatest hits.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments, and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
God, that was just such a scary line. Refresh your recollection. So snappy.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page, her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Damn, she's on a streak right now. Suddenly she's very energetic and talkative. Yeah, because this is a rough one. I guess I won't spoil it if you don't know, but this is a sore spot for Miss Turd. In her efforts to look like a saint, she looks real fucking dumb.
You released a statement
May we approach again?
Okay.
I'm begging you, Your Honor, please don't let her say this. God, anything but this. Don't let her do it. Oh my God, please. Amber's gonna beat my ass. Don't let her say this. Man, this one piece of evidence here has got her whole legal team kind of shook. For good reason, obviously.
Well, I understand, but we'll take care of that.
Okay.
As of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection.
Okay, come forward.
Oh my God, Jesus, the stalling tactics, holy shit. As if a lack of a copy means we have to stop that right now. Oh. So I only read what happened on Twitter, and I'm really excited to see how it plays out in court here, because I'm expecting like audible gasps from like the jury and the crowd here once they drop the bombshell. And Magic,
So
Chance,
directing your
and Resub
attention, Ms.
J-Mac,
Heard,
Gigi,
where it
and
says
Wafu.
her spokeswoman responded in a
Geek.
statement.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Right.
Jesus Christ. The desperation.
I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
Okay. I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 1260 and evidence.
Thanks for 5 gift subs, Nova.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And resub Hippie and Prime.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote.
Now drop it. Hit it.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You
You
spoke
said
about
woo and
donating your
wraith.
divorce settlement on a Danish TV show.
I believe I said I had.
There's some vanilla and elder.
I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance. on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to publish it.
It contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
Oh my God. Jesus, this is taking so much just to get to the big point that she wants to make. Because her Amber fucking Turd's lawyer is desperately trying every objection, every approach, and getting overruled at every step, but just drawing it out. Holy shit. In the prime ashcan. So what's happening so far? She is setting the stage with this charity thing with the divorce settlement. Amber made a big song and dance about how the money needs to be donated to these 2 specific charities from Johnny Depp. Well, if he so chose to, but he needed to do it all in one lump sum instead of drawing it out over the course of installations, making it a big deal. Like, he has to do it right away. It should be done right away, otherwise it's not done correctly at all. Instead of being like paid out over time. And instead of allowing Johnny Depp to do that, she forced him to pay her money instead, so that way she would do it with the money. We haven't gotten to the big meat of it, because her fucking lawyer keeps interrupting getting to that point, because she's had to set all of the groundwork here to show exactly what Amber Heard was claiming she wanted to do and would do, and what Johnny Depp had to do and should do, versus the reality of what happened. And it's just taking a long time to get there because Dr. Evil's lawyer over here keeps objecting everything unsuccessfully. Objection, they're about to say something that will win the case. All right.
Please.
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I
of.
wanted nothing.
That's a dagger. Oh my God. Yeah, I haven't actually seen this. I only got the cliff notes.
2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
That's such a... I'm going to take an approach here. That is the stupidest thing to say. It's a recorded television show, a very popular one, obviously. You can easily just look up when it was recorded. This is an awful defense, and it's not even a good stall because they obviously have the date that it aired. Jesus Christ.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That.
Okay. It's a... Actually, he literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so.
Stop! What the fuck? Why does it
Were
keep
all
doing
made
that?
To you, weren't they?
That is correct.
Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. It's improper.
Objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the strategy there? It's the same test.
You were here in court.
Oh my God, she's dumb.
When Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right? My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
No,
of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
that's
$7
not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard.
Oh, she knows. Okay, she knows. She knows.
Please.
She's now saying
try to
pledged.
answer my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million.
Look at the movement now from the audience.
Not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They
But
do
I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard,
No one does. It's
I don't
terrible.
use it
That's a terrible
synonymously.
defense.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today,
Doesn't
you have not
matter.
donated,
It doesn't matter.
paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything, and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
Oh, this is like right out of a movie.
That's incorrect.
Holy shit.
You wanted good press. You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name, and at the time I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did
then you
see
lied
it as
again.
important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
Is he tier
You
2
wanted to
bear and
remind
tier 1
everyone
raccoon?
of your claims of
And the
domestic
resub
violence
Fritos.
against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
Fuck, this is such a slap
You
down.
testified under oath.
Jesus.
Quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity. End quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for
Ms.
the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question.
Well, okay, I'm coming in with my own here. Even if that is the case and she wants to use that line, it completely goes against everything she set up in her other statement where she told Johnny he's not allowed to do that because it's not by the rules. She wouldn't allow it. So now she's now backpedaling into that same line of thinking where it's like, oh, actually, I plan to do it in over time installments, which is exactly what she forbid Johnny from doing in the first place. So nothing she's saying even fucking works.
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
I disagree with the facts. It makes me look bad, so I object.
Testimony from the UK.
Fuck, that's such a bombshell. Completely pokes holes in everything that she says because it ruins her credibility. Which is why it's such an important piece.
Quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity.
Oh, there's more.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
did. That is correct.
Oh.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
But those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
Irrelevant, but all right.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Oh, that's such a brutal line of questioning.
$7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor's
Okay,
fine,
you said
this is a good
it's
stopping
breaking
point.
Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and your taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
God, what a fucking beatdown. Well, Johnny Depp's lawyer's wild. She's really good. Meanwhile, Amber Turd has like a geriatric senile lawyer. She didn't get a successful objection a single time in the entire hour and 55 minutes. And she tried so often. That is... I can see why she keeps throwing her legal team under the bus. Damn near getting them disbarred on the spot by claiming that they sent the photos to the fucking People magazine during an active investigation. I can see why she's so upset and salty about it. They are trash. Well, that was pretty fucking intense. That was a lot more intense than I thought it would be. I didn't think they'd go so hard. Nor did I think there'd be some kind of like new evidence in here that we hadn't already at least heard of. But apparently that entire charity thing was just a goddamn lie from Amber. Which is so weird. Why even bother making that pledge when you're never gonna fulfill it? She had it for 13 months and never donated a single penny from the divorce settlement, even after claiming twice she already donated all of her money. Publicly. And then desperately trying to say that she views pledged and donated the same. Thus she didn't lie when she said she donated all of it. Yeah, that was expertly done by Johnny Depp's squad. And even somehow James Corden and Elon Musk came into this. This was a wild, action-packed day in court. Dentorius? What are the Amber Heard zombies saying in her defense about the charity thing? Because I can't imagine anyone would be like, oh no, that's totally reasonable. I obviously knew she meant that she had only pledged her whole divorce settlement when she told me she donated all of it. Watch the end. Oh, is it not over? I assumed it'd just be them walking out. There's a post-credit scene. Oh, okay. Johnny Depp's lawyer gets recruited to the Avengers. They're cheering Johnny on as he leaves. Meanwhile, Amber Heard gets nothing but crickets. Oh, it's so fucking adorable. They literally wave him off, giving him a standing O on the way out. Fuck me, man. That was so wild. That was so wild. Everyone unironically clapped, holy shit. Yeah, that's like one of those Reddit / true stories that's always a lie. And then everyone clapped. But actually happened. I actually can't even believe that. Was your name in the credits for Hunger Games? I actually never checked. Wait. Was it? It should be, actually. I should be in, like, I should be credited as District 8 Hospital Helper. Because initially I did have lines, which means I should be... Well, maybe I'm not here because I didn't make Final Cut. I'd be somewhere here, right? D8, that's District 8. Another patient. Female patient, that wouldn't be me. Male patient, could have been me. Old woman, probably not me. Well, we've got a bit of a controversy on our hands here. Not only am I not here, but the kid that actually did make the final cut I don't think is here. The kid who said, are you here to fight? Are you here to fight with us, Katniss? And then he does the thing. His name's not here, I don't think. Unless he's listed as something else. Keep looking. Well, no, this is where we'd be. Because this is District 8. Before we get blown up. What's the criteria for being listed here, then? I guess I can't be shocked that I'm not here, since none of my shit's in the final cut except for my arm. But, I mean, that kid had a couple lines. So what's the criteria?
You're not gonna be 10 names down from Stanley. Why? They are. Fucking District 8, another patient? I would be here too. I'd be District 8 hospital helper or something. But you appear on the IMDb. That's fucking worthless. I'm not in the goddamn end credits here. There's probably more District 8 spots. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, Jesus, they have District 13 Systems Operator 2 here. Come on. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm listed as something more than just District 8 Hospital Helper. Maybe they're listing me as, like, District 8 Hero. So I'll be down here somewhere. After stunts, perhaps. That's so fucked up. Yeah, actually, I never checked. At least I don't remember. According to the IMDb page, it's District 8 medic, but uncredited. Son of a bitch, those assholes. And they didn't even ask me to come back for the other Hunger Games movie that's coming out soon. The industry's so fucked up, man. I wasn't an extra, I was an integral piece of the Mockingjay Part 1 narrative. Did you check to see if you were credited ahead of the director? Oh, true, yeah, that must have been it. That's probably where it was. You should review your IMDb page on how accurate it is. I already did that like 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or something. It's highly inaccurate. It lists me as 2 centimeters. Like, my height is listed as, like, actually 2 centimeters. It's a farce. It's an outrage. They fixed the height. Alright, you know what? Here, it's been a couple years. I'll check out the IMDb. This is still so fucked up. They did fix the height, but it lists me as 5'5" and 3/4. This is some wacky shit. Okay, let's see. What credits does it put me at? It has deep dive on here. A 2-episode things we did like 3 years ago. Writer. Oh, Godslap, nice. As a TV series, nice. Optimistic. Skynet has its own IMDb page? It's so hype. Where's my acting credits? Alright, upcoming. Neither of these ever happened to my knowledge. Officer Greg, though? What the fuck is the Garden of Wonder? Oh! Oh, wait. What? Wait, what is this? When did I co-star with George Takei? I can't even find anything on this. This seems like it's all just made up. Someone must have just shown up to set and they're like, hey, I'm Charlie. And they're like, okay, cool. We got Moist Critical on set. Hive Mind. Why am I credited in Jacksepticeye as just appearing in 2 videos? Nice. Yeah, they got everything in here. Anytime I ever appeared on like anything, even for a second. Some voice acting stuff from Lucius, yep. Helsing, yep. Star Control, yep. Anima, Team 6, yep. This is thorough. Butter Lover. Uncle Gareth, what a throwback. Hunger Games, District 8 medic, baby. Cool. Yeah, this is pretty thorough. It even has something that not even I knew I was in. Is an acclaimed chess player taught by Grandmaster Daniel the Prophet Naroditsky. At the peak of his chess career and later became the winner of the 2020 Chess PogChamps tournament. Cool. Awesome trivia. His favorite actor is Brendan Fraser, and when White was 18 years old, he was involved in a car accident and got sued by one of the passengers. That's the kind of trivia that's fun for the whole family. Awesome. Expand on that, please. Hey, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. I was 18, I got in a little fender bender, and one of the ladies involved faked an injury and then sued me for it. Because I was very honest. I was like, this accident, you know, I'll take responsibility. I wasn't paying enough attention, and I was just like making sure everyone was okay. I was like, I'm sorry, you know, this, I should have been paying more attention. And the lady was like, she was like my age, maybe a little older, maybe like 20 or something. She's like, oh no, it's totally fine. Like, it was a really like slow collision crash. You know, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No biggie. Paramedics came just to check on everything. They're like, yeah, everyone's all good here. And then my dad, when my dad got to the scene, he was like, Charlie, please don't tell me that you said that you're sorry. And I was like, no, I did. I mean, it really was kind of my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And he was like, oh my God. He knew it was coming. And then that lady sued me. She had the dollar signs in her eyes the second I said I'm sorry. Who won the case? Well, she did. All in all, I think it was like $10,000 settlement. So she spent significantly more money just getting a lawyer to sue, going to a doctor to pretend that she was injured. She went to a very corrupt doctor who's well known in the area for doing ambulance chaser garbage. So she spent much more than she made. So, kind of an L for her too. It's not about the money. Yeah, it's about raising my insurance premiums. Yeah, fucking awesome. Even my insurance was like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do. We know she's not actually injured, but we're just going to do the minimum settlement. So I was like, whatever. Then they raised my insurance rates. Why can't you apologize? Yeah, so apparently you are never supposed to admit fault. Ever. I hit someone and apologized, but he checked his car. There was no damage, so he said don't worry about it and left. Yeah, since then, I've been in 2 little fender benders, neither of which was my fault. One of them I got rear-ended leaving the parking garage of my apartment. Dude just came up and blasted me, and he was like, oh, I'm so fucking sorry, man. Shit. He's like, we need to exchange insurance, and I just checked the back of my car, and I was like, brother, it's not that big of a deal, don't worry about it. Like, it's just not that big of an issue. It was barely even a dent. It was easy. This shit'll buff out. And then the other one was a lady rear-ended me leaving a parking lot. And then she got mad at me. Well, actually, better yet, what happened is I was about to leave the parking lot and this lady was about to turn on to the road. And for some reason, she fucking cranks that bitch into reverse and just, like, shoves her whole ass in my face. So, like, I see it coming too, so I start reversing to get away from her. I'm like, oh my God, no. No. But she was a little faster than me, and then, yeah, little bumper tap. That was another one where it was just like, she got upset, and I was like, no, look, this is not a big deal. You did this, but I'm not mad, so just go about your day.